Okay. Got that going for me. Got that going for me. Alrighty. I think we have everything we need. And if that's the case, oh, I can hear myself in the background, and that is never good. So therefore, we don't have everything ready. All right, now we do. We turned myself off. I can no longer hear myself. And yeah, so welcome for the people who are new and seeing this. My name is Nate, and welcome to 2023, where this is a full new year of activity, and it starts out with some severe weather. So we do have a threat for severe weather here today, and that is the reason why we are live. We are covering potential tornadoes, trying to make sure we get the word out and stuff, whatnot. And this is currently live right now, at least as of the time that I am speaking. We have a bunch of people in chat that are watching here as well. It is 2:01 p.m. Eastern, 1:01 Central, as we do have a threat for severe weather for at least a good majority of the Deep South here today. So something to just be mindful here as we do. Oh, that is definitely not the right screen. That is, there you go. Fix that. Still getting used to all the different new things that I have compiled here today. But we do have a risk for severe weather here today. We have a very large risk of just general severe weather. So without further ado, if you guys pay attention, I'll turn off actually the METAR station so you guys won't see all the numbers overlaid over everything. This general light green here, this is a general thunderstorm risk. So general showers and thunderstorms. Oh, error loading weather map. Oh, that is, I haven't seen that before on my thing. I've never seen that. All right, well, we'll look at that later. Talk about all sorts of cool stuff that I've got from my desk here now, at least for me. So this light green is a general thunderstorm risk. Essentially, this is mainly for just showers, thunderstorms, even snow, stuff like that. So not really too much of a concern right there. We also have the dark green area, a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So basically a marginal chance for severe weather. Not really too high of a threat. But if I were you, all right, and this is where people would start paying attention if you live within these areas. Areas in the yellow here, you're in the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So I'm actually watching for an area over here in northeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Missouri, southeastern Kansas, to where there could potentially be some severe weather over there. It'll be pretty interesting to see. So if you know anyone who lives over in the yellow areas, especially over here in southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, and southwestern Missouri, and maybe even far northwestern Arkansas, they should probably watch out for that there too. So that'd be like Tulsa, Joplin, Springfield, Wichita, areas south and east of Wichita, Bartlesville, that general area over there. I would watch out. And then we have this giant orange area right here. And you notice that this, if the yellow was a 2 out of 5, the orange is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This can either be one of two things here for today. And this is just really for everything else in general. All right. We can either actually, we can get one of three things. So let me retract that and say one of three things. We can either get tornadoes for a good stretch of about 2, 3, maybe 4 hours, and then start, getting strong damaging winds within it, and even afterwards into the overnight hours. We can B, not get tornadoes, but still get very strong damaging winds, or C, get none of the above. I'm leaning towards a mix of A and B. It just really, this event here today is, and I know this is something that none of you want to hear because, well, it's your job to start looking at the weather. You got to tell us what's going on and whatnot. Listen. For the past few days, all right, models, or I'll say even the past 5 to 6 days, it has been hinting of the potential of a severe weather setup. What is actually going to come into fruition here, what type of, severe weather setup we are actually going to get, usually it's determined at least the day before. We are still into it here right now, and I'm still trying to figure out what specifically we are going to see here, because there are so many uncertainties that go into this event, and I'm not completely sold on every little single thing. But the one thing that I can say, okay, there are 2 areas that I am watching very heavily, very heavily. Number 1 is the area that I mentioned over here, northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. This area over here, it's very hard to explain what this setup is, but essentially, if you remember about anything that I've mentioned with, dew points, temperatures, whatnot, how you need veering with the atmosphere, this just has a good environment. It's just not a very high ceiling environment. There's not like a lot of energy or a lot of moisture around this area, but we've got a lot of vorticity over here. And so because of that matter, and because the warm front, which is where this entire thing is practically at, if we turn on our METARs once again, just notice the yellow numbers and notice the orange numbers contrast to the green numbers. So we have yellow, 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 orange, yellow, 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 like that. All right, so you notice that the contrast between the green numbers on the left and the orange and yellow numbers on the right, it's a sharp decrease for areas over here, but then once you get up here, it starts to kind of even out. And so it's really just this general area somewhere below that, to where we have this curl in this line. Somewhere south of that is where you can get a lot of funky stuff. And I'm kind of thinking that's where we can get some funky stuff today. So that's the best way I can explain it for that style of event, without getting super technical and losing everyone. So we'll just say for right now, northeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Kansas, or northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. All right, so that's the first area. And just for reference, by the way, that's like I-44 right here that goes from Tulsa to Springfield. I-44. So we'll label it as the I-44 corridor and north. I-44 corridor and north, or anywhere around that. That's one area. On the other hand, this is the other area that I am watching, and this is where we will bring in our storm chaser, Matt, who is fortunate. We're very fortunate to have him here today. As we all know, he is very dedicated to his job of both storm chasing, but also his other full-time job that takes him all across the country for shipping and stuff like that. So it's fortunate for us that he's found time to take a little bit of a break from that. His work has allowed him to take a little bit of a break. And he is going to be chasing the other area that I'm watching very closely. And that is this I-30 corridor area right here, essentially from Texarkana all the way up to Little Rock. This right here is probably where the best chance of tornadoes could potentially be. Essentially anywhere along I-30, north of I-30, like Idabel, Mena, maybe even Russellville, right within this area right here. That's probably where I'm going to watch out for some intense activity, if there is going to be some. However, when I mentioned earlier that, we have option A of it, doing, producing tornadoes and forming damaging winds, and then we had option B of it not forming tornadoes and just being strong damaging winds. This is what I meant by that. Notice how many showers and thunderstorms are around this general area right now. See how many showers and thunderstorms there are. if this continues to occur and we get more and more showers and thunderstorms, you know, we even get more. If we get even more that plague all these open areas, you know, that are all in those areas right there. You know, any area that's not covered in this kind of greenish, yellow, reddish blobs that you see on your screen from radar. That's the fail mode here today. And, you know, for this system to not do anything. And that's, you know, going to be the good news, essentially, is that, you know, nothing happens if that's the case. But on the other hand, if we do get storms that can get out by itself, you know, and take advantage of an air mass that hasn't really been tainted with a whole lot of showers and thunderstorms, that's a lot of untapped energy that is in the atmosphere. And because of that, that is the reason why this event over here on I-30 is going to be one to watch out for very, very closely. So, that's what we got here once again, just to briefly go over it. If you are in the yellow or in the orange, if you're in the yellow, you're in a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you're in the orange, you're on a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. I would watch out for severe weather here today. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, I would advise them to do the same. Of course, we will be live streaming all the way throughout this entire event. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to hit that subscribe button and even turning on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest information that we will provide. There is also the potential for us to be back at it again tomorrow, because if we go on to tomorrow's outlook, we also have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in the orange area as well. Almost for the same exact areas that were in that moderate risk towards the beginning or the middle of December, if you guys remember that correctly. The big tornado outbreak that occurred over there. Primarily, it's going to be because of the tornadoes. Somewhat similar setup as to that day, but maybe on a smaller scale. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the stream. But if you guys know anyone who lives over in these areas, if you're in the yellow or in the orange in that, this is your outlook for tomorrow. And I advise you guys to pay attention to the weather tomorrow as well. All right, so now since we're at that, we might as well take a look at the storms that are actually currently out and about as of right now. There's a lot of storms that are starting to move across over in towards the border of Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas. So if you guys are along the border at all over there, maybe some showers and thunderstorms that could move on through. There is one that currently has a severe thunderstorm warning over here in McCurtain County here in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. So the National Weather Service is thinking that there could potentially be something within this storm over here. I'm going to try and see if I can get a better look at it. Unfortunately, we are in not the greatest area for radar coverage, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the stream as well. Maybe in a couple of minutes we can actually talk about why that is such an issue in regards to me being able to cover this event. Now, of course, you know me. I'm still going to try and take all the information that I have gathered and you know, all my experience on YouTube for the past 3.5 years, and I'm going to try and put it on here to the best of my ability. But you know, this is also the type of stuff that the meteorologists at the National Weather Service also have to deal with as well. And we'll talk about the challenge that they will have in trying to figure out which storms are actually producing tornadoes, whether they can get it before or after the tornado spawns, and, you know, how that could even impact people. So, once again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning over here for McCurtain County in Oklahoma until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it's just, we've got a lot of bad velocity data here in this purple. So it's kind of covering up a little bit of the storm. It's kind of masking what is actually happening underneath the actual, you know, radar scan here. But I can kind of make out, we got a lot of reds moving away here. Our radar is up north in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And we also have a little bit of our greens back here below this kind of purple area. So I'm assuming that there is some general counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. somewhere right here, somewhere. So we do have some rotation. It's just not a tornado, according to what we see right now. But once again, very difficult to kind of see what's happening there because of that bad velocity data, that range folding. So if I ever say, range folding, that's what I mean. Bad velocity data, range folding. But yeah, that is the only severe thunderstorm warning as of right now. We do have a couple storms that are approaching Little Rock at this moment, and this could also be very interesting too. What's happening here with these storms is it's something that I've been watching for the past 2 or 3 minutes. It's kind of got, one of those looks to it, to where it's very extended and it's kind of arcing in a way. And I don't recall a storm that has been tornadic that has been this long before, nor do I think the hodographs are very favorable for that style of shape. Hodographs essentially meaning the winds veering in the atmosphere. So these storms are kind of on its own right now. They're kind of just doing all sorts of things, as thunderstorms typically do. So my best guess as to what these storms are going to do as soon as they approach Little Rock is they're probably going to continue to try and be sub-severe. But there is an area that is approaching western Little Rock right now, kind of along the 430 area, the western side of 430, I-430, in Little Rock along the Beltway. Some damaging winds is potentially possible over there. So maybe the Kamak Village area, as well as western Little Rock and north Little Rock, might be something to watch out for. Localized damaging winds within that area. According to radar here, we potentially have an area north of Hazen and DeVal's Bluff along I-40. We could potentially have a storm that's trying to produce quarter-sized hail. So don't be surprised if even that storm goes severe warn for potentially 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well, and even quarter-sized hail. Heading off towards Des Arc, Dixie, Georgetown, Howell, and Cotton Plant over here in Arkansas. I want to take a look. Shreveport. And these storms that are approaching Texarkana could be ones to watch out for later on. Let's take a look at chat here. When's the tornado going to happen? 2 hours? Maybe a little bit less than that. I'd say an hour at minimum, though. How's everyone doing here today? Glad to see everyone out and about. Everyone having a good New Year so far. I'll talk about my New Year here real quickly. I went to the Baltimore Ravens game last night, and for the people who watched football last night, that was the biggest waste of time. So, of course we lose to our division rival. Of course we do. Yeah, I hope so, Kaylee. Be safe while going through that, though. Yeah, Arkansas, they are in the main threat here for today for severe weather. Let's actually play a loop here so you guys can kind of see how these storms are progressing while I look through chat. Yeah, for real, Chris. He says here, so almost 500 people in the chat, but only 85 likes. Smash the like button. I agree. All right. Once again, if you hit that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So, please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Yeah, we'll talk about the dead zones here in a second. That's actually what I'm going to talk about after I'm done looking at chat. How's Forney looking? Forney is in what state? If that is in Arkansas, then lucky for you, because I have been able to find it. But if it's in Forney, Texas. Forney, Texas right now, they're in Dallas. They might get some showers and thunderstorms later on this evening. I don't believe they're going to be in the main threat, but still something to watch out for. I don't see a Forney, Arkansas, so it probably is Forney, Texas. So, Any live cams with in Little Rock? Yeah, there is. There's also a lot of traffic cameras around there too. So if I wanted to pull that up here, I probably could. I'll do that here in a second. As I said, I'm going to look through chat. Will Topeka get moved into the slight risk later? I highly doubt it. I think you guys are a little too far north, so you guys should be fine. Someone just said tornado watch up. Yes, that is a tornado watch. It has been issued. All right, so you guys know the drill. You guys know the game. SPWX, Sean, stop. You guys know the game. What is the probabilities for the watch here? So if you guys are new to the game, essentially what the Storm Prediction Center does is for every watch, they issue a probability, or at least a set of probabilities for each parameter. So if it's a tornado watch, we try to guess a first set of numbers, which are always a number that is divisible by 5 or 10. In this instance, it's 10. So I'm giving you a hint right there. Probability of 2 or more tornadoes. So you can list a number from 10, probably, I would say 30 to 100. That's usually what is the criteria for tornado watch. So, for instance, 70, 70, 50, or 70, 80, 90, 20, something like that. And then there's the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes after it. So you'd say something like 70-50. Now, the second number is always lower than the first number. So it would be like 70-50, 60-40, 60-50, 95-80, something like that. You guys guess. So that's how the game works. And while everyone is putting that in chat, what's up with Deep East Texas? You guys are a part of the severe weather threat here today, so I would definitely watch out. Holiday Island, Arkansas, good. I'll have to look that up here in a second. What's your velocity color table on GR2? It's a color table that's very similar to radar scopes. The thought process behind that was so if people had radar scope, which, you know, radar scope came out before radar Omega, I wanted something that was very similar to someone who has a radar product, you know, on their phone or tablet or even computer and something like that. So that way people can follow along as well. All right, the answer is 60-40. 60-40. So 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 40% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So the wording is, quote, a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely. Scattered large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter possible. So a lot of people actually got that, believe it or not. A lot of people actually got 60-40, at least in the beginning. So congratulations to all the people who did that. And by the way, for people who might think, well, you know, this is, you're not allowed to play games with, you know, weather and stuff like that. A part of it can also be attributed to how well you actually have looked at this event in depth. If you've actually, you know, looked at the models and whatnot, and you looked at the environment that's currently ongoing right now, you yourself could potentially be like, hey, you know, I looked at this thing and I've looked at all sorts of stuff that I've had, and, you know, in my honest opinion, I think this event should be, you know, a 60-40. So for the people who even got that right from that premise, good job to you guys too, because you guys have actually, you know, you did all the hard work to get to that point of, you know, oh, this, and this is currently ongoing right now. So because of that, I think that this event is a 60-40. So good job. But for the other people who just like guessing, I like guessing too. Almost done here, guys. You guys know the drill. I have to do this all manually. I have no editors in the background. I have no producers in the background. This is all just me. This is me trying to work on this as quickly as possible and trying to make sure that all my information is up to date and whatnot. So, yeah, all this stuff that you see on your screen, I've manually done this all, and it's a little annoying. It's a little annoying to do, but yeah, loud clicking does intensify. It really does. Okay, let us take a look through here. Someone mentioned Holiday Island, so I am going to look at that. Bear with me here as I try to get this out of the way. Oh, you're all the way up there. I mean, I think you should be fine here for today. You're right on the border of the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5 here today. So that is one thing. But yeah, you're kind of in between the two different style of events that are happening here today. What's Monroe gonna get? Probably some strong damaging winds, honestly. Have I looked at the latest soundings from the balloon released in Shreveport and Little Rock? I haven't from Shreveport and Little Rock, but I have from Dallas-Fort Worth. Yeah, Lions did go nuts. They did. Will Tulsa see tornadoes today? They have the potential to see some activity, so I would watch out for that. Nice to see people from Utah, even though they're not getting impacted today. Good stuff. I wonder if there's a lot of snow in the higher elevations over there. There should be. What, Rockies, right? You would think that would be the case. Yeah, that is the old tornado watch from last year. Oh, perfect. I'll take a look at that then. Real quickly. Let me go over here. So that way I could just pull it up on Twitter. Oh. Oh, wow. So people know I'm a hockey person. For people who don't know, next year, the new Winter Classic, all right, the Winter Classic in 2024, it will be in Seattle. It'll be the Kraken versus the Golden Knights, and it will be at T-Mobile Park. So, cool stuff for the people who are curious about that. All right, looking through, trying to find Sean. Perfect. All right, here we go. So, this is our soundings. This is from Shreveport. I'm not even going to read this thing because I might be able to interpret it myself based off of what's going on. So, a couple things that I see here from a scientific perspective. Number one, all right, I see this thing that's always been an issue for the past 3, 4, 5 events, something like that. This right here is a little inversion, which is essentially little warmer air that is above the surface. This is essentially going to kind of slow the rising of steam or moisture in the atmosphere when you have warm air that rises. This is going to slow that down, and that might impact our updrafts in regards to full sustainability. It's not like the updrafts are going to completely deteriorate. They just won't stay strong for a while. So that's one thing. The other hand, you can also notice low level lapse rates. Hard for some people to tell. That's 6.2 down there at surface to 3 kilometer. Very, very shallow in that regard. Photograph is nice to an extent. I am not sure I like the fact that this stays relatively north for the most part, with the exception of maybe a little bit above the surface, we have a little bit of veering. But other than that, that southerly flow here at the surface might end up being the thing to make that event linear. So that's Monka S. That's very nice. I looked at Fort Worth sounding earlier. That's, once again, a lot of capping inversion over there, so that's the limiting factor of this environment to kind of prevent thunderstorms from sustaining. That is Little Rock. That is not too surprising, in my honest opinion, seeing that there is no capping inversion, but that capping inversion that's over in both Shreveport and in Dallas-Fort Worth, that'll eventually start to seep into this environment. So, once again, that'll call into question what this, the type of sustainability that we will see from this environment. I do definitely like here at the surface, though. We do have winds coming from the southeast, and that tells me that this is a pretty good tornadic sounding from a wind shear perspective. So usually when you have winds coming out from the southeast, they move north and then they move northeast just like that. That's a very good tornadic profile sounding from a wind shear perspective. So, oh, and that's OUN. So I got to take a look at Norman sounding as well. And yeah, you can see that capping inversion again. So it's really going to depend upon this capping inversion. Very good profile here, actually, from a hodograph perspective. So maybe northeastern Oklahoma is actually the play. It's just got to get over that capping inversion for the most part. But this is a very conditional threat. Very conditional threat. What I just did for the people who might have thought I spoke a different language, I just took a look at all the live information that just came out of the weather balloons that the National Weather Service just launched. They send weather balloons into the sky, and they kind of sample the atmosphere to give me an idea and give other people and even themselves an idea as to what's going on up there. And what it just said is this event is very conditional. There's going to be a lot of limiting factors in the atmosphere that's going to move into this environment, and depending upon if the storms can get over those limiting factors, we will be able to get some form of severe weather event, with maybe even a couple of tornadoes possible. But the main things that I would watch out for, all right, the main things that I would watch out for, and I'll pull this up once more, all right. We take a look at the map here for severe weather here today, all right. So if you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, I would be aware of the severe weather here today. The dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I'm not really too concerned with you guys. But if I had to pick specifics, as to who and where and what could get the highest risk of whatever is in their area, localized. Right here, I would watch. Right here, I would watch. Those are the two areas that I would watch. Somewhere within this area up here, somewhere within this area down here. Give it 15, 30 miles around that circle as well. I do believe that the threat for severe weather is possible in those two areas primarily due to the fact of the given scenario, the given environment. But once again, it's got to overcome a lot of things in order for it to do things. All right, that limiting factor that I was mentioning earlier, there's a lot of it. So, now, just because I circle those areas does not mean that the areas around it is not going to get stuff. All right? That does not mean that you're not going to get stuff if I didn't circle your area. It just means that if I were storm chasing, if I were a guy to try and catch tornadoes and stuff like that, I might want to hang around there because initially in the beginning of this event, that's probably where there could be a good chance for it. But you take a look at this outlook here. Once again, there's a good reason why the Storm Prediction Center issues these style of maps, because they believe that anywhere within this area of the yellow and the orange could probably get some severe weather. Whether it's tornadoes, whether it's hail, whether it's damaging winds, it doesn't really matter. Can I send a download link to my velocity color table? If you're in my Discord server, I can put it in one of the chats over there. Because I have most of my customizable stuff that I have with GR2 Analyst, especially version 3, on there. I customize a lot of stuff too. Got a couple of products. And I'm still also working, you know, I'm working on trying to get more products. I want to try and continue to do more research to try and figure out new products that might be helpful for radar based off of what I can do. So, cool. Do I think you guys will get a tornado watch in southwestern Missouri? It's possible, honestly. I do believe it is possible. I will say this one thing here real quickly, chat. I will say this real quickly. If you notice the green area right within here, outside of the yellow. So everywhere outside of the yellow, you guys are not going to be impacted today. It won't be today that you will get stuff. All right, so that includes areas like Nashville, St. Louis, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Abilene, San Antonio, New Orleans, Pensacola, Birmingham, Jackson. All those areas that I just called out here for today. If you live over there, if you live even further outside of that, you're not going to be impacted today. But if you are in the yellow or in the orange, I will talk about your area. So that's for today. And for tomorrow, I just want to remind you all before we get more into the coverage. This is what we got tomorrow as well. Potential for severe weather here tomorrow. So people like Nashville, people like Birmingham, people like Jackson, New Orleans, Mobile, Pensacola. You guys, your turn will be tomorrow when I live stream. So watch out for that, guys. Watch out for that. But for today, it'll be here. This is what we're talking about. Let's go on to radar. Let's see if we can pull something additional up. Let's talk real quickly about the severe thunderstorm warning, because I do believe that's probably what we're going to want to look at as for right now. That is really the only thing that's kind of doing things. It's the only warning we actually have up as of 2:38. So, once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for McCurtain County in Oklahoma until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it looks like the next areas that are going to be impacted is Octavia, Smithville, Zafra, Page, areas along U.S. Highway 259 and Highway 4 or State Route 4. If you're in those areas, I would watch out for that. Definitely some strong damaging winds and maybe some spotty hail possible, but I don't see too much from a tornadic perspective. I think it should be fine in that regard. Will Memphis get any naders? It's hard to say, but I do believe that they have a shot. It'll be much later on tonight, though. It'll be much later on tonight when you guys do get that chance. I do foresee a little bit more of a strong damaging wind threat with you guys, but oh wow, I'm gonna need another radar to put it on Memphis, and that is what I shall do. I'm gonna try and cover as many areas as I possibly can. Excuse me. That severe thunderstorm warning just went away. It just expired. Caleb wants me to check Twitter, so I shall. Funnel Cloud, DeKalb, Texas. And that's from Petro. So you guys can take a look at this here real quickly. You guys be the judge here. This is from Jeff Petrowski on Twitter. And this does kind of look like a funnel cloud. This does kind of look like a funnel cloud a little bit. I mean, we definitely see a cloud that's hanging around right here. See some bands that are swirling into it. We see these kind of feeders, kind of like that. Usually when you see these kind of lines of clouds just kind of shooting up just like that from the bottom of it, that's a good that's a good sign that there could potentially be a funnel cloud right within that area. But that also could be scud. It can't be like all fizzed together. So if it's all just one giant thing and it's not rotating, then probably not. It's probably scud. But if you have like little small ones that are fully condensated kind of in a line just like that, you kind of notice how you have a little line just like that, or maybe even a little line kind of like that. You see that? That tells you that there's little vorticity tubes, little tubes of rotation there with condensation that kind of tell you, hey, you know, maybe this thing is rotating. So I definitely think that that could be a funnel cloud, and usually Jeff Petrowski is pretty good with his stuff, so. But if we had a little bit of video, we probably would be able to see it a lot better. So we'll see. We shall see. So that was in DeKalb, Texas. Let's see if we can back this up from a radar perspective. So DeKalb, Texas is right there. It's due west of New Boston. DeKalb's right there. All right, so the time that he said of this was at 1:25, so that was about 15 minutes ago. So let's backtrack about here. Let's get storm motion from warning to make things a little bit easier for us. We unfortunately have range folding, which makes life so much easier, I'll tell you what. But it does look like there definitely was a little bit of rotation on the southern side, right about there. We do have a big updraft tower with that as well. So that would line up if that was the case. And it did just kind of weaken in general. So yeah, maybe a little brief spin up. And that could also tell me that within these storms that are a little bit further south here, that are moving up into that atmosphere, that could probably be the ones to dominate. So I'm going to be watching these storms. Probably these storms right here as they get closer. Alrighty. Yeah, weather is already throwing hands, isn't it? Alright, so let's see if I can get get in contact with my storm chaser. Let's see if I can find the oh, that's pretty funny. Let's see if I can find the group chat that me, Morgan, and Matt was in. Excuse me, as I do Matt, Morgan, because who knows if Morgan's actually going to join a little bit later. There we go. All right. Let's see if we can do it. So let's call him. Yo, 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 yo.
Can't. Trying to get my audio back.
Let's see. Speak one more time just for me to see.
Yes, sir. Yes,
There
sir.
you go. Yep. All right. So you are connected, and yeah, now you have access to the stream somewhat.
Good afternoon, chat.
So let's.
Thank you all for tuning in.
I'm going to pop this out so that way. Boom. We have that.
Hold on. 1 second. Let me make sure that we're good. Okay, so we're good here. Come on. Come on. Go go back this way.
It's fine. I can see
Okay,
you.
it's not.
It's full screen on my screen.
Okay, hold on. Because it messed up for me, so let me turn it off. Why is it not? It's not working. There we go. Okay, or not.
It's fine. It's full screen on my screen, so it's.
Okay, that works.
Yeah. So, what's up, Matt? Where are you at?
Okay, so right now I'm sitting just west of exit 7 in Arkansas on Interstate 30. I'm looking back to the west at that cluster. Apparently you were talking about it on stream just right before you contacted me.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this cluster, I guess you could call it, moving into New Boston back to the west. And you can kind of see over here towards the right part of the screen, that darker area. That's where some of those storms are. But before you got in contact with me, I was kind of looking off at the radar and whatnot. And I don't know about you, but it seems like that southern end could possibly have some potential here in the next, hour or two. I mean, as it develops,
Right.
the southern end isn't really impeded by, any storms or anything. So I feel like if there's going to be any storm within the next hour or two, it could be this cell, east of DeKalb coming up into New Boston area. It could be that storm. So I'm just
And
sitting here watching it for now.
something interesting to kind of note is that Jeff Petrowski, with that same cluster, about 15 minutes ago, I believe, he saw a funnel cloud on one of the storms. Now, obviously, storm motion is moving kind of northeast, so it'd be a little difficult for you to kind of, see that cluster. And not to mention it's starting to kind of merge with other storms, so maybe even the longevity of that storm calls into question as well. But, it definitely looks like from these storms here, at least with the environment that you're currently planted in, the storms that are probably on the southern end of that system is probably going to be the one that tries to end up doing things, or at least is trying to do things.
Right.
So
Yeah, so I was actually consulting with a couple other people right before you called them. That's I was actually, we were saying the same stuff. So I was contemplating, or I was trying to figure out if I should try to get north and reposition towards like the Ogden area, or if I should just stay put. What do you think about that?
I mean,
Because I'm
so you're currently in Arkansas right now, right?
yeah, I'm on the east side of Texarkana on I-30 at exit 7 facing west.
I mean, you definitely can, but the only issue with Ogden is that there isn't an east option. So you either go north or you go south, and you're kind of cornering yourself a little bit.
There is an east option. It's just a little further north. It's like hard to find unless you look really good. But like there is an east option. It's just a little further north of there. So like I would have to go north. I would have to go north and then get to the east of the storm and watch it pass right in front of me. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, if you watch stuff, if you let it go past you, you're kind of missing out on it a little bit. Because if it does do something a little bit later on, I mean, I could start thinking of all the different storms that we did that and they did stuff. You know what I mean? So
I don't know why the orientation's not working now, but it's okay.
I would probably just sit there for right now. Let it head towards you. And
yeah, the issue now is that I'm a little farther east. I mean, these storms they're on a northeast trajectory versus a northeast. You know what I mean? There's more of a northern component than there is a northeast component. So like that's my issue. If I were to want to be in position for those cells, I'd probably want to get back to the west, but I could sit here. I mean, that cell is still probably about 30 miles away. It'll take about another half an hour or so to get here, so we can go from there. I am noticing breaks in the cloud cover though, so I mean, there's that. That's interesting to note.
I do want to investigate a little bit further in the road networks over there, because I do see that east option that you are mentioning there. It's like over near Ashdown.
Yeah, there's that one, and there's one more that's to the south of that. It's a little small. I think it's like a county road or something like that, but it's a little south of Ashdown. It's like Ben. I think the city name is like Ben Lockman or something like that. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's a little further south, and it's like a county road. It goes due south of the lake, like right on the
Yeah,
south side of that.
32. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's also definitely a play too. There's on the eastern side of the lake, like over near Saratoga, there does seem to be a lot of open fields over there.
Right.
So, you know, that could be something interesting to make a note of if you were up close and personal with a storm or two. I was
Right.
also even considering, because if there was a storm that ended up being a lot further north, or you ended up going further north and stuff like that, Nashville is also a decent play because of the decent terrain around that as well. So,
Nashville.
like Nashville, Arkansas, it's due north of Saratoga.
Like Nashville.
No, not that Nashville, not that Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, Nashville.
Nashville, Arkansas. It's like northeast of the lake by about, I'd say, 5 miles, maybe, give or take.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess we can really just sit here and watch things develop.
Yeah.
I mean, is the orientation proper for you? Is it?
Yeah, it's
oriented
good. It's
properly
fine.
for you on
It's
okay,
perfect.
For me it's weird. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but as long as it's good for streaming, that's fine. But
Yeah, I'll nudge you
I
if
did
it
wanna
is.
note- yeah, I did want to note, you know, you can see this. This is all cloud cover. The low level jet is just absolutely screaming. I'm pretty sure you can see it. But then right above that, back here in the back, that's actually the tops, the echo tops to that storm that we're talking about back to the west. You can see like this. I'm not sure what to call it, but you can see like this cloud that kind of looks like it kind of looks like the anvil cloud, and then right above it you can see the tops.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, that's interesting to know. The echo tops on this storm are really really tall. That's pretty interesting to say the least. I mean, that's just strong thunderstorm is what that's a sign of. That's a telltale sign of a strong thunderstorm. So
Yeah, and to kind of back up what he's saying here, chat, you know, of course we got his feed at the top right-hand side as we look at our dual pane here on stream right now. We can see on radar, we're looking at our enhanced echo tops, which essentially takes a look at the tops of the clouds, how tall it actually is. On the left side, you can see our kind of legend here, our scale that kind of tells you how high it is in, you know, kilofeet, so KFT. And we have the oranges, which is essentially 40,000 feet and above. And we got a lot of those oranges over here near New Boston and Boston, which, you know, if you guys remember that area over there, towards the beginning of November when we did our live coverage over here, a lot of activity occurred right along that US Highway 82 general vicinity from Paris to Clarksville all the way down to New Boston. And, you know, the good news from what it's... I was going to say, the good news here from this event, it looks like it's going to be a lot further east. It looks like it's going to be a lot further east compared to what it was that day. So I don't believe areas like Paris and Sherman and Clarksville really get as big of an event as they did that day. But I do believe that the people who are along I-30, so that would be Texarkana, Hope, Arkadelphia, and eventually down towards Hot Springs and Little Rock here in Arkansas, I do believe this is where the main activity is going to be here today for you guys. So just something to note, that, you know, that's kind of what we're looking at with this this batch of showers and thunderstorms that are moving through in this area.
right. So I guess I did just want to take a quick second to kind of go over a couple things. I'm not sure if you've already done this, but for those of you watching, you know, the New Year's just, you know, came by, you know, the holidays just finished up and whatnot. But, you know, for those of you who are watching, you know, maybe some of you have family over that they're not from this area, stuff like that. You may have friends coming from the Northeast or somewhere where they don't really see severe weather. So I just kind of wanted to take a second to talk about preparedness and what you can do to be prepared for today. If you relate to what I just said about your family and friends are over there not really sure what to do in the event of a tornado warning. So let's kind of talk about that real quick. So in the event that a tornado warning is issued for your area, what you want to do is if you have a basement, a storm cellar, an underground shelter of some sort, obviously that's going to be the best place to be in the event of a tornado warning. If you don't have one, it's not that big of a deal. That's okay. You can be on the first floor of your home, in a small room like a hallway closet, a bathroom, some sort of small room. On the lowest floor, you want to be as close to the center of your house. Don't worry about being in the northeast corner, the southwest corner. Just be as close to the middle so you can put as many walls between yourself as the outside as possible. And then just be away from windows. A lot of people that die in tornado related incidents, they get struck by debris and any sort of, projectiles that come flying through the window. So you definitely want to just try to be as low as you can, be near the center of your home, be away from windows. That's most important. You definitely don't want to be in a mobile home. You definitely don't want to be in a vehicle. Being in a mobile home in a tornado is a death trap, as well as being in a vehicle. It's a death trap. So if you end up in a tornado warning at any point and you're driving or you have family driving, tell them to pull over somewhere safe, pull into a business, a gas station, something of that sort. They'll let you in. You take shelter there. You definitely don't want to be in a mobile home. Don't want to be in a car. So that's something to note for, if anybody still has family over for the holidays and they're not really sure what to do in these kind of situations. It's okay, stay calm. We'll be here to help you through it. And yeah. Also, another important thing, we don't really stress this enough, and I've kind of noticed this, Nate. We don't stress this enough, but bicycle helmets, you can always put bicycle helmets on. Those are really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
If your kids play sports, football helmets, baseball helmets, things of that sort, you can put on a helmet to protect your head. Hard sole shoes, those are important.
Right.
These are just ways that you can protect yourself during tornadoes. So I figured we would just kind of talk about that. That way, extra heads up, doesn't hurt.
Right. Real quickly, we go on from tornado safety to potential tornadoes. As I am looking over here in Texas, we got an area over here. This would be in Tyler County, near the areas right along the Tyler County, Jasper County border over here, near Rockland, Jasper, and Browndell. We have a little area of rotation here that is about to cross over State Highway or State Route 63 over here in extreme eastern Texas. So something to kind of monitor if you're over near Brookland, Browndell, as well as Pineland, that general area over there. Definitely could be the potential for something tornadic to move on through your general area here relatively soon. And do not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning as well. San Augustine, Sabine Parish, or Sabine counties, and then eventually Sabine Parish, you guys could potentially be impacted a little bit later on. So once again, Jasper County, San Augustine County, Sabine County, as well as maybe even the northern areas of Newton County, you guys could potentially be impacted by something that could be tornadic here relatively soon. So for the people who don't know where that kind of is, I understand. This is where the storm is right now. I'm going to place a dot right there. Houston's right there. Dallas-Fort Worth is right there. Shreveport is right there. Alexandria is right there. This is Lake Charles. This is Baton Rouge. So right in these areas, if you're familiar with all this, and here is even College Station in Austin as well. If you're familiar with some of these areas, then you can kind of interpret as that, well, maybe this is where this storm is at. Maybe this is where this is going. And I'll play the loop for you guys here so you guys can kind of see. It's moving off to the north, kind of like this. So eventually you can take a look and say, well, Natchitoches, that is a new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Tyler County in southeastern Texas, north central Jasper County in southeastern Texas.
Well, I can't say I didn't warn you, but I did warn you. I did warn everyone here. Because, yeah, this is definitely something that really did ramp up. Here, relatively soon at least. It's a very relatively quick style, fast-paced storm. And because of that, the National Weather Service in Lake Charles has not taken any chances on this one. Tornado warning for Tyler and Jasper counties until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you guys live, once again, this is over near the general area of Rockland, Highway 63, Texas Highway 63 right here, north and west of Jasper. This is where the tornado warning is at right now. And you can see on our rotation, we'll take a look at the general rotation first, and then we'll look at the normalized rotation, see how it ramps up from there, because we're going to be looking at all sorts of different radar products here, so you guys can kind of get a full understanding of what's going on. Because to me, all right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. If I showed you this and said there's a tornado warning, most of you may not believe me. They may say, well, you're just drawing stuff. A bucket of spilled paint just got spilled right on this screen right here. How am I supposed to believe this? And, the people who don't know, all right, are probably not going to find out until it's too late if they are going to be impacted. So I'm a firm believer in trying to show the entire story. And this is the entire story here. The velocities here show we have a lot of strong winds moving towards the radar, just like this. A lot of bright greens that are moving due east. And I'll even make it a little bit easier for you guys to kind of see a little bit. Our radar is over here in Fort Polk. There's DeRidder, there's Leesville right here. There's the tornado warning over here. So greens are the winds moving towards the radar, just like this. And the reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation within this storm would be. You can see, if you kind of, envision it, it is forming some counterclockwise spin. It is trying to spin around, all the way around like a top. And tornadoes, they don't spin clockwise. They don't like to do that up here in the United States. Sometimes they do it, but it's very rare. Very, very rare. So in these situations, we have a lot of these storms that are going to try and rotate counterclockwise. And the quicker we can identify these storms, the quicker we can even get the word out. Now, to quantify how strong the actual rotation is, we're going to look at something called the normalized rotation. And the normalized rotation is something that you guys are probably going to see a lot here throughout the stream, because this really is going to kind of give us a general idea, as I said, of how strong the rotation is. Our scale is on the left-hand side. If you see any blues, that's kind of weak rotation for the most part. Pretty simple. If you see any green or yellow, it's kind of moderate rotation. It's not strong, but it's not weak either. It's right in the middle, right in the middle. And then we also have the reds, the pinks, and the whites. And if we get into that territory, well, I hope we don't do that today. And so what we got here is we got some light values of moderate rotation. We've got some moderate rotation here, which would mean that this definitely has a shot at trying to, put down a tornado. Usually when we see those greens, there's a good chance that it does. So that'll be something to note. That'll be something to watch out for with that. And once again, Highway 63 here in Texas, north and west of Jasper, south and east of Zavala, as well as due east of Rockland over here. If you guys are in this tornado warning for Jasper, and this would be Tyler counties, you have a tornado warning right now until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So please be sure to get into your safe spaces if you haven't already. Now, there is one thing that I will say. All right. There is one thing that I will say. I'm looking at correlation coefficient right now. And correlation coefficient is essentially a pretty good way to tell if something is rain or not. All right. There is a lot of math that goes into this, but it's simple math. So the best way to explain it is this. The radar takes a look at all the stuff that it finds in the sky, and it determines if it's relatively the same or not. If it's red, it's relatively the same because we have a bunch of water droplets in the sky, and water's water. You know, water's the same. As long as it's a liquid, it's the same. When the radar starts to find stuff that isn't water, isn't liquid, it starts to kind of differentiate between different colors and whatnot. And if we find a certain area to where we have, say, the greens or the blues on the scale on our left side, that can kind of determine that maybe we don't have water. Maybe we don't have water. Maybe it's something else like hail, trees, parts of houses and stuff like that, unfortunately. Birds, we've seen that a couple of times. Smoke. All sorts of different weird stuff that isn't meteorological. So, all in all, this is a very good way of telling if we have a tornado or not. And as of right now, based off of what I've seen with correlation coefficient, it looks like there could be, but I'm not quite convinced yet. I need to see a little bit more for me to say that there has been. But there definitely looks like there has been an attempt at least some very strong damaging winds. I also tend to look at this a lot, called the differential reflectivity. This is essentially just looking at the sizes of what is going on here, sizes of the different particles, and this can also help me determine as to whether or not it's debris or not, or if we have very large rain droplets in a specific spot. So, you know, there's all sorts of different cool stuff that I can look at with the products here that can help me, you know, determine as to what is actually going on here. But long story short, right now, I don't see any verification that there was a lot of debris being slung up into the air if that was a tornado. But very well could have been. Very well could have been. I also want to say one last thing before we continue to kind of speed through this and even have Matt get a word in on what his position is here in a second. We'll take a look here, and we'll take a look at spectrum width. Spectrum width is essentially how much turbulence is within a specific spot. Now, I'll tell you what. If you've seen a video of a tornado at all,
Yes.
you can kind of tell that there is a lot of turbulence that is created with that, because it's very violent. The winds, the clouds, and even the debris that it kicks up, it goes everywhere. It's very, very unpredictable in nature. And so, when you see that there is a good value of turbulence here within this storm, this tells me that we definitely have something that's trying to be tornadic. We have all the right things for this thing to try and do so. Can it actually put down the tornado? That is the real question. National Weather Service in Shreveport has decided to say, well, it is rotating, but it is starting to weaken a little bit. So because of that, we are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Angelina, San Augustine, and Sabine counties until the top of the hour, until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in those areas, Bronson, Pineland, as well as San Augustine, even into areas of extreme eastern Angelina and extreme western Sabine counties here in Texas, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, just because they didn't issue a tornado warning doesn't mean that it can't actually produce a tornado. All right, there's a good reason why this was issued in the first place. When I mentioned that it was issued in the first place, I mentioned the tornado warning. There's a good reason why they issued a tornado warning in the first place. So on any given second, this thing could try and re-intensify. And because of that, until this storm completely dies, you got to still be aware of it. So get indoors, stay away from windows. If you have a bathroom or a closet on the lowest level of your building, make sure that if a tornado warning gets issued, you get to that area. And if you have a basement, that's even merrier. Get into it. But for right now, this seemed to be okay. All right, let's take a look at what Matt's doing. And Matt, you seem to be having fun right now. Go ahead and give me your whole, your whole experience.
Yeah, I don't have the best connection right now. Bear with me.
Fun stuff. Fun stuff.
I'm headed to Ogden though. This storm that I'm on got severe thunderstorm warned, and it is tornado possible tag. So
Okay.
I don't know how well my audio's doing because I don't have much service, but
It's doing all right. Oh, Tulsa's. It does have some capping.
Severe thunderstorm warned. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that is Tulsa. So that seems to be Matt currently going further and further out of service. We'll get back with him here in a bit. Because I'll tell you what, the more we can talk to Matt, the better. And, you know, with all the communication things that we've had together, we're definitely going to need it here today. So that'll be something interesting for us to kind of look at further. But he was mentioning that his storm went severe thunderstorm warned. And that is correct. We can take a look and see that this whole line that has moved on through is severe thunderstorm warned. This is for Little River, Sevier, and Bowie counties here along the border of Arkansas and Texas. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter size tail with that one. There is a tornado possible tag, as he had mentioned earlier, which means there could potentially be the chance for a spin up or two within that line. But that is going to be heading up further towards the north and east. That is going to be something to watch out for if you're over in Ben Lomond, as well as Wilton, Ashdown, Locksburg, Provo, and even eventually towards areas near Nashville. That could be something to watch out for as well. Someone has also mentioned there is a new mesoscale discussion that was issued. And that is correct. There is a new mesoscale discussion for eastern portions of Oklahoma. And there's a watch issuance of 80%. It says the risk of severe storms capable of all hazards, including tornadoes, is increasing. And the tornado watch is likely this afternoon for much of the area. So this would be east central Oklahoma, northeast and north central Texas, far southeastern Kansas, northwestern Arkansas, and southwestern Missouri. So for the people who said that, or I should say asked, if areas over here near Joplin, Springfield, even areas near, Pittsburgh, Kansas, Tulsa, if you guys are going to get into the activity, yep, 100% you guys could potentially be in that activity. So I would watch out for it. There is probably going to be a tornado watch here relatively soon.
Okay, so while I have better connection, is my connection good, Nate?
Yeah, go.
Okay, so I just turned back to the south. I got on this, I don't know what state highway this is, but it's like a state highway going up towards Ogden. I just turned back around to the south. I'm heading back towards Ogden, and I'm gonna try to get a view back to the west of the severe warned the severe warned line. Excuse me, I can't talk today, but I'm gonna try to get you a shot of it here in a second. I think this is actually the leading edge of it right here, but I'm gonna try to get you a shot as soon as I can. I mean, I'm fighting trees, but same issue with November. To get you a shot, I'll get you one, man.
Yep, for sure. So that's Matt Chapman, our storm chaser out there. Who's, by the way, has a lot of accolades with chasing with us. You know, he's gotten so many tornadoes for us on stream. You know, you can go over practically most, if not, I would say most streams that he's been with us on, and he's gotten us a few good tornadoes on here. So, obviously, we hope that we don't see any here today for the sake of the people being impacted. But if there is something in this area, there's a good chance that Matt probably will be on it. So stay tuned with us here as we continue to get more information out of southwestern Arkansas. Interstate 30 near Texarkana, north and east of Texarkana, leading up all the way to Little Rock. Let's actually go ahead and shift our focus towards that. We'll look at the radar specifically. And here's Little Rock's radar right now. A lot of storms that are moving off towards the northern side. So Conway, Morrilton, even areas further north towards like the Van Buren and the Cleburne counties area. A lot of just scattered showers and thunderstorms over there. But what's really going to be the areas to watch is these storms all the way over here on the back side. These are going to be moving off gradually into this general area over here of central Arkansas, even into the southwestern portions of Arkansas. And as this continues to propagate, the environment is going to kind of continue to become more and more unstable, which will then give it a decent chance of being severe. And we already have, one of those storms that have already popped off kind of into a line, if you will. We also had a storm earlier that was severe warned over into portions of McCurtain County in Oklahoma. So, depending upon if there's more and more showers and thunderstorms, and we'll actually shift off towards Shreveport over here to take a look to see where some of these other storms are. There are storms that are over in Longview right now. Now, they're not severe. They're not severe right now. But they will be heading off into that environment of southern and even central Arkansas to where they could potentially be severe later on. And that's what we're going to have to kind of watch out for later on. But for right now, the good news is it hasn't fired off on all cylinders yet. And that's kind of what we're hoping for to continue. Just found a storm here. Very, very interesting storm here. This is due east of Fort Smith. This will be approaching the Driggs, the Paris, the Coxville, as well as the Altus and the Coal Hill area over here. Potential rotation here, let alone strong damaging winds at the least. There is definitely some form of jutting out with the winds right within here. Our radar is over here south of Fort Smith, right over here. And you notice because of that, our reds are moving away and our greens are moving towards right within that area. So if we, once again, zoom back in as to where that is, red's moving away, and then we start to see our greens and grays moving towards, which means we have a little bit of rotation right within there. I would watch out for it. If you're on highway, State Highway 22 near Coxville, Paris, Branch, even towards Highway 23, that might be something that I would watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north. It even has a little bit of a hook echo with it as well. You can take a look and you can see the rain is starting to wrap around into a counterclockwise fashion. When you start to have that, that can kind of indicate that, hey, we might be able to have something tornadic occur within this general area. So watch out for that. And yes, that does look like that will be the case. So regardless if this thing does produce a tornado or not, if you're in Paris, I would highly recommend you guys get indoors, stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. I really do believe that the storm could potentially have that shot to try and produce a tornado. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely, but the winds have intensified over the past few minutes. And, at minimum, there's some very strong damaging winds. That is the one thing that I will say. At minimum, 60 mile per hour wind gusts that can knock some trees and power lines down. On the other hand, we also have the potential for this thing to try and produce a tornado. And if it does produce a tornado, well, obviously that's not the best case scenario. So we're going to want to try, go ahead, get into a safe space. As long as you guys are away from windows, you guys will be fine. All right. But if you're near Paris, if you're near Driggs, Gray Rock, let's actually move over Omega here so that we can kind of see some other town names here. Gray Rock, Carbon City, as well as Kalamazoo, Roseville over here in Arkansas, and areas east of Coxville. You guys are going to want to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of your building. All right, lowest innermost part of your building. So this is, once again, this is in Arkansas. This is due east of Fort Smith. Fort Smith is all the way over here on the left. Right here is our nice little storm, or I should say not very nice little storm. It'll be heading off towards the Clarksville area, I-40. But before it gets to I-40, it'll head towards Paris and Carbon City, as well as Gray Rock, Coal Hill, and Hartman, as well as Union and Kalamazoo. So if you're over in those areas in Arkansas, highly recommend you guys go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That'd be a bathroom, that'd be a closet, no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Okay, well,
Pull this back up here. Did that just update? The answer is no. Probably will update
all
here
right.
in a second.
So that's. Oh, son of a gun.
Son of a
Wait a
gun.
second, I gotta figure this out. Yeah, I gotta
Just
figure out how I'm gonna get back. Okay, there we go.
so the radar has not updated as of recent. I am very curious to see if it will here relatively soon because pretty sure this storm would be right next to Paris here. Would not be surprised.
I think I can.
5 seconds until it is supposedly going to update.
Yeah, I can hear it here. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get north towards. I don't know how good my connection is, Nate, but if you can hear me, I'm gonna go ahead and get north towards Ashdown and follow this little line
Yeah.
up towards Ashdown. It's looking so. I will say that I have noted a really rapid intensification process. I guess you could. Last 10 minutes
Starting to lose you a little bit.
intense. So, give me 1 second. Okay, let's try again.
Yeah, go for it.
Question mark?
New tornado warning,
Okay,
actually.
so
Fun stuff.
this
Tornado
storm?
warning for
No,
North
it
Central
would be the
Logan
Paris cell.
County in western Arkansas, western
Okay, go ahead.
Johnson
Go ahead
County
then.
in
You're good.
western
This can
Arkansas.
wait.
Yeah, so there's the new tornado warning that we mentioned. Not very. I'm not too surprised that they issued this tornado warning, honestly. This storm does look like this is going to be one to try and produce a tornado. So if you guys, once again, live near Paris, live near Morrison Bluff, Hartman, Coal Hill, eventually towards the Clarksville area, more importantly, Paris, Arkansas, right now, you guys need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. According to the normalized rotation, it's not very strong rotation as of right now, which more than likely means that this thing has not tightened up all quite yet. It's still getting there. It's still trying to intensify to that stage, but it is definitely in the beginner stages of it attempting to try and become tornadic. So that's the reason why they've issued this tornado warning. Once again, this is for Logan and Johnson counties until the top of the hour, until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So once again, Coal Hill, Paris, more importantly, if you're in Paris, Arkansas, along Highway 22, you need to get in your safe space right now. Hartman, Morrison Bluff, Clarksville, Harmony, as well as Ozone a lot further along the line. You guys need to get in your safe space. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, go, Matt. What do you got?
All right. I will say, right now I'm on this North Highway going up towards Ashdown. I was just gonna say that I have definitely noticed an uptick in intensification, uptick in lightning. So it's producing a lot more lightning over the last 5 minutes or so. So it is definitely starting to intensify. Now, that's not to say that this storm's intensifying and getting ready to produce a tornado. It looks really linear to me at the moment. But it definitely has intensified. It's getting stronger. So, I mean, that could just translate into stronger straight line winds. You know, could knock down some trees and things of that sort. But just kind of wanted to throw that out there. But I'm kind of trying to figure out what I want to do here.
Yeah.
This segment does look to be linear, and it doesn't really look like it has much of a tornado threat at the moment. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what my next plan is. But for now, I mean, I'm just going to stay with this one. It's intensifying. It's starting to produce more lightning. So even if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, you know, you definitely want to try to stay indoors. You know, when thunder roars, go indoors. You start hearing lightning or you start hearing thunder, you need to go inside and just kind of hang out. I mean, it's not really smart to be out. So
Right.
we'll have to see. We'll see how this storm develops over the next, half an hour. So it's still early, but this cluster looks linear at the moment. I don't really see it doing much at the moment, but we'll see. we'll see how it develops. It's early, so.
The one thing that I will say when you are taking into consideration about your overall thought process of where you're going to go next, take into consideration the storms that are south of I-20. Those ones will eventually be heading off into your area, albeit a little bit later on. So unless if you really want to go down south to catch some action, you know, consider that.
I definitely could. Like I said, this segment right here looks to be just a linear thing. This thing looks like it's, I mean, I don't see this doing anything right now. Now, I don't know about the perimeter space up ahead of it, but as of right now, I mean, this is literally just linear. This is wind, is all this is.
Right.
So for right now, I'm not really sure. I mean, I could end up dropping south towards Shreveport and getting on those cells on I-20, but I'll have to figure that out. I'm going to stick with this for now.
Yeah,
and
for
we'll
sure.
kind of follow this line, but how it goes.
Let's go back to the tornado warning here real quickly. Once again, tornado warning for Logan and Johnson counties here in west central Arkansas. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. On reflectivity, this thing has something, you know, it looks very good on presentation, I'll tell you what. You see a lot of the rain that's starting to wrap around in a little bit of this hook fashion, kind of like that. And you can see the kind of little nudging area right on the southern side, right around there. So all this rain is essentially being swirled into the storm, and it's being pulled around in a counterclockwise fashion. On the other hand, this is also starting to pull in a lot of moisture. You notice there's a lot of low values of reflectivity over here near Paris, as well as areas near Subiaco. And because of that, there's a lot of moisture that's just being wrapped into that general area. So when you have a lot of moisture being pulled in, and when you have a lot of rain being pulled in right in together, that in itself can kind of mix and develop a lower area of pressure, which could sometimes even end up being a tornado. So that's the reason why a tornado warning has been issued for these areas. Once again, Paris, Subiaco, Coal Hill, areas along State Highway 22, U.S. Highway, this would be 64, all the way up to Clarksville, Morrison Bluff, areas near Interstate 40, and then eventually towards the Harmony and the Ozone areas here in Arkansas. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. If you live just to the west of those areas that I just mentioned, still stay indoors, because there actually is some larger amounts of hail within the storm. So you don't want to be pelted by quarter-sized hail, maybe even larger than that, and upwards of a $half-sized hail possible within some of these storms. So I would watch out for that. I wouldn't go outside and mess with those storms all too much. I don't quite see anything on correlation coefficient quite yet in regards to something being tornadic. That is not a part of the storm, so that is not a debris signature. Yeah, I don't see anything right now that tells me this thing is on the ground at the moment, but I do see a storm that is continuing to rotate, maybe even, from the looks of it, I think this thing is trying to recycle. This is the old rotation that it had. It moved due east, and a new rotation might be developing on the northern side. So this thing might actually be very cyclic at the moment. Storms tend to go through cycling periods, to where when a tornado gets old and it dies, it tends to displace itself from the original thunderstorm, and a new rotation ends up developing right next to it. This one's a lot quicker than it usually would be, so I wonder if this thing is displacing rotations too quickly to the point to where it actually can't produce tornadoes. The only, bad thing about that is that if it continues to cycle more and more and more, it'll get more and more chances to try and produce tornadoes. Even if they are relatively quick, they still do damage somewhere, and we of course hope that it isn't to public property of, just the general public. So we hope that it kind of just doesn't cycle. If it doesn't cycle, if it doesn't produce a tornado, it makes my life a whole lot easier. I don't have to talk about tornadoes all day, but unfortunately, that is kind of the case here from the looks of it right now. And so we still have a tornado warning here. Once again, Logan and Johnson counties here in Arkansas until the top of the hour, until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. A reminder, this is due east of Fort Smith. So right here's Fort Smith, and then somewhere down there, right along I-40 is Conway and Little Rock. So we're in between Little Rock, which is in the central portions of Arkansas, and Fort Smith, which is on the furthest western portion of Arkansas along the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. So that is where we're talking about with our tornadic storm. That is where we could potentially be talking about something having the chance of producing a tornado. So for people who are trying to figure out where that is, that's where, that's what we got.
Nate, don't quote me on this, but I think I might be looking, and I can't exactly tell, but I think I'm looking at a wall cloud.
Either that or a shelf, because I'm looking on the screen right now.
It could be a shelf, but I see rotation in there with rising motion. I think this is a wall cloud right in front of me. I'm gonna be honest.
It'll depend upon how long the wall cloud extends for. If it is an actual, if it extends for a long time, then it might be a shelf.
It does not. I'm trying to figure. Okay, I'll get you an exact. I don't want to say anything that's misinformative.
Is it on that right side right there? Here, let's take a look at full screen real quickly, guys.
Yeah. So I'm looking over to the right side. I mean, there definitely was a little bit of like rotating with upward motion, but I can't exactly tell. I mean, like I said, I don't want to be misinformative, but it looks like it. It's hard to tell right now from all these buildings and stuff, but as I get closer, I'll have a better idea of what this is. I mean, radar coverage in this area is really bad, so like it wouldn't surprise me if we missed it on radar. That's kind of the issue with this region. Radar coverage in this area is known to be bad, so it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, I mean, this is. Well, I'll have to see. I'll get you an update on that here in a few moments.
Yeah, I'll look back at that again. I'll see what I can do with that. One thing that I do want to do is I want to inform everyone here. There are a couple other showers and thunderstorms that could potentially be tornadic here. We talked about San Augustine and Sabine counties here in Texas earlier on and how they could potentially see some activity. They had a severe thunderstorm warning issued, and it's still ongoing right now. Before, there actually was a tornado warning for Tyler and Jasper counties in Texas. That very same storm is still rotating. It died off temporarily for a few minutes, and then it ended up starting to intensify once again off near the Bronson and the areas near the intersection of Highway 96 and State Highway 103 south of San Augustine. So if you know anyone who lives near Bronson, near Highway 96, near State Highway 103, south of San Augustine, and due west of Milam, over kind of along the border of the Sabine and the San Augustine County area in Texas, I would watch out for that. Definitely could be something to where there could be some tornadic activity. And if we take a look at the normalized rotation, once again, this quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. The blues are relatively weak rotation, but once you start to get into the greens and yellows, that's starting to get into the moderate levels of rotation, and we do have a little bit of moderate rotation right within there. So I would watch out for that. Definitely something that I would not be surprised if a tornado warning got sounded out in our ears here in a bit. On the other hand, if we move just to the north and east, we have another one of these very same cells that is right along the border of Sabine County in Texas. And then for the people who don't know, in Louisiana, they call their counties parishes. So we also have Sabine Parish over in Louisiana near Manny and Zwally, as well as Florian. So if you know anyone who lives over there near Negreet and that general area near, this would be State Route 6, as well as State Route 191 here in Louisiana, south and west of Manny, or not Manny, Manny. There is the potential for something to be tornadic right around that area too. So just something to watch out for. Maybe even towards the Natchitoches Parish area, as well as Pleasant Hill. Just might be something to watch out for a little bit later on.
Yeah, that looks more like a shelf to me now. Okay, fair enough. That's why I didn't want to say anything too clearly.
Shelf cloud? Is that what it is?
It looks more like a shelf cloud. That's why I didn't want to say anything with confidence, because I couldn't exactly tell, but it looks to me more like a shelf cloud. It extends both directions pretty. It did look like a wall cloud briefly, but like I'm not too sure what happened there. It's hard because I'm fighting these buildings and stuff, but
this is
there definitely is left to right motion down here. There definitely is. So I will say that, but I think that might just be I think that might just be like Scud feeding into the shelf cloud. There's upward motion as well right here with Scud upward motion.
Right,
but
right.
I don't see. I can't make out any right to left motion, so that's what makes me kind of, skeptical about rotation. I
Right.
can't tell, but like radar backs it up. So like radar is showing that there could possibly be rotation here.
Yeah.
So
whenever you
I don't
can,
know.
Matt, can you tilt the and this is whenever you stop. So yeah, tilt it down just a little teeny bit. There you go. Good stuff. That's all good.
Yeah, so I'm looking back right here.
Right. Yeah, I see that.
This little piece, because I keep seeing there's stuff that's like feeding in from left to right, and then I can't make out any right to left, but that's what I'm watching because radar shows that could potentially be a meso. So like, that's where I'm going to be watching. Again, chat, this area that I'm in, this region that I'm in, we call it the Ozarks. It's called the Ozark region, or the Arklatex, however you want to call it.
Tornado warning for West Central Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Shelby County in eastern Texas, northeastern San Augustine County in eastern Texas, northwestern Sabina County in
it's
eastern
really all up
Texas.
to your eyes for the most part. So
Right.
that's the issue with today. And then also the trees and whatnot.
New tornado warning has been issued here. New tornado warning. So this is for actually 2 new tornado warnings that just got issued.
Tornado warning for
Listen in.
Central Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
So both those storms that we mentioned right along the border of Texas and Louisiana, both of them have now gone tornado warn. So this is for Sabine Parish in Louisiana, Shelby County, San Augustine County, and Sabine County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So both of these storms, this one over here near Bronson, right down here, and this one over here near Negreet, heading off towards the Manny areas. This is the storms, or these are the storms, I should say, that have been tornado warned. So if you lived in those areas, this would be Bronson, Milam, Patroon over here in Texas near the intersection of 103 and 96 here in eastern Texas, as well as areas over here near Negreet, Manny, as well as Fort Jessup, areas near Zwally, as well as Belmont. If you live in those areas along the border of Texas and Louisiana, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And I know some of you may not have underground facilities, so that's completely fine. Just get into the lowest innermost part of your building. All right. If you were to try and, create a map of your house, some sort, and you were to place a dot, like a pin right in the middle of the house, you would find a closet or a bathroom or something, some form of room that is in the innermost portion of that building. Now, if you're in a mobile home, it's not safe there. I'm going to be completely honest with you. You have to find somewhere else to go. If you know someone that has a sturdy building near you that is anchored towards the ground, please kindly ask them, hey, can I stay over in this area just for this tornado warning? Or if there is any tornado warnings in the future, can I come over here and, sit these storms out with you guys? 9 out of 10 times they'll say yes. All right, there's only 9 out of 10 times they will say yes. So what are you looking at, Matt?
Nate, this is 100%. This is a wall cloud, a rotating wall cloud. There's a lot of upward motion, a lot of upward rising scud feeding into this. This is a wall cloud right in front of me. I just looked at radar. This is a wall cloud right in front of me, rapidly rotating. Holy, that upward motion is screaming. Yeah, right here in the middle, right in the middle of the screen, you can see it. It's.
Where are you currently at?
So I am north of Ashdown on, I think this is 71, 59, something like that. One of those highways.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see it on radar. I just looked at radar to confirm, but that's okay. I guess it just died out on me. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Maybe a weak spin up.
Definitely walk off for a second. Yeah, it could have been for sure. It could have been. I'm gonna start making my way towards Nashville though. I don't know, guys. This storm is starting to look a lot better in the last couple of minutes. I would say if you live in the area of Nashville, Arkansas, I would be watching this. I'm not gonna say you got to get in your safe place, but I would be I would be paying attention to this really closely because I mean this thing could develop.
Start. Starting to lose it a little
I
bit.
would be ready.
But yeah, I'll see you then when we get when you get a little bit closer to Nashville. If you see anything else, please be sure to let me know. One thing I will say is that you know, even though these storms are moving off to the northeast, please be sure to take an east option if you can. That way you can get back out in front of these storms. That'll be the only way he'll be able to really keep up with these storms here today. Let's go back to the tornado warnings down south. All right, so once again, we have 2 tornado warnings, one near Bronson, which is right along the U.S. Highway 96 area here in Texas. We have another one that's over in the Sabine Parish area of Louisiana near Manny. And if you know anyone that lives near Manny, Negreet, Zwolle, Fort Jessup, now would be the time, in my honest opinion, for you guys to go ahead, get indoors, lowest innermost part of your building, and stay away from windows. If you're in those areas and you heed the warning of the National Weather Service, you should be fine. All right, there's nothing really to be scared about. All right, if you just make sure that you guys seek a sturdy structure, that would mean that you don't go outside. You know, obviously, you don't want to start off the New Year's by being picked up by a tornado. All right, that's not how I would start this out. But you know, it's people do some weird stuff. All right, people do some very weird stuff. I do not advise it, and I would highly recommend that you would not, you know, go outside during a tornado warning. So if you are in a tornado warning, when we call your counties, or if you're in Louisiana, if we call your parish, please be sure to heed the National Weather Service warnings. All right, lowest floor of your building, bathroom or closet, inside of it, the lowest innermost part. All right, once again, if you were to, you know, take an image of your house, something like that, all sorts of rooms and stuff like that in it, and you were to pin the middle part of it, just like that. If there is a closet or a bathroom that's in the middle and it doesn't have any windows or stuff like that, get in that place, hide in it, get helmets, get pillows, make sure you have shoes on, just on the off chance that if you do go outside, if a tornado hit near your area, that's a lot of splinters and stuff like that. All right, or even if it did hit your house and you're walking around that. All right, that's a lot of different ways that could hurt you if you try to move around. So it's highly recommended that you, just imagine yourself going outside on a bike. If you're going outside on a bike, get all the necessary stuff that you guys would get to do that, and you guys should be good. So once again, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. Because as I said, there's 2 tornado warnings right here along the border of Louisiana and Texas. For Sabine Parish, there's a tornado warning over there near Manny. This one has actually started to intensify over the recent scans. And looking at the normalized rotation here, this is actually something that we're going to want to watch out for very closely, because it is starting to get towards the higher end of our moderate rotation. We mentioned that our scale is on the left-hand side. If you get into the blues, that is relatively weak rotation. And if you get into the kind of bright greens, all right, not these dark greens down here at the bottom, don't pay too much attention to that stuff. That stuff is not really all that important. Once you get towards these style of greens that are inside the blues, kind of like this, that's when you start to get to the beginning of the moderate styles of rotation. So the green and the yellow, that's moderate rotation. And then when you start to get into the red and even into the pink, that is some very strong rotation. New tornado warning
for Central Perry County in central Arkansas, North Central Garland County in central Arkansas, Northwestern Saline County in central Arkansas.
Oh yeah, that is definitely a storm that could potentially be producing a tornado. And that just intensified over the past couple of minutes too. I wonder, actually, maybe the potential for that is there. But new tornado warning here, guys. New tornado warning here in central Arkansas. This is for Perry, Garland, and Saline counties here in Arkansas until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live within those areas, heading off towards the Perryville general vicinity, as well as the Bigelow, as well as the Perrin areas, I would highly recommend you guys go ahead, get into a safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Once again, I know some people may not have basements, and that's okay. You just gotta get in the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. That means that if you live in a mobile home, you need to be sure to get into a place to where you know a sturdy building is. If you know a gas station nearby, go to it. As long as it's not south of you, go to it. You can hide in there for a little bit. Just act as if you're kind of, shopping around in there. As soon as that storm passes by, boom, you can go back out. You can go back to your daily lives unless if another storm comes by. All right, but if you're in a mobile home, it is highly recommended that you do not stay there during the tornado warning. So once again, this is Perry, Garland, and Saline counties in Arkansas until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you're in Jessieville, I would highly recommend you guys stay in your safe space for right now. That is a tornado. That is definitely a tornado that just occurred, and it went near Jessieville. So potentially our first tornado of the year, unfortunately, has occurred right near the town of Jessieville in Arkansas. So hopefully they are all right over there. This storm formed very, very quickly. And the good news for that is the National Weather Service just barely got the warning out in time. But that's kind of the storms that we're going to have to deal with here today, is very quick, quickly strengthening storms that just pop out of nowhere. And it's all the more important here today, all right, that you heed the National Weather Service's warnings. Very, very important. So once again, Jessieville, stay in your safe space for right now as a tornado has occurred near your area. There is the debris signature. I was talking about how the correlation coefficient can be used to help determine as to whether or not we're looking at rain or not. Red is essentially rain, and everything else, with the exception of maybe some oranges, is not. And if we take a look at it with this, we see that we do have a lowering with our correlation coefficient. Starts to get into the green. We notice that the reflectivity is still relatively high, which means the radar is picking up stuff in there. It's not like it's picking up air. If we take a look at the ZDR, we see gray values in there, which means that this, unfortunately, has kicked up debris, which means that we did indeed have a tornado that just occurred over here north, or actually right over Jessieville. So if you're in Jessieville, you need to get into your safe space right now. Further down along the line, I will say, the good news is that there's not as many areas here that are relatively populous out in front of the storm. But if you're over near Ragsdale, Williams Junction, and Cherry Hill, you guys definitely should watch out for that as those storms continue to move out towards your general area. Let's move back down to the south. Let's go back down to Fort Polk. And oh boy, this is, that definitely looks like some range folding, I will say. But, I mean, look at that for yourself here, ladies and gentlemen. The normalized rotation here, even though it is an algorithm, it is indicating some relatively strong rotation. And we've been talking about the storm for quite some time. This is definitely a strong storm at that. I do believe this is range folded in some, some form or way. But this is definitely a storm that I would watch out for. Highway 171. Highway 171, if you're in these areas over here in Louisiana, all right, near Manny and Zwolle. If you're in between those areas, in between Zwolle and Manny, you need to get in your safe space right now. Because there is the potential for this storm right here to try and put down a tornado. How strong it may be, we won't know until it actually does it, because the radar right now, I talk about how this thing is, it's got some side lobe contamination within it. Side lobe contamination, not range folding, although it does have range folding across the board. Range folding is bad velocity data. Side lobe contamination is what I was trying to get to. that right there is making it a lot difficult for me to actually see what is really going on within this storm. And because of that, that makes not only my life a lot more difficult, it makes the National Weather Service's life a lot more difficult too. So it's one of those things to where you really have to try and trust that there isn't anything on the ground, but we have to treat it like it's on the ground. If you know what I mean. It's one of those things where it's rather be safe than sorry. Rather be safe than sorry. So, US Highway 171 here in Louisiana, right near Zwally and right near Manny. Right over here, and then eventually towards the Belmont areas. You need to get in your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Let's see. I'm not sure if... I'm gonna tell Matt. Do that. Just have to put that up. Real quickly. I haven't done this at all, but I really do appreciate the people who have. Okay? Got to get through all of those supporters in my channel real quickly, and then we'll get back to this. Will with the 5, thank you so much. You're going to be at the Bills-Bengals game. Good luck. Should be fine for the most part. I'm not really anticipating too much activity over there in your area. Shenanigans with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Kristen with the 2, thank you so much. Terry with the 5. Pyro with the 5. And I'm glad you bought Radar Scope. Radar Scope's a very good product as well. So good stuff for looking at that. Now I don't really feel like it with the 5. Thank you so much. And then AC with the 1. Thank you for supporting the channel. You there, Matt? You having fun, Chief? Barely. It's very robotic. Very, very robotic. I'll tell you what, Matt always has fun with low service. That's always the case. He always has fun with that whenever he chases. It's his most favorite thing in the world is chasing around with that. Yeah, Matt, if you didn't see in your DMs, I would probably just start heading south. But I wouldn't just, like, head south. I would head towards, like, you know, where these storms that are currently approaching Shreveport are going. Stuff like that. Shreveport's radar is not exactly the best at looking at some of these things, but, you know, it's also such as life. Also such as life. So, guys, I think you're starting to kind of understand why I said, well, I should say why I am saying side lobe contamination is making things very difficult for me to understand what's actually going on. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is, it's supposed to look something like this. It's supposed to look something like this. It's looking like that. And, it's just... It's something that, you know, with all the good technology that we have, it's still just kind of like, oh, well, can't really do too much about with that. But it also makes things very difficult for us to try and interpret what is actually going on. So, very intense side lobe contamination that essentially just, once again, it misplaces data by putting it into spots where it shouldn't be. And, yeah. So, we'll look at that. We'll try and see what's going on with that here again in a second. But, for right now, the storm...
Hey, should I just head to, like, street?
Shreveport, yeah, probably Shreveport, maybe even Magnolia in Arkansas, or El Dorado. They issued a mesoscale discussion for those storms that are approaching Shreveport. I'm not sure if you knew. It says, quote, an increasingly favorable corridor for tornadoes is developing across portions of the Arklatex this afternoon. So that's what they're saying right now with that. Probably not. Areas in St. Louis should be fine. So this is just to go over real quickly. That's a new tornado warning, actually, so I can't go over anything.
Tornado warning for southeastern DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, south central Red River Parish in northwestern Louisiana, west central Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana, north central Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
It is actually Natchitoches Parish, so consider that. Real quickly, this is looking over the entire area here for today, all right? If you live in the yellow or in the orange, you need to watch out for severe weather here today, because that is where we are anticipating, I should say, the most activity in regards to severe weather, let alone tornadoes. So please be sure to watch out for that. If you are in the dark green or in the light green, don't worry about it. We'll get there to it tomorrow because there is a threat for severe weather further east of this. It'd be like New Orleans, Jackson, Birmingham, and Pensacola tomorrow. So we'll get into that activity a little bit later on in the stream. And I'll actually show you guys here. This is actually the risk for tomorrow. Once again, the yellow and the orange is a lot further to the east, and we will be live for that. So if you want to come back to the stream and you live in those areas, please be sure to do so. But for right now, this is what we are dealing with as of this moment. This storm system situated over Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma. Fortunately, the highway between Zwally and Manny have mostly woods and hunting leases, so that's good. That means that there probably isn't as many people who live within these areas. Belmont, you're up next, though. Belmont, Marthaville, Pleasant Hill, and Lake End, as well as areas near Interstate 49. You guys are going to be impacted up next, so watch out for that. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I understand some people may not have basements, so just lowest innermost part of your building. All right? Even if you don't have a basement, that's fine. It's okay. As long as you are in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, you get a helmet, put on shoes, make sure that you have protective gear, pillows, and stuff like that. You'll be fine. And I even advise that you bring those down if you're in your basement too. Have those as well. That way, you guys can continue to put more walls in between yourself and the tornadic rotation. We look at the cell once again. We look at it from the reflectivity perspective, which just takes a look at how much rain there is. Actually, 1 second. We take a look at the storm from a reflectivity perspective. We have something called a hook right here. It's officially called a hook echo. There's a lot of stuff that's named with an echo at the end. But we have what is essentially called the hook, or the notch, if you will, which is essentially where the storm wraps a lot of rain around, just like this, and it tries to spin it in a counterclockwise fashion. You also have this little open area right within here to where moisture can come in and try and help spin within this as well. So that's kind of your moisture coming in. It's feeding the storm more and more and more. And when both come together, that's where you could potentially have your little tornado right there on the little edge of the hook. Right where that upside down triangle is actually at. That's the tornado vortex signature. And because of that, that is definitely side lobe contamination. So don't pay too much to the intensity of that one. Let's put it this way. We're going to encounter a lot of side lobe contamination here today. So if you're trying to think, all right, well, we're going to see a lot of very strong tornadoes. It's going to be clean signatures. We're going to see everything. It's going to be perfect today. No, it's not going to be perfect today, unfortunately. It's just going to make our lives a little bit more difficult to try and dissect what is actually going on. But, I mean, you take a look at it from this perspective. We still have rotation in this area. We still have rotation. And because of that, you know, because we have what looks to be a hook echo, so classic supercell, I go to ZDR, we look, you know, it looks like we have pretty strong ZDR arc right within this area as well with a strong updraft. It looks like this storm could very well try to sustain a little bit longer, barring the fact that these storms out in front of it don't try and, you know, play some rock'em sock'em robots with it. If it starts to, you know, combine with this cell, then maybe we can start talking about, hey, maybe the storm could try to potentially weaken for a short time being. But other than that, this is a storm that looks like it's going to try and sustain. And we might be talking about this one for a little bit longer than we want to. Why does side lobe contamination happen? It has to do with the actual geometry of the weather radars itself. So the weather radars, these ones are very good. All right. The weather radars have all sorts of different things that they look at in regards to, you know, different sizes of the particles, the shapes and stuff like that. And, you know, barring the fact that the geometry of it is kind of, you know, little meh with it, if we didn't have side lobe contamination, these radars would be perfect. But what it essentially is the actual geometry of the radars reflect beams from the other portions of the atmosphere. So radars look at different levels of the sky. All right, so I can take a look at different levels of the sky right now if you guys want me to, and you can see, as you know, got all sorts of different stuff here. But it actually reflects stuff on different levels of the sky down to other areas where it shouldn't be. And because that is the case, we get side lobe contamination. So, yeah, it is very annoying. I will say that much. Very, very annoying. But still is something that I can deal with. So as long as I know what I'm looking for.
Okay, well.
As long as I know what I'm looking for, it should be okay. Should be okay. But right now, these are the only 2 tornado warnings that are in effect as of this moment. We are also still waiting on the potential for a new tornado watch to be issued along the eastern portions of Oklahoma. So we are waiting for that very closely.
So, real quick, while there's downtime, Nate.
Yep.
I have my GPS set to Shreveport, so I'm on the way to Shreveport. But like, if I need to update that, you know, feel free to let me know.
Yeah.
That looks like a wall cloud off in the distance. That might be a wall cloud.
Those storms over there. Actually, you know what? That very well could be. Matt, where are you at?
Yeah, that actually is a wall.
Where are you at?
Hold on 1 second. I'll get you a. I'm 8 miles north of Ogden, looking off to the west. There's a wall cloud. That's 100% a wall cloud. That's a very beefy wall cloud.
Northwest?
No. Hold on. 1 second.
I wouldn't say northwest. There's definitely a storm that's north of you that has some rotation.
Yeah, I'm looking northeast. That's what I meant. Northeast.
Then yeah, that probably is. It's that cell that's heading towards Nashville right now.
Oh, that's fun. I just left that. Yeah, that's a really beefy wall cloud, and I can see it from here. I might try to turn in somewhere and look off that way so you can get a stream of it.
So are you in Ashdown right now?
I think so, yes. Looking off to the east-northeast-ish.
Let's try and get a two view.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try to see. Okay, I might be able to get you a real quick shot. I'm going to turn around. You can see right back here, like way back right in the center of the screen, you can see back behind the tree line.
Yeah, it is very far. It is very far out there. But yeah, that could potentially be it.
Yeah. I can't catch that anymore. I don't think so. So I don't think I could catch it. I mean, maybe I could if I could find an east option, but I don't think I can. I might honestly be able to try to find somewhere around here and just watch it because, like, I have a really good visual of it from back here.
You know what you probably could do? If you did decide to go to Ashtown, that one road that went around the lake.
Yeah, I think I just went through Ashdown, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm 8 miles from Ogden, so I think I just went through Ashdown. It's up to you. If you want me to, I can go. If you want me to, I'll turn around. Because that did have a pretty nice wall cloud to it.
How much luck do I believe in this storm? Let's take a look at the environment. Just 2 seconds, please. I wish this thing ended up being a little bit closer so that I can actually zoom in. There's a lot of 3 Cape over there.
That did have a really nice wall cloud to it, though.
You know what, Matt?
I don't know why.
You know what, Matt?
Sir.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, I gotta get turned around and then...
Go get him.
Give me like a city name or something that can take me to that road.
Saratoga.
Saratoga?
Saratoga.
Okay. Let me see. Saratoga. I really should not be doing this right now, but I have to. I don't have a choice because I can do it right now. There we go. Okay. There we go. Well, I'm going to go after that because that wall cloud was really nice. It looked really beefy. Beefy wall cloud. So I'm going to try to see if I can get you a shot here in just a minute, man. I'll do my best. As soon as I get a shot, though, I'll call for you as soon as I got a shot for you.
For sure. I'll keep watching on the side screen. Let's go back down south. Or actually, let's go north temporarily to go see what's happening over here. Flash flood warning for Conway. So if you guys live in Conway in Arkansas, the unfortunate matter is there's going to be more rain on the way, which means there's going to be an additional threat for flooding within that area. So I would watch out for that. Yeah, Matt, it does look like those cells that are approaching Nashville. I'm looking at the Fort Smith radar, and they actually do look pretty decent. So they may be the ones that I would kind of stay next to.
Yeah, I need to try to play catch up now, though. That's my issue. I got to play catch up.
You'll be fine, or at least I think you will be. How fast were those other storms moving? They were moving northeast at 40, so that's not bad.
Yeah, I can catch up. Highway speeds out here are about 60, 65, 70, so I can catch up.
Yeah, you'll be fine then. But yeah, the unfortunate thing for Conway is there's gonna be more storms heading off near your area, so expect more rain. If you find any flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. All right, they appear a lot shallower than they actually are, and that's how people get trapped in that. That's how people get trapped in all those flooded roadways that you see on the news. You know, it's not all, that's not fake.
Come on, go green, please.
That is some more side lobe contamination to make my life so much more difficult. Belmont, Pleasant Hill, Marthaville, areas near Interstate 49. I actually want to see. LA traffic cameras. We might be able to see. Might be able to see it. Once again, Belmont, Pleasant Hill, Marthaville, areas near Interstate 49 here. If you live over in these areas here in Louisiana, this is specifically for DeSoto, Red River, Natchitoches, and Sabine parishes. You need to get into your safe space now. There are no traffic cameras here, unfortunately. Which means I cannot see what's going on. That is unfortunate. It'll be fine, though. It'll be all good. But yeah, this definitely looks like there is some side lobe contamination within this. And yeah, once again, you can kind of see it goes from this rotation here with a normalized rotation of that to a normalized rotation of that. Still says there's strong rotation, but there is definitely rotation here. All right, there is definitely rotation. You see red's moving towards the radar, green, red's moving towards, classic, red's moving away, green's moving towards. I was thinking Shreveport up here, so this would be green, this would be red, but it's not. That's not how that is. Red moving away, green moving towards, radar's down to the south and east. It's all the way down there. There's also another storm over here north of Milan that might also cause some issues. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Counterclockwise spin. So there is that. And then there's another storm north of Milan. This one probably will go tornado warned as well. Zwolle and Noble. Alright, so I know there's someone who lives in here from Zwolle. Be on alert. Might be another storm that's heading off near your area here as well. That's getting near the State Highway 87 area north of Milan. So Zwolle, Noble, I'd watch out. New area of rotation that is approaching from the south and west. And that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Yeah, this is it.
Southeastern Shelby County in eastern Texas, northwestern Sabina County in eastern Texas.
So that is this storm right here. They just tornado warned it for that. Lindsay with the 5 says, I'm sure you've answered this many times before, but what program am I using? Very good question. This program that I'm using right here is GR2 Analyst. It is the best radar product that you can get. Okay. Only issue is that it costs some money. So, unless if you have $250, I recommend some alternatives. Radar Scope or Radar Omega. You can even get both if you really want to, but either one works. They both have the same function, just doesn't have as cool stuff. But either one works. If you want, you know, GR2 Analyst, Gibson Ridge Analyst, get version 3 as well. Version 3 is the cool one. But yeah, once again, that is a new tornado warning here. New tornado warning. This would be for DeSoto, Sabine, Shelby. Or actually, DeSoto and Sabine parishes, as well as Shelby and Sabine counties in Texas. I always have to remember that they have Sabine Parish and Sabine County. So when it says Sabine and Sabine, it's two different things. It almost throws me off sometimes. But that'll be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in those areas, highly recommend you get indoors. Now, it looks like, according to this warning, that Zwolle is just barely outside of it. They're just to the east. But if you know anyone that lives out ahead of stream, once again, Noble, Huxley, Texas, Converse, Louisiana, Benson, Louisiana, along Highway 171, approaching eventually towards the Pelican and the Oxford area, and south of Mansfield, I would highly recommend you guys get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Kendale with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's either Kendale or Kendall. But it says, appreciate everything you do. As curious programmer, what would be beneficial to have in your weather analysis adventure software-wise? So beneficial for me in regards to me doing the stream, there's always a couple programs that I've always wanted to make, but because, you know, I haven't really fully gotten into programming and stuff like that, I haven't really been able to take off with it. But right now I've got a group that's trying to at least improve the idea of manual detection on radar, and that would be a cool idea and stuff like that. Otherwise, on YouTube, cool idea would be having some way to manually automate whenever there's a new tornado watch, so that way I don't have to update the little ticker there. And then the slideshow at the bottom, some way to manually automate that instead of me having to type that down. And also a new way to say new tornado warning or something like that happens instead of, you know, because I can't do that as well. All sorts of stuff that is pretty difficult for me to do across the board. That does not look like a debris signature at the moment. At least it's very difficult for me to see if it is. Maybe. It could that could be. It's right on the edge. It is right on the edge. Regardless, Pleasant Hill, Marthaville, Interstate 49, near Lakes End, Hannah, and Evelyn, south of that. Guys need to get in your safe space. Wow, Brett Adair is on Radar Omega. I did not know that. But he is zooming down to the storm here on 49. He's going probably quicker than highway speed, I'll tell you what. But yeah, Wallace, Ajax, Old Pleasant Hill, King Hill, all sorts of areas over there. I'd watch out for that very, very closely. Because there could very well be a potential tornado with this one. It is hard to see at the moment. Yep. And by the way, if you are actually serious in doing stuff like that, then feel free to contact me on Discord, because, you know, I always like to try and communicate as much as possible if I am going to be doing stuff like that. But yeah, this thing, it does have a chance to be a tornado. The only issue is, well, now I kind of have to lean towards that might be a tornado. Now I do have to lean towards that being a tornado. I think that's the nod. Yeah, I do believe that probably is, or I should say was, a tornado. That's what I was looking for verification. And I got it. It checkmarked a lot of those boxes. So I think that probably was a tornado. North and east of Belmont, north and west of Marthaville, heading towards the Pleasant Hill area. And eventually towards I-49, Lake End, and Hannah. So if you live over there in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Now, as long as you guys get indoors, you get into a sturdy structure, and you get in the lowest innermost part of it, maybe even get some shoes, a helmet on, some pillows, you should be fine. All right? You just have to heed the National Weather Service's warning and get to that point. But that definitely looks like that was a tornado here. If not, currently is a tornado. I'm very curious because he's like zooming. I want to take a look. He's getting there. It's also this other storm that's north of Milam. This one also definitely has the chance to try and do something as well, so that might be something to watch out for. We're also getting very close to the Shreveport radar, which we might have to start using. That's also a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's north of Nashville near Nathan in Pike County. That could potentially also have a tornado as well, so we'll watch out for that. 2,800 feet. This is 3,700 feet, so we don't need to even look at that anymore. We'd have to take a look at Shreveport. And yeah, that is a debris signature. That is indeed a tornado. From the looks of it, that is a tornado. So, yeah, the side lobe contamination is just making things very, very difficult for us to kind of see what's going on. But it is noticeable enough to say that that is a tornado that has occurred within this area. So Lake End, Hannah, Evelyn, these areas over here in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. Tag me in the video.
So Nate, I'm gonna head to the area of Murfreesboro because that rotation up there near Murfreesboro looks a lot more intense.
Okay.
Don't know if you can hear me. But yeah.
Yeah, I can.
I'm looking across the lake right now. I'll pan the camera real quick. You can see over there. That's I think that's the southern end of that line, not the Murfreesboro cell, but I think that's the southern end of it. Where there may also be a mesocyclone in there. It's hard to tell, but that's probably about 20 miles from my location right now. It's still pretty apparent though. But
right.
Yeah, I'm headed that way, trying to play catch up right now. So that's where I'm at right now.
All right. And the cell that's so both of those cells, the one that's near Murfreesboro, I mean, you still got to head that general area anyway. You got to pass one storm in order to get to the other one. So, you know, yeah. Unless if you want to get on Interstate 30 and book it up and then move north after that. But, you know, a good way to parallel that would be 27 through Nashville and into Murfreesboro. So either way, you still got to get to that storms, but you are catching up to it. It does look like you are getting, or you're gaining speed on it, which is the good news with that one.
Yeah, I'm on 32 right now on the east side of the lake.
Right.
Deal with that here. That's the toughest for today, but I mean, I'm making a good pace. I'll catch up eventually.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, the only thing that you're really missing down south, if you really tried to book it to Shreveport right now, it would kind of be a little too late, so I'm kind of happy you're staying up there for right now. The only thing you've really missed is there's a storm that has kind of fired off over here. It went through and it got along the border of Texas and Louisiana, and it's crossing over Interstate 49 right now. It looked like this thing produced a tornado, but the only thing about it is that even if it's so close to the radar, the side lobe contamination is making everything very difficult for me to kind of see. So radar may not even be very helpful in regards to both intensity and placement, which is kind of concerning. But other than that, as long as at least I know what I'm looking for, I should be able to help you out the closer it gets to your area. It looks like the new area of rotation is about to cross over the interstate on I-49. It looks like Brett Adair, not that I have his feed pulled up on screen, but it looks like Brett Adair is just to the east of it. He's trying to catch it. There's just so many trees in his way, and it's kind of whack. I'm not sure he realizes that there's a bunch of farms northeast of him. I'm not sure if he realizes that or not, but there is a bunch of farms over there, and he could have probably seen this thing come into view just by getting at those farms. But yeah, it does look like there's a new area of rotation developing with that very same cell that did produce the tornado over near Pleasant Hill, Louisiana. It will be heading off towards the north and east, heading off towards the Lake End and the Hanna area, as well as eventually towards the Coshada area and Edgefield, Martin, and areas along Highway 71. So I'd watch out for that, and even Highway 84, I would watch out for that as well. Yeah, I'm looking at his feed on the left-hand side. As I said, I can't really pull it up due to copyright reasons. But Brett Adair, who's, in my opinion, one of the better storm chasers in all of storm chasing, you know, he's right on it. I mean, he's right on the storm. What would be the best way for people to watch that stuff? There we go. If you guys wanted to watch Brett Adair, all right, so have it on a side screen, if side screen if you're on computer or something like that. I sent the link in the chat. All right, that's live storm chasing. Right there from Brett Adair. You can go watch it. He's on the storm right now, and I don't know if he's gonna catch anything. Usually he does, so it'll be something interesting for you to watch. But other than that, if you want to continue to stay right here, watch it as we track it on radar. That's fine too. Lindsay with the $100 donation. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. Supports my channel exponentially, and man, oh man, just wow.
Saratoga.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lindsay. It really does mean a lot to me, the support to the channel. So thank you so much. All right, so back on it here right now. Storm is now starting to move across the interstate. I think it actually is officially past the interstate, at least according to Brett's stream on the side that I have. But it is getting closer to Lake End. It is getting very close to Hanna. US Highway 71, Coshada areas near Martin, Edgefield, Hall Summit, maybe even Ashland. You guys are next up. Once again, some more side lobe contamination. So this just going to be the continuous loop of, all right, well, we're going to see it for a good little bit, and then we're just going to, see not too much. But this is one of those things where if we just have general rotation within any of these storms, we just got to assume that it can potentially try and produce a tornado and just, take appropriate action to it. So that's the one thing that I'm trying to say is, regardless of it being side lobed or not, I mean, obviously it looks pretty serious right now. Obviously, I know, maybe it's not as serious. The common denominator is it still has rotation on it. It still has a chance to try and produce a tornado. So that's the reason why the warning goes out. That's the reason why we say, Well, here it is. This is where it's heading. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, tell them to get in their safe space. Or if you live within these areas, get in your safe space. All sorts of stuff like that. That's the reason why we talk about that. So, Hannah, Lake End, Coshada, Edgefield, Martin, Highway 71 over here in Louisiana. Get in your safe space. If you don't have a basement, get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There has been a new mesoscale discussion issued very far up to the north, in northern Arkansas. It says, quote, the supercell tornado risk continues across portions of Tornado Watch 1 in north central Arkansas, and a local spatial extension of the watch could be warranted towards the Arkansas-Missouri border. So that's very interesting. People have mentioned that there is a severe thunderstorm warning up north. I'm very curious as to what it's looking like right now, and we'll come back to the storm here in a second. But we'll go to Little Rock. We'll look to the north, and we do see there is some strong damaging winds with this storm, but there is some local areas of rotation approaching the Lurton, the Fort Douglas, the Deer, and the Mount Judea areas. So that might be something to watch out for. Right now, it's primarily a strong damaging wind threat. But, good on the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center for looking out for that one. I do think these storms over here in Pike County, or storms that are approaching Pike County, these ones might be the ones to watch out for as they progress towards Hot Springs. So if you're in Hot Springs, that might be something to watch out for that as well. Is there a new tornado watch?
Yes, sir. Just issued.
Fun stuff. I'll look at it on the left-hand side here in a second. For the people who have been on the stream and have know the rules already, go ahead. Start guessing as to what the watch probabilities are. If you're new to it, you have no idea what we're doing right here, it's fine. If you don't pay attention, you can just ignore the general band of idiots that are just randomly putting out numbers. I'm just kidding. That's not how it is. What actually is happening is when a tornado watch gets issued, there's two separate sets of probabilities that are issued. One of which is for 2 or more tornadoes that are in the tornado watch, and the other is for 1 or more strong tornadoes that are issued. The first set of numbers is that 2 or more, and then the second set of numbers is that 1 or more strong tornadoes. So you can have like 40-20, you can have 80-50, you can have 60-40, which is what we had before. All sorts of weird stuff. All right, so the first set of numbers is always larger than the second set of numbers, but it's always a number between 1 and 100. So, let's see if I can actually get this up. There's the new tornado watch. It has not given me the thing on GR Earth quite yet, which is kind of unfortunate because I can't actually answer if this is, I know it's been issued. I can't actually answer the question that everyone's trying to answer in the chat. Unfortunate. Well, I guess we'll have to answer it here in a second because it really is not going to show up here. I'm looking at it on the left screen. It should be somewhere over here in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Fayetteville. I think even Paris to an extent. It should be over here, but it's not. And that complicates things. So I guess we will have to wait and see. But here's the old tornado warning again. Once again, this is a tornado warning here for Red River, Natchitoches, and DeSoto parishes until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. I mean, this thing is going to continue to just go in and out with its intensity. Whether or not it's actually producing a tornado or not, I personally don't believe it matters all too much. If there's a tornado warning, you need to treat it like a tornado. And that's all the more reason for you to get into your safe space. So, Coshada, Edgefield, areas north or even northeast of I-49. This is well north of Natchitoches. This is going towards the northern side of Natchitoches Parish. And it is going to the south side of the Red River Parish area. It's approaching Lake End and Hannah, as I mentioned. And it could be heading off towards Martin and the northern sides of the Natchitoches Parish near Ashland. Maybe even towards the Bienville Parish general area near Lucky and Castor. So if you're over there, once again, Martin, Ashland, Hall Summit, Castor over here in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. For the people who were taking a part of our little game, the answer is 60-40. 60-40 is what the probability for that new tornado watch that was issued. That is for eastern Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas. That does not include Missouri at all. And you guys can take a look at that while we get our new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for eastern Red River Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Bienville Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
So, there is that. But yeah, 60-40 probs, 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes to form. Yes, sir. He kind of died out a little bit. Unfortunate. Trying to adjust my camera a little bit more. Keeps like trying to go backwards and whatnot. But yeah, that is a new tornado watch that has been issued. And that is for Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas. So that second place that I was watching for very closely is starting to come alive a little bit. Once again, new tornado warning that was issued. This is for Red River, Natchitoches, and Bienville Parish until 4:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, as I mentioned, tell them to get in their safe space. But there's also another way that you guys can also help me get this information out to more and more people. That is by hitting that like button down below and even sharing this with friends and family and on social media. If you hit that thumbs up button down below, this helps us get out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information with more and more people. The closer we can get to 1,000 likes, the better it will be in regards to our outreach. So once again, please be sure to continue to up that if you haven't already. It really does help out the channel in the long run. But if you can't, I get that. Yeah. This area of rotation here in Hannah. Once again, a lot of side lobe contamination that makes life miserable for me. Trucker parked south of Joplin, Missouri, heading towards Malvern, Arkansas. So you just sit and wait for now.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so. Matt's his other job is a trucker, so he does that too.
Yeah, that's your smartest bet. Sit and wait for these storms. I would just shut down for tonight.
Yeah.
I know it's an inconvenience, but it'd be a lot safer for you to do that and get the load where it needs to go. No load is worth your life.
For sure.
I wouldn't take a chance on it.
Yeah.
Nate, what do you think about, because this cell is breaking up? I don't hear me that well.
But what do you think about me heading back to eastern Oklahoma area and waiting for that second round?
That second round's gonna be relatively too far north, to be completely honest, for you.
For the eastern Oklahoma tornado watch?
Well, I wouldn't think that. Let me take a look at the latest models.
I mean,
because is there supposed to be?
I'm just saying, all this stuff is dying. Like, this cell that I'm chasing after is dying, and I mean, it's like, it's not even a full cell anymore that I can see.
I'll tell you what, radar is not having fun.
Yeah, it's not even a full storm. It's not a full storm anymore. It's like died out. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do right now, because right now I'm in like Mineral Springs, I believe is what the name of the city is. Yeah, I'm in Mineral Springs right now, Arkansas. And there's really not much of anything happening. There are these storms going up in East Oklahoma.
So, listen, I'm going to give you two options. Two options. All right. Whichever one you feel better about, it's up to you. But, two options. You can either A, head to southern Arkansas, and those storms that just went over that I-49 area, it'll be heading towards El Dorado. All right. So you can go to El Dorado if you want to. It's a lot of trees, but there's also some farm out there. Kind of. You can either go over there, try to chase those storms, or you can head northeast, try to catch McAllister, but that's pretty far away. So
I think the smartest option as a chaser, this is just basic storm chasing 101, is to go back south and try to catch these on the southern end. El Dorado to Ruston. Yeah, I could go El Dorado.
If you're in Natchitoches, you need to get in your safe space right now.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're in Natchitoches, you need to get in your safe space right now. Natchitoches. It is indeed Natchitoches. If you live in Natchitoches, you need to get in your safe space. Natchitoches, Louisiana. Yeah, Zwolle, it doesn't seem to be too much near your area. Maybe some strong damaging winds here, moving through, as you probably have seen yourself. There's a new storm near here, Natchitoches. If you know anyone who lives near Natchitoches, I would say they need to get in their safe space, because this one probably could be one to try and intensify here shortly. I would definitely watch out with this one. In the upper levels, it looks like it has some decent rotation. Not very strong quite yet, but these storms are starting to try and pop up, fire off. Yeah, that does look like that is the case here soon. Northeastern Oklahoma definitely could get some activity here soon.
How far from there? Let me see. I'm gonna see how far I am from there.
What, from Natchitoches?
No, from El Dorado. El Dorado, however you pronounce that.
Should be a good.
I am 2 hours.
And it looks like these storms will get up there in about the same time. So, should be good.
That's gonna take sure.
Should be good with that one.
Well, I guess I'll go there.
They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Natchitoches, and it's starting to, yeah, it's starting to do what every other storm has done so far over here in Shreveport. It's starting to side lobe. It's starting to contaminate itself with all sorts of whack values, if you will. Very scientific, isn't it? Does have a very nice ZDR arc, I'll tell you what. So that means the storm is going to start intensifying here soon. So sooner rather than later, Natchitoches, Grand Ecore, as well as Clarence and Campty, they need to get indoors. If I were you guys over in Natchitoches, you guys need to get indoors, stay away from windows. And if we were to look at the reflectivity, I mean, this is what we've been seeing all day. These things are starting to try and hook a little bit, just like that. You see the arc in the storm, kind of like that. Little bit of a, yeah, if you pay attention to the red especially, you can see the arc right there. Whenever you start to see that arc right within there, that tells you that this supercell is starting to really try to intensify here soon. So that's all the more reason, you know, that's another thing that's starting to sound off, more or less. We're starting to get all sorts of different things that we're looking for, all sorts of different little cues to kind of tell us what's going on. This is one of them. One of the cues tells me that if we start to see a ZDR arc just like this one, this tells us some intensification is possible within this storm. Actually, is likely within this storm. And of course, you know, the next stage of an intensifying storm, supercell, is it either produces some large hail, strong damaging winds, maybe even the chance for a tornado. So I am really hoping that this storm doesn't intensify right over Natchitoches, though. If it can wait just a little bit longer, might be the best case scenario. Look at Fort Smith here to try and see what's going on. Nothing too much with that. I want to look at Tulsa, because I know these storms over here across northeastern Oklahoma, they are starting to gain traction a little teeny bit. And yeah, this one might be the one over here in Pawnee County. This one might be something to watch, especially as it goes over into Osage County. Might have some tornadic with that. So yeah, I'm gonna watch for that very, very closely. Once again, I appreciate you guys for actually helping me spread the information to more and more people. It really does mean a lot, and you know, in my whole goal in trying to make sure everyone has an idea as to what's going on. So thank you so much. Please be sure to continue to spread the stream, spread the link with the stream to more and more people, if you haven't already. So that would be greatly appreciated. We are talking about areas over here in Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. We have a new tornado warning. That's Natchitoches.
Tornado warning for northwestern Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Bienville Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Wynn Parish in north-central Louisiana.
Okay, well,
there you go.
Starting the drive. So.
Good luck, my friend.
Well, we'll see how it goes here in about 2 hours. Oh man.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If you need to, you can always just, you know, leave Discord, play some music, chill out. Yeah.
It's all good, man.
Stuff like that. That's what I would do.
Good. We'll hang out. I'm here for the ride, man. I'm here for the ride, so it's all.
But yeah, once again, new tornado warning here that was just issued. It was all the way down here, all the way on the southern side of the orange risk. So, you know, just kind of, you know, get everyone on the same page with this. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange here today, you probably should be watching out for severe weather here in some fashion. Whether it's strong damaging winds, large hail, maybe even the chance for tornadoes. You guys definitely need to watch out. So, if you're not in those areas, you don't have to worry about it today. Now, if you're to the east of this, so if you're like Jackson, New Orleans, Pensacola, Birmingham, I'd watch out for tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's the threat for severe weather in your area, in which I will be back here live on the channel. But for today, should be good. So we'll go back to the tornado warning here. We'll try and look to see as to what is going on here within the storm. Oh.
I want to answer this question really quickly because I know people are going to end up asking it. No, I will not be chasing tomorrow. I can't really afford to right now. So, well, not that, I just can't really afford to right now. So, you know, I would, but like, yeah.
Right. It does look like there very well could have been a brief tornado here. North and east of Coshada. Looks like there was more than likely a brief tornado. Very brief tornado over here. North and east of Coshada. Approaching the Martin area. So if you're in Martin, east of Edgefield, heading towards the Ashland area, I would watch out. Even towards the Roy or the Wa area and Castor. I would definitely watch out for that. But it does look like there probably was a brief tornado, or if this thing continues to sustain, you know, still a tornado on the ground over here along. This is Louisiana Highway 155, I believe. It also says State Highway 9, which I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one is correct in this instance, because my sign network says it's 155. My GR2 says it's State Highway 9. So that's definitely very helpful, isn't it? That's very, very helpful. But I think they should have issued a moderate risk or kept it enhanced. Definitely enhanced. This thing stays enhanced.
Yeah, there's no reason for this event to be a moderate. There were too many uncertainties, and it's not really performing like a moderate would. So
nope.
There were already a lot of uncertainties coming into this event alone. Like, not even talking about anything else, but just the amount of uncertainties coming into this did not warrant a moderate. And now, like, seeing how it's performing,
right?
Enhanced is fine. It's still early, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I do believe that this probably should have stayed enhanced, and it still is enhanced, obviously. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I like the idea of enhanced risk for the Storm Prediction Center. I think it's very flexible. You can do a lot of things with enhanced risks, and I'm okay with that.
Right.
Especially if you have a lot of uncertainty. Especially if you have a lot of that. Now, real quickly, all right? I'm probably going to mention this again, but only for a short period of time, all right? Because you know me. Small goals. Small goals. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. All I will say is we are getting there. So thank you guys so much for helping us continue to, you know, expand the channel. So thank you so much.
It's 35. It's making me cry.
Clarence, Grand Ecore. How many people live within this area out in front of it? Not too much. Looks like a lot of game and wildlife stuff, which is the good news until you get to Saline. Or Saline, I should say. Saline. Like saline solution. That also might be something to watch out for here. Unironically, in Pleasant Hill. Pleasant Hill may not be done. There's a big storm over there. Big storm also could be trying to produce some strong damaging winds and maybe even a spin-up tornado within it as well. So, if you know anyone who lives, once again, near Pleasant Hill, Hannah, Coshada, Evelyn, Lake End, there's another round of storms coming in back behind you. And you guys aren't quite done, so stay indoors if you haven't already. As there's still pretty strong, severe weather moving off into your area.
Okay.
Trying to look to my side screen. It doesn't look too helpful, so that's mock ass. It definitely does help. Possible timing for the second round should be the next 30 minutes, honestly. If not, another hour. But these storms right here that are moving off into Tulsa's general vicinity, these are the ones to watch. You know, the environment can do a lot of funky things with where we are at in this environment, and it already looks like surface METARs are looking pretty decent for it, the surface weather stations. So, if these things can just start, you know, rotating, barring the fact that there is some, you know, limiting factors in this environment still, yeah, we're definitely in for a decent little round 2, but for right now, we seem pretty all right. A lot of strong damaging winds moving on through into Russellville and Morrilton in Arkansas. Once again, Conway, you're going to get another round of showers and thunderstorms, so that flash flood warning is probably not going to go away anytime soon. I'm trying to see if there's any other rotations around. That's mainly the reason why I zoom out. Whenever I zoom out, that's just me trying to figure out, hey, is there anything else around that I need to start talking about? So, me trying to speed run everything to try and figure out, all right, is this realistic? Is this realistic? Is this realistic? All sorts of stuff like that. Baton Rouge, looks like you guys are a little too far to the south here today, but tomorrow there is the potential for you guys to get some activity, so if you want to come back to the channel, feel free to do so. But yes, there is the threat for severe weather in Baton Rouge tomorrow. And that's the same thing for anyone in Alabama, Tennessee, or I should say Central Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, extreme western portions of Florida, and even western portions of Georgia. You know, if you live in those areas, your severe weather is tomorrow. Your severe weather is really going to occur tomorrow. So, if you want to come back to the stream by then, feel free to do so. Oh wow. That was near Pleasant Hill earlier. This is a tornado near Pleasant Hill earlier. This was from KSLA. So let's see if we can go from their official thing. There we go. There's KSLA right there. That is the tornado that was in Pleasant Hill earlier. And of course, I mean, that's a very skinny tornado, but it is a tornado, and it did damage, it lofted debris and stuff like that. So, we did have tornadoes. We do have a tornado that did occur over in Pleasant Hill, and those storms are still moving on through. Those storms are still moving off into the Natchitoches area and north of Natchitoches. So if you're north of Natchitoches, once again, Clarence, Goldana, Saline, Danville, Hodge, Jonesboro, Quitman, areas over there, and then even towards the Coshada areas, and Pleasant Hill once again, another storm that's moving over there that could potentially have some rotation. You guys need to continue to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. But yeah, that is definitely a little noodle. Saline. Saline. All right, I appreciate it. Saline. Saline. What's the strongest tornado I've ever covered on stream? There's no longer a record of the stream, but it's definitely the Bassfield So-So tornado in Mississippi on April 12th, 2020. Definitely that one. Second strongest would probably have to be the one that was right next to it. There's a lot of strong tornadoes that day. Tell you what. Mayfield was pretty strong, though. Mayfield's probably the third strongest tornado I've ever seen on stream. If not fourth. I caught Dalton Ashby on there, too. Okay. It looks like the storm north of Clarence and Grand Ecorse is starting to tighten up a little bit. And the normalized rotation is agreeing with that. Usually whenever you see an S in normalized rotation, that's not a very good sign. So we definitely have some relatively strong rotation within this one. I do think that there is some side lobe contamination again with this as well, unfortunately. But regardless if this is true or not, Creston, Chestnut, Goldana, you guys need to get in your safe space. That was my finals. They were pretty good. They were actually, I was decently satisfied with them. Decently satisfied. I only say decently because I wasn't max satisfied. Could have definitely did a bit better, but satisfied enough. Satisfied enough. Yeah, Mayfield's definitely top 5 if it isn't. Yeah, I will never forget my Mayfield stream either. That Mayfield stream is crazy. Yeah, I'm still looking at Evelyn, Coshada, Hannah, and Lake End. I'm still watching that. Threat for those storms to try and spin up, maybe try to produce is still possible. Bassfield. Or actually, it's Bassfield, essentially. It is the fish. Bassfield So-So. Bassfield So-So. That thing was rain-wrapped. That thing was 2.25 miles wide. One of the deepest CC drops I've ever seen in my entire life. That tornado was whack. There's no reason why a tornado that large should be moving 60 miles per hour. Really is no reason. Can I look at the HRRR model for a future cast of Oklahoma? I sure can. I am curious about what could happen in Oklahoma there as well. So storms really start forming here. You can see them right here. It's at 4 p.m. So right now, those storms were forming over there near like in between Tulsa and Stillwater. So that's pretty accurate. It's actually northeast of Stillwater, so maybe a little bit behind. Those storms move off to the north and east towards Bartlesville. New batch of storms form near McAllister, as well as OKC. I don't think OKC is going to be in the main threat, obviously, because the storms actually form in OKC and then they move east. But huge line of storms start to move on through, or not even a line, just very, very clustered storms that move off into eastern Oklahoma. Those ones are definitely going to be pretty interesting to watch. But I would say northeastern Oklahoma would have to be the ones to watch out for the most. And that'll be in 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now, we might see a lot of severe weather across the board. Whether it's strong damaging winds or even just, tornado warnings. So we'll have to see. We'll see. Ooh. Yeah, that is definitely side lobe contamination, but that rotation is starting to get stronger. That rotation is starting to get stronger. I think I'm probably going to use 0.5 tilt whenever it's available. 0.5 tilt might be ones to watch. Yeah, those ones are pretty strong too. But honestly, I don't think they even hold a candle to some of the, like Mayfield or Bassfield. Stuff like that. Excuse me. I'm trying to stretch here so I don't get stiff. Oh. My muscles are tight, which means I can't stretch myself. Did pop that one, though. Andover? Andover was pretty strong, too, but that was only an EF3, I believe. A lot of these were tornadoes that occurred last year, though. Excuse me. Yeah, side lobe contamination is just not going to be fun with this one, so... I still say Chestnut, Goldana, Creston, and Saline. All those areas over there. I would still say you guys need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Because I do believe that this storm still is going to rotate. There is also another storm near Danville and Lucky that'll head off towards the Liberty Hill, the Quitman, the Ansley, and the Oak Grove area, and eventually towards I-20. That could be something to watch out for as well, but still a little bit of ways away to go. And then we still have this storm that's over here near Evelyn and Pleasant Hill. It is rotating a little bit more and more. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning as of this moment right now. But it definitely has the potential to produce a tornado down the line. So that would probably be... That'll probably be the next one if we were to hear another ding for a tornado warning. Probably would be this one. If not, it's the one that's over for Bienville, Jackson, and Lincoln parishes. How bad is Memphis going to be? I would say some pretty strong damaging winds would be what I would say. That's fine, Jake. That's fine. When did the Bassfield tornado happen? April 12th, 2020. The Easter outbreak of 2020. Pecos Hank barely caught footage of it. And even then, there's just so many trees, it's not even funny. My goodness, yeah, look at that. Wow. You see all that turbulence here. Another indication of side lobe contamination is when you have so much turbulence to the point to where it just covers the screen. Yeah, that is Turbulence City. That is basically telling me, good luck, Chief. Good luck trying to find me. Winterset was another strong tornado. That's true. He's gonna make it. Watching this closely as I continue to move around. I want to go back up to the north to Little Rock. I want to go back up to Little Rock. Because there's still severe thunderstorm.
I don't think I'm gonna catch the storm. I don't think I'm gonna catch the storm, man. I don't know.
Which ones? The ones that are currently north of Natchitoches?
Yeah, northern Louisiana coming up into Arkansas. I don't know if I'm gonna catch them or not.
Where are you at?
I'm getting ready to cross I-30, but there's like a big, there's like a rain. It's like a big rain pool thing right where I'm at. I don't know what to call it, but it's literally just a big thing of rain, a big storm of
Anvil
rain.
Tower, maybe?
Yeah.
Or Anvil, Anvil Showers.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to cross I-30 at like, I think it's like Hope, Arkansas is where I'm getting ready to cross it.
Oh, well then, you actually might have a shot. I think you actually might have a shot. As long as you keep going to Camden, and then you go south of Camden, I think you'll be fine.
I think that's where it's taking me.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jackson Parish in north central Louisiana.
Oh, they did put the new tornado warning on that.
In northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Lincoln Parish in north central Louisiana.
Yeah, it's taking me to Camden, so yeah.
Yeah, so you'll be able to catch it. At least you should be able to. Yeah, that is a new tornado warning here. This is for, once again, Bienville, Jackson, and Lincoln parishes. That will be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, we said one or two of these storms would probably do it. Someone said put Matt up. Fine, we'll put Matt up on the side screen as well whenever his thing can load. But he's over near Hope, Arkansas right now. So hopefully his thing will get around. But it's alright even if it doesn't, because all that matters is that once he's there, or if he's there, and if he's seeing something, we see something down there, so we'll see. But yeah, that is a new tornado warning. Danville, Quitman, Liberty Hill, Ansley, Clay, Oak Grove, and then eventually towards I-20. New tornado warning off in your area. If you are over there, you need to get in your safe space. You know, the more I look at the storm that's at Pleasant Hill, the more I'm kind of like swayed into thinking that this bottom part of the storm right here could be a new thunderstorm, or at least like a new part of the developing thunderstorm. If that is the case, we could try and see something tornadic on the southern end of that, and it will head off towards Lake End, but it won't immediately do anything. It'll do stuff later on. Do stuff much later on. So Yeah, the more I look at that, the more I think this right here, over the next 5 minutes, we're going to be able to figure out what the storm is actually going to do. Just by looking at what the orientation of this line right here. And for some people who might be looking at it and be like, really? That line? Hear me out. Differential reflectivity, ZDR, is pretty high across the board in this entire area, which means that we are getting very large raindrops, and storms usually separate raindrops within each other. It's weird research that they just compiled. All right, but it's a thing. All right. So if this thing starts going like this, it's going to be tornadic. If this thing starts going like this, it's going to be strong, damaging wind threat. So depending upon what the orientation of this line is, it will tell me what it's going to do. That's what I'm thinking, at least right now. That's what I'm thinking. Not that one. That one. There we go. Still got 2 tornado warnings right now. They are all kind of marching along in a line, and eventually they're going to head up towards Ruston and Jonesboro, Louisiana. So if you're over in those areas, I would definitely watch out. I would definitely watch out. If in those areas along U.S. Highway 167. So that would be from Wyatt all the way up to Jonesboro, Quitman, Ansley, Clay, Ruston, Grambling, and Simsboro. Those areas right there, if I just called out your town, or if you're near that town in any sort of fashion, please get indoors and stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of your building. It's definitely trying. It might try to hook right there. It might try. It's cutting itself in half to try and do it. Not sure how efficient that would be. That's a lot of hail with those storms over in Osage County, Oklahoma. Don't see anything quite tornadic with this yet, though. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
I can.
What do you think of this storm due north of Shreveport right now?
Bleh.
Man? Okay, fair.
Bleh.
Okay.
It might do something a little bit later, but in order for you to see it, you'd have to get to Camden first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on it. I got stuck behind this box truck, so.
I get that. I get that.
It's turning. That's awesome.
You in the clear for today? You're in Norman? Yeah, you should be fine. Keyword should.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Ow.
By the way, I appreciate everyone once again who's been able to share the stream with as many people as possible. We're almost up to 800 likes, so if we can, closer we can get to 1,000, the more we can spread this out to more and more people on YouTube. So if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help us get out into the YouTube algorithm. Because that's how funny YouTube is. Oh, this rotation over here near Danville starting to go a little bit. So maybe this rotation, yeah. Liberty Hill and Quitman. Probably this storm compared to the one near Goldana. This one probably could be the dominant one. And I actually think To be completely honest with you, I think both of these storms here, Goldana and Danville, as they move off to the north and east, I think they'll just continue to change spots in regards to which one's going to be the more dominant cell. They're just riding along a line together. And out in front of it, I mean, I look at all the stuff out in front of these two storms, and there isn't really a whole lot of other storms. I mean, there's some rain over here north of I-20, but there isn't really a whole lot of stuff. And that kind of tells me that maybe, just maybe, the storm could try and get, you know, try and take advantage of the atmosphere that hasn't really been tapped into yet. So I'm watching out for areas like Ruston, Arcadia, familiar area like Farmerville that we talked about before, Marion, El Dorado, Junction City, those areas over there. Yeah, I'm watching out for those areas if I were to be chasing.
Well, I'm on route to El Dorado, so El Dorado, however you say it, I'm on route, so.
Yeah. You're getting there.
Yep, slowly but surely.
Take a look at the upper portions of this storm. Oh, why does Goldana's rotation look so much stronger in the upper levels? That doesn't make too much sense. There also seems to be, once again, some more side lobe contamination within that storm. Everything is quality. I'll tell you what, when you think the storm is going to give you a definite answer as to what it's going to do, it throws curveballs like contamination. Definitely some fun stuff, I'll tell you what. But realistically speaking, all right, if this storm does continue to sustain, I know there's going to be some people that are going to be driving along I-20. All right, I-20. Someone said something there. Never mind. People are going to be driving on I-20. And I'm telling you right now, if you're in Monroe and you're driving west, I would wait. I would wait for a long while. Because you see these storms that are all the way over here? All right, if you're in Monroe right here, you got all this heading straight towards you, I would wait. I would honestly wait. Especially with all sorts of storms that have had a history of trying to be tornadic. Yeah, I would definitely wait. On the other hand, if you're in Shreveport heading east, I would also wait too. If you're in Shreveport heading east, I would probably wait as well. Because these storms, once again, they're moving up northeast. They're going to be crossing the interstate. And, you know, it's even more dangerous to approach storms from the west to the east. Yeah, I know, right? Because you're going to be driving through all that rain, and on the opposite side of that rain, there's probably a tornado there. So, if you're driving east on I-20, and you're over near Shreveport, or Minden, I would probably sit around in one of those towns, one of those cities, or go back a little bit. Wait for these storms to pass by, because tell you what, it's not the move to start driving through these storms. It really is not. Let's put our half and half straighten up.
Yeah, so I'm taking the loop around Hope, Arkansas right now, about to continue getting east towards Camden, so kind of a little update.
That's good stuff.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch these storms before they get to the El Dorado region. Looks like they're actually going to be impacting just a little bit east of there, so I need to get to El Dorado as quickly as possible and then adjust from there.
You can also easily, here, actually, I might have to go onto Google Maps, but you can also potentially, well, can you? Probably not. If you feel like El Dorado, if you feel like that's not a viable option, you can always continue to move east from Camden. Head to Hampton.
I can make El Dorado, but I'm saying the storms to the south will probably impact portions east of there. So if I get to El Dorado, I'll probably have to keep going east from El Dorado.
Right.
And then like try to get a view that way.
Right.
That'd be easier to intercept them that way. It might be a better option.
Yeah.
Or not intercept. Bad word to use. I don't want to say intercept, but
That's the National Wildlife Refuge. That's quality. So you're not going to be able to see anything from there if you decide to go east unless you get to Cressette, into which then there's a bunch of farm. There's essentially farm around. There's farm and trees. Okay. Realistically speaking. But
around where?
Well, anywhere in this instance. Because you're seeing trees right now. You're seeing, you know, then you see some open patches of farm, stuff like that.
Right.
But there is no farm in between Cressette and areas east of El Dorado, because there's a wildlife refuge over there, which, you know, good luck trying to find something out of that.
That's oof.
But on the other hand, if you can get around that, especially if you go to like Hermitage, there's a little area there besides going through the middle of Hermitage, to where there are little farm spots or little open spots for you to kind of peek out of. So it is slightly realistic for you to be able to see something, but at the same time, you know, like this is bona fide Dixie for you. This is bona fide Dixie.
Right, yeah. Well, then do I go? I don't.
Spring Hill's looking kind of interesting. I don't know what the heck that storm's doing.
So then do I continue just to go east out of Camden to like Warren?
I would get to Camden first, and then I'll try and figure out what these storms are doing.
Tornado warning for western Jackson Parish in north-central Louisiana, southeastern Bienville Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Lincoln Parish in north-central Louisiana, northwestern Wynn Parish in north-central Louisiana.
So that's a new tornado warning extension for the Goldana cell. We were mentioning and how in the upper levels it actually had some pretty strong rotation, and then it kind of just, you know, didn't look too good at the surface. Now it's starting to look a lot better. When I mean it's starting to look a lot better, I mean it's starting to look a lot better. Normalized rotation's looking very good with it. And it'll be heading off towards Hodge, Jonesboro, Danville, and Quitman here in northern Louisiana. So if you know anyone who lives over here, now's the time for them to go into their safe space, guys. Underground, lowest, innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this does look like this thing is trying to intensify.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And that might actually be, even though there could be a little bit of side lobe on the northern side, although it actually doesn't really appear to be like it, that might actually be a clear reflectivity shot that we've gotten. We finally might have been able to get a clear shot on reflectivity. I am relatively surprised. I am relatively surprised. Excuse me while I try and figure out. Oh, he's all the way back there. He's far behind. Bread might have been left behind. Storms are starting to outrace him because there's just no viable roads in the middle of Louisiana. Is gifting membership still a thing? And yes, they are. Non-members, I believe they can gift some. I think they can. Not sure. Farmer Matt for the 19 months of becoming a tornado tracker. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot. Almo with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I'm just gonna put that in, because that's quality. Matt, when you pinged everyone in the server, I replied to it by saying everyone has negative chase karma.
That's yeah, bro. Yeah, Jesus.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for knocking. Thanks for knocking. Sheesh. Scared.
Yeah, Nate, I don't know about this one, man.
I will say there's also that storm that you were mentioning near Benton, north of Shreveport. It is starting to intensify slowly but surely, so that might be the cell to watch as well. Just keep heading to Camden for now, and then as soon as you get to Camden, stop, assess the situation. I'll assess it with you, and then if there is no dice, then at least you wouldn't be in El Dorado to see that there is no dice.
Fair. 45 miles.
But
45.
Yeah, this cell over here near Danville, Jonesboro, and Wyatt. As I said, there is some side lobe contamination. That is a heck of an updraft there, according to this product. A lot of rain with it, too. But the thing of it is that even though there is some side lobe contamination, which there is an abundance of it, there is still some pretty good rotation. The storm is still relatively strong. There's no reason why the storm has any, no reason why the storm should be dying anytime soon. This probably will continue to sustain. So I'm gonna watch out for this very closely. This is probably the one that I'm watching at the most, looking at the most, I should say. My English is phenomenal here today, I'll tell you what. Yeah, this is probably the one that I'm looking at the most out of all the different storms. This one's south of Danville, approaching Jonesboro, Hodge, and Quitman, as well as Ansley. Once again, I appreciate you guys helping me spread the information out to as many people as possible. Just got over 800 likes. As we get closer and closer to, 1,000 likes, we continue to spread this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Farmer Matt with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. So, Aaron, Toast, Kaylee, I think it's Hobbies. If not, it's Hobies, but I believe it's Hobbies. And then on the sidelines, congratulations for your gifted memberships. But thank you so much, Farmer Matt. Really does help me a lot. Really does. So thank you so much. Why is that such a low correlation coefficient? With such a high ZDR. Yeah, that is definitely an anomaly. Definitely an anomaly. I'll tell you what. Right, the second time. Hobie. Hopefully it's Hobie. Is there a way to check how many hours you've watched the stream? I wish, honestly. But Nightbot, whenever I've had it up, is broke. So I'll see if I can fix Nightbot tonight after the stream. If not, tomorrow morning.
Oh, that lightning was beautiful. Oh, that was gorgeous.
Lightning chasing.
That was beautiful. Yeah, there was like a really nice end.
Oh, what in the... Hey, Matt.
Sir.
Realistically, buddy, there's a storm that's heading towards Camden that's north of Shreveport. Realistically, if this thing continues on its trajectory, don't be surprised if I send you over to that one. Don't be surprised.
That's fine, boss. That's fine.
Because
that's fine. I mean,
I've got a mezzo signature on it from GR2.
Yeah, that's why I pointed that one out earlier. Like at the time when I pointed it out, I wasn't saying it was doing anything then, but like I was just like the environment it was in, it was out there by itself, that kind of stuff. So.
Oh, that's a good question. Let's see what it's doing right now.
Yeah, I just realized like it was by itself, so I just kind of asked you about it, but.
Really interesting.
Yeah, these lightning strikes are really, really impressive. Anvil crawlers, if you will.
Yeah, I was looking at it from the mesoscale site. There's definitely a shot. Small shot.
Well, I'm going to try to be there. I'm going to do what I can. I mean, I'm on the way, so.
By me and Matt Coffee, yeah, for sure. Thanks, Cassie.
Thank you. Oh, man.
So the first storm now, this Quitman cell and the Liberty Hill cell, this one's now starting to approach the Ruston area. It looked like it temporarily recycled. I didn't mention it too much because it was still heading in the same general area of where the other storm was. But it did recycle, and it did also weaken again. So that's... It's going to go through that cycle of, you know, producing another rotation and then dying out. Producing another and then dying out. The storm that was over near Danville, it looks like it stopped side lobe contamination, you know, just for a tiny bit. That also does mean that there probably is a little brief tornado that's on the ground right now south and east of Danville. So don't be surprised if you're in Jonesboro, if you're in Hodge, winds start to ramp up a little bit more. So please be sure, if you haven't already and you're in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Hodge, Jonesboro, Quitman, Danville, Ansley, Clay, Vernon, and Weston. Also, a little bit further along the line, along I-20 in Simsboro, in Grambling, and Ruston, this does seem to be something to watch for, because if these storms continue on their current trajectory, they will get in that general area, which means that you guys could potentially see some tornadic conditions as well. So please be sure to watch this very, very closely. If the National Weather Service issues a new tornado warning, please be sure to heed it accordingly. Is Rockford, Illinois safe? Yeah, they'll be fine.
Ruston is not a small city, so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of areas that are along I-20 that are pretty populous in Louisiana. You know, you got Shreveport, you've got Minden, you've got, to a lesser extent, Arcadia, you've got Ruston, you've also got Monroe for obviously good reason. And then once you get to the eastern side, I know Vicksburg's in Mississippi, but you have Vicksburg as well. It's right along the border. So a lot of big areas that are over here along I-20 in Louisiana. Don't see a debris signature with those storms. That's kind of the good news. Yeah, just real quickly, guys, for the people who don't know, this is your risk for severe weather here today. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, you guys are the ones that probably should watch out for the severe threat here today. If you're in the green, whether it's light green or dark green, I wouldn't pay too much attention to it, honestly. If you do get something, it'll be more of a strong, damaging wind threat. Brandon was in a car accident? Really? Sheesh. Prayers up to him, man, because, I mean, I've talked to Brandon a couple of times. I even bought equipment from him. You know, I hope he's all right.
Man, that sucks.
You know, and I've even been in an accident myself while chasing, so I know how. You know, of course I wasn't injured, fortunately. And it's not like I even hit anyone. I just got stuck in a dirt road and slid off the side of the dirt road. And then almost got hit by a tornado, too. But it's besides the point. I mean, he's currently suffering right now, and, you know, prayers up to him. Wow. Yeah, don't look now. The storms that are over in Jonesboro and Quitman in Louisiana, Matt, they've just clustered. Just said, enough is enough. All the rain in the world. Yeah, pray for Brandon.
All right.
Is it heading to Pine Bluff? Eventually, these storms will head to Pine Bluff, yes.
There we go. It's unfortunate to hear about Brandon.
Yeah.
Prayers up to him.
The accident's still live on Vince's stream. Really? Oh, if that's the accident. Sheesh. And that's on I-20 right there.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
Chasing in the rain is always
it's always risky.
Prayers up, prayers up. I might send something over their way. If I can. Try and help out. Of course, I don't have too much money, so.
I felt that.
But listen, listen. Any way I can help, that would be the way to do so. So, I hope he's all right.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's clustered as all get out. Good luck. Good luck. No way, Jose. The tornado warning that was for the Quitman, the Liberty Hill cell, has now expired. So it's only one tornado warning now, and that's for the cell that's approaching Wyatt. Looks like it is recycling on the southeastern side, so maybe a new storm, potentially a new tornado that can try and develop. There's just so much rain around this one storm that it's just like, yeah, good luck, Chief. Good luck. Spring Hill Cell has a special weather statement, so your storm is still going strong. It's being recognized by the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's got an actually pretty impressive hook signature to it, so that's going to be the storm that I chased.
Yeah. I don't think it has a hook quite yet. I think it actually, so it looks like a hook. If you look 2 scans prior, those were actually 2 different storms, so I think it's going to probably undergo a cell merger. It might speed up the process a little bit quicker than one may think, but we'll have to see. We will definitely have to see. Is the Jonesboro cell bad? The one in Louisiana? I mean, it looks like it's starting to recycle. It looks like it is starting to recycle. So it probably has the best chance of producing a tornado. It would be heading towards Weston, though. It'll be south of Jonesboro, and it might actually go to the east of Jonesboro near the Weston area, and eventually towards Vernon. So if you know anyone who lives near Jonesboro, Weston along State Highway 4, US Highway 167, and east of US Highway 167, eventually towards the Chandran and the Calhoun area, as well as Ruston and east of Ruston. That is where this storm probably would head off towards.
Charlie. It's just rain. It's just rain.
I want to go take a look at the cells in Oklahoma now, because I have the right to do so, and I have enough with looking at Louisiana for right now. All right, there's supposed to be these storms that were supposed to form in Oklahoma. Where are they? Here's one. This is south of Tulsa. Actually, it's southeast of Tulsa, near Broken Arrow. And it looks all right, honestly. It's got a little bit of rotation on it. It's trying to develop. It's just having a little difficulty at the moment. So, it's still trying to gain traction. At least it's trying. But it's not quite there yet. There is a storm that's over near Ashland heading towards McAllister. That one might be something to watch. And I actually wouldn't be surprised if that one is the one to watch a little bit later on, so we'll have to see. There's also a storm for whatever reason over near Dixon and Nashville that's producing some pretty large hail. What in the world are you? What in the world are you? That is a hail spike. What I question what National Weather Service Nashville is doing at the moment. This is not a tornado warning, by the way. This is not going to be, or at least I don't believe there's going to be a tornado with this storm. What I do believe is this storm could potentially be producing some large hail. At minimum quarter size, and at maximum, I mean, let's read it out here. Almost 4-inch size hail. Now, I don't believe that's possible. I think there's got to be some form of mistake. But on the off chance that that isn't a mistake, I would severe warn it. It's got a hail spike. It has got a hail spike. So, yeah, yeah. Quarter size hail that. But yeah, it's south of Dixon, north of Wrigley, and this will be heading towards Nashville eventually. Might actually be the southern portions of Nashville, but it's over there. So I would watch out for that. New special weather statement. This now includes areas like Magnolia and Waldo, as well as areas south of Stevens for your storm, Matt. 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-inch sized hail. Says the storm may intensify, so be certain to monitor local radio stations and available television stations for additional information and possible warnings from the National Weather Service. So,
yeah, I'm looking at it on radar scope right now. The track that radar scope has goes right into Camden, so there's that.
Camden it is.
I mean, it goes literally like right through Camden.
Camden it is.
Indeed. I'm not going to be able to catch anything else to like the south of that because that big rain.
Nope.
Big rain mass. That's just toxic.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Side lobe contamination strikes again, ladies and gentlemen. We have some very strong rotation, but at the same time, that's contaminated. So we don't exactly know if it's strong. We don't know if it's weak. We just know that it's rotating, and that's all we really need to know. So if you're in Weston, if you're in Jonesboro, if you're near Chatham, if you're west of Chatham, near Vernon in Louisiana, I would get into a safe space. I would get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. No windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Ooh, damage in Jesseville. I think that was the tornado that was earlier. I think it was, at least. Well, there's damage over in Jesseville, in Garland County. You can see a lot of trees that have been toppled in that area. This is from James Bryant, at KTV James. Pretty crazy stuff over there, especially that. Big tree down over there. Oof. All right, now that's starting to look a little bit realistic, and that looks like a debris signature to me. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground right now. If you're in Weston, I'd get in your safe space. That's starting to look more like that could probably translate to the ground. Pretty strong rotation, correlation coefficient. Starting to circulate in a ball right there. I would not be surprised. Yeah, I would not be surprised if this was a tornado in progress right now. If you guys haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. Spread the word. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. By hitting that like button down below as well, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread the information. As I said, this does look like a debris signature, and this actually looks like a reasonable reflectivity scan that isn't contaminated at all. This actually looks relatively reasonable. Yeah, that is a debris signature. That is indeed a tornado that has occurred. Just crossed over Highway 4.
The Jonesboro storm?
Yeah, just east of Jonesboro.
Damn.
So, if you live near Weston, if you live near Vernon, east of Chatham, north of Highway 4, near the LA Road 811, 542, the general areas around that as well, you guys need to get in your safe space. Once again, this is east of Jonesboro, northeast of Jonesboro, and this is west of Weston, or northwest of Weston. It's going to pass through the middle of that, and it's going to head towards the Vernon area. So if you know anyone who lives east of 167, due south of Ruston in Louisiana, due south of Ruston, they need to get in their safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Or in this case, tornado as possible, because this is, as I said, a tornado in progress. Velocity scans, now that's side lobe. That is definitely side lobe. But there is still some rotation within this. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. On reflectivity, you can kind of see it, believe it or not. Rain's kind of wrapping around just like this in a little bit of a hook fashion. The rain's kind of being wrapped around in a counterclockwise, motion. And right down here is where the tornado would be. You can kind of see that lines up just a little bit. So, once again, Jonesboro, Weston, Hebron, St. Rest, and Vernon. If you're in those areas along 811, 542, 155, I'll pull up Radar Omega here real quickly so that you guys can see correlation coefficient, so you guys can also see as well. Shreveport. There's the debris signature right there. St. Rest, Highway 155, Hebron, just went right over Hebron, 542, 811, and eventually towards the Vernon Highway. If you're near the Vernon Highway, if you're near Vernon, you need to get in your safe space now. You need to get in your safe space now, because this is probably going to try and produce a tornado further down the line, or maybe even continue to sustain. This is, oh yeah, that is realistic. And as realistic as that is, PDS. PDS. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Lincoln and Jackson Parish. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 4:58 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Jonesboro. moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Jackson and Lincoln Parish. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Please be sure, if you haven't already, please spread this information with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on social media. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, we're inching so close to 900 and even gradually to 1,000 likes. If we keep getting that number up, we are going to try, or we are going to be able to get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that. And once again, if you know anyone that lives in Vernon, Louisiana, they need to get either underground, or if you don't have a basement or an underground facility, in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's see if I can move this. There we go. Fixed it. Oh, that's very realistic. That is a very realistic velocity signature. Yeah, that is... Yeah, there's your debris scan. Once again, tornado in progress. This is a, this is a pretty strong one. This is a very strong one. I won't sugarcoat it. This is a very strong one. Got 96 on top of 45. So that's about a 130, 140 mile per hour delta velocity. This is, yeah, that's pretty realistic that this thing is probably a strong tornado ongoing right now. Very realistic. If you're just tuning in right now, we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued. This is for Jackson and Lincoln parishes. There we go. Fix that right there. So that way the stream is updated. That way we can try and get this out to more and more people. So once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. Once again, for Jackson and Lincoln parishes until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Here's the velocities. I mean, you could take a look at it. We could take a look at the normalized rotation. This tells you that we've got some pretty strong, moderate to strong rotation within this storm right now. And you notice that within the velocity signature right here, you notice that we have a lot of these bright blues right here, and then we have bright pinks and bright oranges that are kind of stacked right on top of each other. And they are kind of, you know, aligned perfectly. That right there tells you that you have some very strong rotation consolidated within one specific spot. And yeah, take a look at it. Take a look at that ZDR. ZDR very low. Actually, it's more neutral. Tells us there's a lot of debris being slung up in the atmosphere with this one. So this is, once again, a pretty strong tornado that is ongoing right now. And if you live in Vernon, Louisiana, all right, this is south of Ruston, south and east of Ruston, Louisiana, which is south of I-20. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So St. Rest, Vernon, Oak Ridge, Ebenezer, Kelly's, Cartwright, if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. This thing is a very strong storm, very strong tornado ongoing right now. You can see with our debris signature right here, everything that is not red and it is in a ball is the tornado. You can see the ball of blue and green right within there. The correlation coefficient essentially looks at the different particles that are in the atmosphere that's picked up by the radar. If it's not rain, it has a low correlation coefficient, and that's what we got right here. We've got trees, you know, maybe even parts of houses, any sort of things that the tornado can pick up and being lofted into the atmosphere. That is what is on radar right now. So we do have a very big debris signature here as of this moment. And, you know, even looking at it in front of Vernon, because Vernon and Oak Ridge, you guys are immediately going to be impacted right now. Children, and areas south and east of Ruston and east of Ruston along Interstate 20. If you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space now. Now you have a little bit of time. You can get pillows, you can get helmets, you can get protective gear if you used to play sports and you have like shin guards, knee pads, chest protectors, stuff like that. Go ahead and put those on. That way you may be able to protect yourself if a tornado hits your house. Flying debris is a serious issue, all right? Most of the time, the fatalities from tornadoes are from head injuries. That is, after the tornado impacts you, you know, stuff collapses and whatnot. All of that is mainly because of head injuries. And so if you put on a helmet or if you get a big bowl, big, you know, pot, you put it on your head, you'll be able to protect yourself from head injuries. So consider that when you guys are going into your safe space, if you're over here in Ruston or in Children. But if you're in Vernon, you need to get in your safe space right now. This storm is getting ever so close to your area. Give it 5 minutes and the tornado will be legitimately right next to you, assuming that it's still on the ground at that time. So once again, for the people who are just tuning in here right now, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Jackson and Lincoln parishes in Louisiana until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 4:58 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Jonesboro, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So, once again, a particularly dangerous situation has been issued for East Hodge, Chaudron, North Hodge, Quitman, and Vernon. If you're in those areas, please be sure to get into your safe space. If you have a basement, get to it, but if you don't, that's fine. Lowest innermost part of your building. All right, if you were to try and draw out the layout to your house and place a pin in the middle of it, if there is a bathroom or a closet that's in the middle and there are no windows in it, you know, it's legitimately in the middle, not touching the outer walls, then get to it. If not, lay down in the middle part of that and put as many stuff as you can. Furniture, pillows, all sorts of, you know, even mattresses. Stack a mattress on top of you. Get helmets, any sort of protective equipment, any sort of stuff like that. So that way you may be able to put as many stuff in between yourself and the outer, you know, and the outside as possible. Well, Leesville, Louisiana. 2 seconds, please. 2 seconds. I know I'm breaking my own code. You guys should be fine for right now. But keep monitoring the weather throughout tonight. Keep monitoring the weather throughout the throughout the night here tonight. I'll continue to be on, so if you have any further questions, feel free to ask. But once again, just tuning in here, we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Large tornado that is currently on the ground right now. Please be sure, if you haven't already, share this information on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for North Central Jackson Parish in North Central Louisiana, Southwestern Union Parish in North Central Louisiana, Northwestern Washita Parish in North Central Louisiana, Eastern Lincoln Parish in North Central Louisiana.
Yeah, the debris ball is starting to get smaller, but that still indicates that there is a tornado in progress right now, or let alone debris being slung into the air. So, still a tornado ongoing right now. New particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. So they do believe that this thing is still a large tornado. Ruston, and someone said Shudrint. If you know anyone who lives near Shudrint or Ruston, they need to get in their safe space right now. As I said, please be sure to share this information with more and more people by hitting that thumbs up button down below, or even subscribing. You can even unsubscribe after the stream. By doing one of those two things, or even both, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to keep interacting with my channel or spread the information with more and more people who could potentially need it. Because I'm going to be completely honest with you, there could be some people over in Ruston or Shudrint, and I've seen this happen before. They go to YouTube and they try to figure out what's going on with the weather. They've hopped on to my stream, or they've hopped on to their local news coverage or whatever that may be on YouTube, and they figure out their information from there. So we want to be able to try and make sure that we get this information out to more and more people as possible. That is what we want to do here. Yes, it does look like the debris ball is starting to shrink. How can a tornado still be occurring if the debris ball is shrinking? The tornado naturally gets smaller. Or it's lifting less stuff, lofting less stuff off the ground.
Don't start that. Don't start that. Don't start this. You gotta be joking me, right? You've gotta be joking me, right?
What are we joking about?
Oh, dude, sorry. I'm looking at radar. I'm looking at this storm.
It's going through some cycles right now.
Yeah, and I just decided I was about to call it off, but like now it looks like it wants to. Now it looks like it wants to separate itself from that rain and might. Man.
Storm near McAllister in Oklahoma is starting to rotate some more. So that would be something to watch out for. Further along the line near Checkaw, Crowder, Eufaula, McIntosh, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma. That storm might be something to watch. The potential of maybe something tornadic. Yeah, it does look like the rotation has started to weaken a little bit over here with this Vernon cell, but there's, number one, a new area of rotation starting to develop on the eastern side, and number two, it looks like the old tornado is still in progress, or at least it is still alive, I should say. It may not be in progress anymore because the debris ball did start to seed away, but that was indeed a large tornado. That is the first particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued here today. We're 6 likes away from 900 likes. As I said, the closer we can get to 1,000 likes, the more we can increase our outreach. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. I'm going to change the name of the stream back to what it was. There we go. Now that's updated. Still have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning ongoing right now, but that probably will change here soon. Yeah, it is recycling on the eastern side. There's a new rotation there. So that one's probably going to be the dominant one, and we might see another continuation of the storm as it gets towards Shudrant. And that is exactly the case. The old rotation has kind of died out a little bit. No longer a thing. New rotation on the eastern side will probably take its place. And it's legitimately going to parallel Highway 146 all the way up to Shudrant. It probably is going to do that all the way up to Shudrant. So I would watch out for that again. All the other storms that are down to the south that we've called out before, like Jonesboro, Natchitoches, Pleasant Hill, that's a lot of rain. There's a lot of rain that's moving on through, and we're even getting reports of a lot of water covering the roadways. Because of that, you know, flash flood warnings are a thing. A lot of flash flood warnings have been issued across the board. So if you have to drive, if you see a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. So that is one thing to note. So from the looks of it right now, it looks like the main area of rotation is just to the south of Longstraw. This would be along Highway 146, literally paralleling 146 all the way up to Shudrant. So I would watch out for that. And because it's heading towards Shudrant, don't be surprised if Ruston and areas near the airport in Ruston, those areas could potentially be impacted here soon. So if you know anyone who lives over there, once again, please kindly inform them that there could be some more activity within their area here soon. The other thing I will say, for the people who are trying to look for this storm, it's going to be relatively impossible. There's just so much rain. There really is so much rain within this storm. It's going to be rain wrapped. It's not going to be one of your classic storms that end up, you know, becoming illuminated by sky. It's going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be ugly. So that's just kind of our environment here today. It's going to be ugly. Who is beating the crap out of... You guys hear that too, right?
Yep.
Whoever's doing that is an intellectual. These storms going into tomorrow as well? Yes, they will be, which means we will be here tomorrow as well. Yeah, it does look like the cell that's near Vernon, north and east of Vernon, is recycling. So maybe a new tornado to try and form here in a bit. Yeah, Dixie storms are usually more rain wrapped. Yes, that is correct. cell that's north and east of Tulsa. It's trying, but it's also not having fun at the moment. It's not having fun right now. I still think the cell north of McAllister should be something we should watch. Definitely still some rotation within that. It doesn't have a tornado possible tag on it, surprisingly, but that could also just be the National Weather Service in Oklahoma, in Tulsa, not issuing the type of stuff, so.
That's frustrating.
Yes, there was a PDS tornado earlier, if you haven't been here in an hour, as you mentioned. Still have a PDS tornado warning within that. I'm surprised they haven't fixed the box yet, but the storm is still rotating. It is still trying to produce a tornado here. It'll be heading off towards the Shudron area and eventually towards Ruston, so I'd watch out for that. I'm going to look over at radar scope because I'm very interested in seeing something real quickly. Yeah. Ouch. A lot of chasers in Oklahoma here tonight. But that's usually because that's kind of their pastime, isn't it? In Oklahoma, it's just you go over there. You know that weather's coming, you chase. It does look like this storm is starting to recycle. It really is. My goodness, look at how much rain there is. Or how much liquid there is within that spot. Visibility is going to be terrible across the area. Rotations on the Chatham Highway? That makes sense. So that's probably what 146 is, the Chatham Highway. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Cassie. Trying to look through here. Don't see too much more in Twitter. So that's one thing. And as soon as I said anything about it recycling, it started to say, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Ah, I see. That's okay, D's. It's okay, D's. Yeah, I don't see too much more on Twitter. So I'm going to stop scanning that for right now. What I am going to do is I am going to try and see if I can get... I can't. I was really hoping there would be some live cameras over in, like, Shudrin, but... Whack. Large funnel cloud with rapid rotation 3 miles northwest of my current location by Ethan Johnson. North of McAllister in Oklahoma.
Well, that's just fantastic.
It's not like you would have caught it even if you attempted to go over there.
Dang, bro just said I'm trash. That's wild.
No, that's not what I said. Go away. Go away. Don't even try. But no, seriously though. I mean, these storms are racing to the northeast.
Yeah, I don't know. Breaking off though. I took an L today. That's okay.
That's what I said about how this day is just like, do you want to risk a bust or do you want to risk a bust?
It is what it is.
Today, at least for you, storm chasing wise.
Yeah, it's fine though. It's not the end of the world. It happens. Today was weird, so I don't know. I mean, I'm heading back to the west. If anything happens on my way back, then it is what it is. But if not.
Hey, you can always say hi to the cell that's back over near Hope again.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I don't know what that's doing, but like, I guess we'll see.
Right.
It looks kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It looks kind of funny.
It does. It does.
Got that look to it. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the velocity signature is kind of... it's refusing to cooperate right now. It is a cluster. I'll tell you what. These storms are a cluster. Cluster shenanigans. Yeah, that is a wacky B word. I don't think it's... Or... Actually, I don't even think it's a B word. I think it's actually just some... gusty winds that are jutting out in front of it.
Oh,
What's yeah, it's got some side lobe contamination with this one too. So love life, but this is definitely some strong damaging winds.
I don't know. This storm's looking kind of interesting. I might have to watch what this one does. I don't know yet. It does look kind of interesting. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that storm north of McAllister, definitely something to watch. That one approaching Muskogee, that one's also something to watch too.
I'll be back, Nate.
Yeah, for sure.
Use the bathroom real quick.
Go get him. Yeah, that might be something to watch. The Muskogee cell, the McAllister cell now turning into the Crowder cell, and then the Pryor cell heading towards Adair. A lot of side lobe contamination within that. A lot of side lobe. Is that cell up here near Centralia? Yeah, no dice, Chief. That's gonna be a no for me. That's gonna be a no for me. It's not a B word, it's a B word, W-E-R, B word. It's a bounded weak ecoregion. It's essentially when the storm, when you have rotation on a storm, it essentially is when the storm wraps the rain around the rotation. Adair. It's not Adair, it's Adair. Monkas! Oklahoma strikes again with their weird, funky nicknames. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not salty that I can't pronounce, Oklahoma names at all.
Woman name, very awkward. Well, I won't say awkward. That's kind of messed up. But they have very different, unique kind of names that are hard to pronounce.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree.
For example, there's a town name on I-44. It looks like Miami, but it's pronounced Miami. And that blew my mind.
New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Haskell County in southeastern Oklahoma, eastern McIntosh County in southeastern Oklahoma, north central Pittsburgh County in southeastern Oklahoma.
Oh!
Tornado warning for southeastern Craig County in northeastern Oklahoma, west central Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, northern Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Alright, so, the National Weather Service in Tulsa has said enough is enough, and they've pulled 2 tornado warnings. We'll start with the northern one. Craig, Delaware, and Mays County until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So Adair, Pryor, Strang, Hoot Owl, Spavinaw, Langley, Ketchum, Big Cabin, and Cleora. That general area over there, if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of rotation, it's kind of hard to see because of all the side lobe contamination, but if you can just if you can get the general idea of reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, you got it. It's somewhere right within there. So there is indeed some form of tornadic rotation within this storm, and it's just probably better they warn it so that way, if it is masking itself in all this chaos of terrible pixels and bad velocity data, better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. So, once again, tornado warning over here.
Fantastic.
Craig, Delaware, and Mays County until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is north and east of Tulsa. Moving down to the south, we also have another tornado warning here. This is for Haskell, McIntosh, and Pittsburgh County, or Pittsburgh counties, I should say, plural, until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. This storm right here has had a history. Some spotters have reported there was a large funnel cloud over here on this storm north of McAllister. It is now heading towards Canadian, Eufaula, and Longtown, and then eventually towards the Chakota, the Texana, and the Dutchess Landing areas over here in the eastern portions of McIntosh County. So if you guys live over there, if you also live along Interstate 40, I-40, near Chakota and Warner, you guys need to watch out for this very, very closely. I would go ahead, get underground, or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, that is also a tornado warning for Haskell, McIntosh, and Pittsburgh counties until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. There's also another storm north of that could potentially try to make some noise. This will be near the Muskogee area, the Summit, and the Chieftain areas. So maybe the Tahlequah areas and the Hulbert area, you guys could probably watch out for those storms, as maybe there could be the chance for something tornadic within that. That is looking very interesting. There's a lot of side lobe contamination within this storm. I'll tell you what, it is very difficult to try and figure out if this thing is actually rotating on the ground or if it's actually elevated. But this storm is definitely there. All right, we are definitely getting some form of rotation because it is starting to sling the rain out, and it is starting to rotate counterclockwise, just like this. So whenever we see that, we know the rotation's right here somewhere. Or actually, it might be a little bit right here, because if you think of it this way, the rain's being wrapped around just like that. So now we can kind of identify, well, you know what, maybe Adair in about 5-10 minutes. Sure, they're going to be impacted by the large hail, but maybe the tornado goes a little bit to the south of them. Maybe after a long while, maybe Big Cabin gets out of the risk because it's going well to the south. But on the other hand, you might be able to say, well, maybe Strang, maybe Pensacola and Langley, maybe these are the guys that are probably going to be the right at the crosshairs of this the storm right here. So if you know anyone who lives over in those areas, all right, that I have mentioned, regardless if I think it's, out of the risk or in the risk, with the exception of Pryor, you need to get in your safe space. Adair, Big Cabin, Pensacola, Strang, Hoot Owl, Spavinaw, Langley, Disney, Grand Lake Town, Ketchum, Cleora. You guys need to get in your safe space right now. Yeah, that sounds like me, Cassie. New severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Muskogee. Not too surprised about that at all. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. News 9 has a wall cloud on the southern cell. Yeah, I'm not too surprised on that. The cell over here near Eufaula has been really starting to try and do stuff. Shakota, that's how it's pronounced? Whack. Let me go back to the cell that's crossing the interstate at the moment. Getting reports of numerous trees down, including large ones, likely tornado damage based on TDS east of Jonesboro. So I'm not too surprised with that. This storm over here near Shudrint has started to try again. It is trying. So Downsville in Louisiana, Point in Louisiana, Highway 15 in Louisiana, as well as 151 and 145. Yeah, 145. You need to get in your safe space. It looks like the storm is starting to move across the interstate. So what this storm, with its history of it producing a large tornado, don't take any chances. Don't take any chances. This storm definitely looks like it has the potential to try and produce a tornado again, barring the fact that it does have some side lobe contamination with it at the moment. But other than that, this storm definitely looks like it has a shot. So, guys, if you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. All right, we've got a lot of storms here across the board, and we're going to continue to try and cover it, more and more, over and over and over again. So, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people outside of YouTube. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Even by subscribing and hitting the notification bell, or even, typing stuff in chat to help out with the YouTube algorithm. It really does help me out a lot. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. And we're getting closer and closer to 1,000 likes, which is, as I said, what allows us to continue to spread this information with more and more people. So please be sure, if you haven't already, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I appreciate you guys helping me spread this information out and sticking with me here. But once again, this is a tornado warning here. This is the former particularly dangerous situation tornado warning over here. This was for Ouachita, Lincoln, and Union parishes until 6 p.m. The top of the hour here tonight, Central Standard Time. So 20 minutes from now is when that thing will be expired, but I highly doubt it. I think there will still be a couple more tornado warnings, and because of that, I do believe that we could be potentially talking about areas like Downsville, Point, Farmerville, Marion, Hale or Haley, probably Haley. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, they need to go ahead and get into their safe spaces, either underground, or if you don't have a basement, that's fine. Lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back up north. And let's go back up to Tahlequah. Good stuff. Tahlequah. Is El Dorado, Arkansas okay? It depends. They might be okay. It might be just barely missing a storm that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado. So we'll have to see. It looks like the storm near Adair is going to try and put down a tornado. It looks like this thing is probably going to put down a tornado. There's a lot of rotation that is as close to the ground as you can possibly get it. Red's moving away, green's moving towards right there. And I mean, just look at this radar presentation here too. Rain wrapping all the way around into a ball just like that. Ouachita. Oh, okay. Ouachita. Ouachita. Makes sense. Makes sense. But yeah, if you're in Strang, Pensacola, Langley, Ketchum, Cleora, Spavinaw, Hoot Owl, you need to get in your safe space. This one's probably going to be the one to try and produce a tornado. It's got the best chance right now based off of presentation. So, if you're over here in this portion of northeastern Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space. And if you even just know anyone who lives in northeastern Oklahoma, I would just tell them, say, hey, you know, please monitor the weather. You got some crazy stuff happening around your area. Just keep watching it. And, you know, they're from Oklahoma. They know, all right, well, whenever we get weather, usually it's more of the weirdest types of weather that occur. So we're probably going to watch, and they probably will. So if you know anyone who lives in the eastern portions, specifically the northeastern portions of Oklahoma, I would watch out for that. By the way, it's not Miami. It's like, what, Miami, right? Something like that. If we do have to call for Miami, that's not Miami, and more of like a Miami or something like that. Just want to, you know, make sure. The cell in Texana, Dutchess Landing, as well as Checotah and Warner. There is still some rotation on it, but it's not as strong. So, might be gusting out at the moment. A lot of strong damaging winds coming in behind. But I'm not fully convinced that this cell is quite dead. So, I would watch out for it. I wonder if the closer radar is actually Fort Smith. It's kind of close, but it's not exactly. But it also does support my thesis that it might be gusting out a little bit. So, unless if it actually fully wraps the rain around, might be talking about more of a hail and wind maker with this storm in particular. compared to the other ones. The cell over near Muskogee heading off towards the Tahlequah areas. This one has progressively been looking better and better. It's still not to that stage to where it can produce a tornado quite yet. So that's the good news. It's not producing a tornado. The bad news is it is intensifying over time. So we're going to have to watch out for this relatively closely if you're in Tahlequah. Because, you know, if it does continue on that trend, we very well could see that. At minimum, you're getting strong damaging winds, so I would prepare to go indoors at some stage if you haven't been already. But otherwise, I mean, yeah, it does look like it is intensifying over time. Yeah, it looks like the cell that's near Adair and Strang, that one's probably producing. There's a good chance that it is producing a tornado right now. I mean, usually when you see a velocity couplet as tight as that, even if it's as weak as it is, there's a good chance that it's probably producing. So, Adair and Strang, as well as Pensacola, Langley, Disney, Grand Lake Town, and Ketchum in Oklahoma, need to get in your safe space. As I said, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Continue to spread it around. Hit that like button down below or even subscribe to help me spread this out with more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. That'd be greatly appreciated. Yeah, I heard Jared. Prayers for him. Mesoscale discussion has been issued for these storms over here in Oklahoma. A narrow corridor of tornado risk remains for parts of eastern Oklahoma. Storms will eventually encounter rain-cooled air in Arkansas and Missouri. The need for an additional watch for southwestern Missouri appears uncertain at this time. Interesting. I will say, within these types of weaker rotations, though, so within the weaker rotation, it probably wouldn't be like a super strong tornado. It'd be like a noodle. A definite funnel cloud of some sort within that. But it doesn't look like this thing is fully going, you know, aggro and producing a strong tornado, which is the good news. How's the boot heel looking like? They should be fine, honestly. I think they're a little too far north, but they should be fine. Once again, still got quite the amount of rotation over here near Downsville, Point, and Farmerville in Louisiana. Shifting gears down to the south and east towards Louisiana. So if you're over near Farmerville, Point, Downsville, even towards Marion and Haley, don't be surprised if there's something tornadic over there too. The side lobe contamination can just stop for a little bit, but it's just not going to do that. So let's go back to Oklahoma. ZDR columns, they are starting to look better. Once again, Texana, Duchess Landing, Warner. Trying to look through Twitter. Not too much that I'm seeing here. Let's try and take a different look. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's trying. For the latest scan. I wonder if it's because it's over water. Yeah, it is because it's over water. Maybe the latest intensification due to the lack of, what's its face? Friction. Wow, it took me forever to figure out the word friction. Great job. Is El Dorado still okay? They should be. Let's take a look over in Shreveport real quickly. Shreveport's radar. Yeah, storm's just going through that general area. It's not that big of a deal. You guys should be fine. Yeah, it looks like a potential water spout that's moving on through into Texana. So if you're in Texana or Duchess Landing, I would watch out very closely. Muskogee, Fort Gibson, heading towards the Tahlequah. Watch out for that too. Looks like the storm that was near Pensacola and Strang did weaken a bit. So that's the good news. But we do have quite a few tornado warnings. Check out Calvin, Louisiana. What in the world is happening over there? What in the world? Calvin, Louisiana. South of Jonesboro. Oh. Yeah, Calvin's good for right now. Just stay indoors, stay away from windows. Should be all right. Is East Prairie, Missouri okay? Let's take a look real quickly. East Prairie, Missouri. Yeah, you guys are fine. If you're on the eastern side of Missouri, you're good. Don't worry about it. There's a new tornado warning, probably for Fort Gibson. Large extension. Holy. Very large extension. It's not for Fort Gibson, though. So that is something to note. Lot of rain that has shrouded the actual rotation heading towards Texana and Oklahoma. So I'd watch out. It definitely does look like there is the potential for something to try and form over the water and then make landfall. I definitely think that is a possibility. See if we can play the loop here. There's the storm track. Oh, so this storm eventually will just head towards Tahlequah anyways. The one that's over here near Eufaula, heading towards Texana. Although the rotation did kind of diminish a bit, which is the good news. It also doesn't look like it didn't kick up any debris. So that's also the good news. I'll watch that. Yeah, and that Pensacola cell didn't do too much either. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Hopefully this will give me an idea as to what's actually going on. Low-level lapse rates. And they're okay down south. Up north, they're pretty meh. Mid-level lapse rates, pretty good across the board. Surface divergence and vorticity. It's kind of all right. Northeastern cell is kind of the most interesting. Not really too much vorticity across the board, is there? There is a lot of energy over here within this line in Louisiana. That is the one thing. It's going to be a lot of rain. A lot of rain. Which is the reason why there's so many flash flood warnings. Is Pilot Point, Texas going to be okay? Let me take a look real quickly. Pilot Point, yeah, they're fine. Sup, Willow? Yep, I'm still here. I'm still standing better like I ever did. Gonna get copyright. Never thought I'd ever win. Oh, excuse me. Stretch. 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 Excuse me. That is a wall cloud north of Canadian that was reported 6 minutes ago. So 6 minutes ago, yeah, it looked like it was... No. Not sure about that. Not sure if it was that storm. Sup, Tyson? Live in Salina? Possible tornado chances? I doubt it. I think you guys are too far north. It is if you're in Salina, Kansas. Yeah, YouTube's been pretty scummy to me today. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But, you know, it's been all right. We got a lot of information out in the beginning. And we're still here. We're still alive. So it's not that big of a deal. I will say that cell near Texana and Dutchess Landing is still around. Same cell near Fort Gibson is still around too. So I think things not done yet. I think we done yet, as Marcus Peters would say. Still got a storm over here near Point, Spencer, Haley, Marion, and Farmerville. Approaching Highway 2. Highway 33 and Highway 143. So I'd watch out for that. Doesn't look like a tornado is formed over here, which is the good news, but we still have some rotation within the storm, so we still gotta watch out for it. But yeah, it does look like that is the case. That is a new tornado warning that's been issued. What? Oh, that. Yeah. Look at that little rinky dink. Yeah, Georgetown, Des Arc, Dixie, Gregory. There is a little area of rotation right there. Wow. Very small, but it is there. So if there is a tornado that forms, it will be there. Wow. So Georgetown, West Point, Augusta, Highway 64. This thing. Yeah. Look at that. Decent area of normalized rotation. So this definitely has the chance to try and produce a tornado. And if you're over near Georgetown, near Arkansas State Highway 11, you know, this would be north of Des Arc, south and east, or even south of Highway 64, US Highway 64 near Augusta. I would get into a safe space. It's what, Georgetown, Enright, Mitchell Corner, Jasmine, Nimmo. If you're in those areas, I would get in your safe space, because I do believe that a storm, the potential of it trying to produce a tornado is possible right here. Red's moving away, green's moving, or gray's moving towards, technically. Right in the middle. See if there's any other cells. Looks like the cell near Tannehill, Dodson, and Winfield trying to rotate again, but it's not as strong. I'll have to watch that, though, because that's going to go over areas that were impacted before by that tornado over near Jonesboro and Weston. Vivian with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. New mesoscale discussion. Tornado threat will continue through the evening. Some threat may spread east of Weather Watch 1 and downstream watch issuance is possible. Interesting. Storms in parts of East Texas may develop and intensify. The need for a watch remains uncertain. Convective trends will be monitored. Interesting with that as well. Big severe thunderstorm warning, I'll tell you what. Caldwell, Jackson, Union, Ouachita, and Lincoln parishes. All those areas over there. You have a big severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45. It really is a big line. I mean, look at this. Huge line of storms that are moving on through. So yeah, Monroe, Bastrop, Haley, Marion, Farmersville Point, Sterlington, Monroe, Bosco. I'd stay indoors. I'd stay indoors. No reason for you guys to be outside. Cell near Ketchum and Cleora doesn't look like it's all too strong anymore. Might actually be starting to kind of deteriorate a little bit. Oh, what in the world have you done to my poor boy? Duchess Land, yeah, it's kind of meh. We're talking about past storms. Past storms today, this afternoon. Because they were impacted here today by a large tornado. What's this latest update? Oh! Yeah, it looks like this thing might be trying to produce a tornado. Or at least might be trying. Yeah. Yeah. At least the rotation's up in the air. I don't know what this formation for this thunderstorm is supposed to be. I really don't. I don't know. It is doing the very weird, a very weird, I don't know, eagle impression. Look at this, like a bird. Penguin. True facts. I don't know. My point being is that there is not a hook echo over here. Or actually there is. It's right there. It's enveloped by all the rain. So I mean maybe, but there's just so much rain around which makes things really difficult. I definitely can't show that on stream. Definitely cannot. Patrick Star too. Yeah, that's another thing. I was really having difficulty trying to figure out where that rotation would be within that storm, but now here we are. Got a lot of heavy rain over here. Maybe slight intensification is possible of the storm if this thing can recycle. It's definitely possible, but there are a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued out in front of this. McIntosh, Sequoia, Cherokee, and Muskogee counties until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, it is going west. Baymax. Classic. Should Braggs worry? I'm talking about Braggs, Oklahoma. Braggs, Oklahoma is southeast of Muskogee. So, I think eventually this storm will be heading off towards your area. I wouldn't worry right now, and I wouldn't even worry in general. I would just have a plan of action just on the off chance that something tornadic does come near your area. That's essentially the best advice I can give. Do these storms have enough energy to get to Springfield? It's kind of hard for them right now. It is very difficult for them to do so. I mean, they're trying. They definitely are trying, but it's... There is some vorticity near that, though, I will say. Can we get a new sector? Like right there. Yeah, that looks so much better. So there is some energy behind this and some vorticity. What about the surface temperatures? Yeah, a lot of cold air out in front of it. So if this cold air runs into those storms, it might die out a little bit. I think if you're right along the border of, you know, like Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, I think you guys have a shot at those storms continuing to, you know, sneak on through that area. Will they continue to be tornadic, though? That's a different story. Might be a little bit more difficult to figure that one out. But for right now, it definitely does seem like there is some form of activity within that. Once again, guys, I appreciate you guys helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. We're just under 30 likes away from 1,000 likes, and believe it or not, we're only 7 subscribers away from 35,000, which is pretty cool. We've finally gotten to 35,000, right? We've been stuck at 34,000 for 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 years, it feels like. Feels like it's been so long. Us being here. Go Fort Smith again. Yeah, Storm's kind of just not having fun anymore. It really is not. Yep, I did see that, Mason. Do I think Columbia will be getting stuff tonight? Good question. I doubt it. I think Columbia's too far north, so you guys should be fine. You guys should be all right. Can I check on Farmerville? I sure can. It looks like Farmerville just got past the main line, which is the good news. That cell near Dodson is still there. I'm kind of surprised. Huh. Anyways, for right now, Farmerville's in the clear. There's going to be more thunderstorms coming in behind it, but it should be fine. Still a tornado warning over here for Union and Union County and Union Parish along the border of Louisiana and Arkansas. So I'd watch out for that very closely. Let's go back up to the tornado warning that's northeast of Little Rock. That's Fort Smith. Gotta go to Little Rock. Little Storm definitely has ran its course. Definitely do not think it produced a tornado, though. Doubt it. Highly doubt it. Be a little interesting to see if this little storm did actually do something, because I mean, for people who may have just tuned in, they're trying to figure out, well, what does he mean by a little storm? You notice this rotation is like about, what, 3 pixels wide? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 on both sides. So the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. So right in the middle, tornadic rotation. But oh, there's also another area of rotation up north. Diaz. That might be something to watch. But compare that rotation to, say, do we still have stuff with Shreveport from earlier? We do. Compare that to the PDS tornado warning that we had earlier, where we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pixels wide. And then, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 pixels wide. So 3 pixels and 8 pixels. And of course, each pixel is about 1/10 of a mile wide. Something like that. So, you know, it definitely is. Definitely is having fun with that storm up there. Just had to get that going. Farmer Matt with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Slippy, David, 10 a.m., Sea Dog, and Julie. Wow. Look at you all getting gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Farmer Matt. Really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much for the support. Nice to see you green finally, Slippy. I'm just kidding. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. This storm right here. This one might be the one to watch near Haley and Spencer. About to cross over 143, Highway 143. That one might be the one to definitely watch here soon. We only have 2 tornado warnings left as of this moment. As of right now, there's only 2. That's the good news. By the way, for the people who want gifted memberships, so I've said since 2 streams ago I was going to give away memberships towards the end of my streams. If you want to be able to receive memberships, number 1, you got to be subscribed. Number 2, if you're on the computer, at the top part of your screen, you're going to see the gifted, the gifted membership thing, the icon, where it's like a little present. Click that, and then at the bottom, should be able to tell you to say, receive gifts. Be able to receive gifts. Turn that on. You should be able to see it. And if not, if you're on the phone, I believe what you have to do, is you have to, first off, be in the live stream, Nate Snyder. There you go. All right, so pull it up. You go to the money icon, you go to the money icon, you go to membership, you click the 3 dots at the top, and then you go to gift settings. You make sure that you turn on allow gifts on this channel, and boom, you get memberships. Stuff like that. So, can I give information on northwestern Arkansas? Yeah, you guys right now, it's currently relatively cold over there compared to everywhere else. There's a lot of just rain-cooled air that's preventing thunderstorms from really sustaining. So it's really hard for this thing to really try to continue. But if there's any storm that gets over there, it'll have to get through that in order for it to be significant. I think I'm gonna have to move my radar over eventually. Let's actually let's reorganize my radars, shall we? Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Last one might be to do that. I think that is good. I think that we did that. I think we should be fine. Just on the off chance that there's anything super south, I want to make sure I keep that on lock. Go back to Shreveport here real quickly. This thing near Winfield is... Or now it's Dodson, Hudson, and Walker now. This thing is still rotating. This other thing near Haley is still going as well. We are one away. Legitimately one away. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We are also, alright, hear me out. We are also 6 away from 1,000 likes on the stream. We're getting close. We're getting there. So I really do appreciate it, you guys. I really do appreciate it. Obviously, it's not as large as Ryan Holleyall's milestone over there, which I'll say on Twitter congratulations to him once he hits that margin, but look at that. Look at that. 35,000. We've turned the page. Hopefully we stay on this page for a very short time, because on to 36. But thank you guys so much for allowing me to get to this spot. There it is. 35. 35K. There we go. Move those chains. Move those chains. Move those chains. Move them. But look at that. We've got it. That just shows you how large our community has grown. I mean, sure, the, you know, it's easy for people to try and compare compare other channels to each other and their growth and whatnot. Part of that was also my fault for not consistently uploading, because I definitely could have had a lot more. But, I'll tell you what. If I can consistently upload, if I could just do it instead of being an idiot, I'll be able to get there. Because subscribers don't come easy. They definitely don't. Holiday Island so far looks like they're going to be alright, but we'll have to see. But it looks like they should be fine. They look like they should be fine. Alright, we are definitely nowhere near Springfield radar capabilities quite yet. So we are going to go back to Tulsa. Let's actually go back to Fort Smith. I take it back. We're going back over here to Fort Smith. The cell that's east of McAllister, that's going to be something to watch near Blocker and Quinton. Longtown. There's another one near Braggs, but that one's not very strong at all. More of a strong damaging wind event more than anything. A lot of large hail. Tahlequah, are they going to be impacted by this hail? Yeah, they are. If you're in Tahlequah, be advised. Could be some quarter-sized hail near your area. So don't be outside. Do not be outside. New tornado watch. Looks like it's a further eastward extension towards Greenville. All right, let's play the guessing game. What is the tornado watch? What is the probabilities of the tornado watch? What do we got? How high are these cloud tops? Good question. About 45. 44, 45,000 feet. Or the little green triangle things. So if it's a right side up triangle like that, that is a hail indicator. If it's upside down, that's a tornado vortex signature. Few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible. All right. Survey says 50-30. 50-30 probability. So it's not bad. A lot of people got 50s on it. That's an extension, by the way. That is indeed an extension. So Haley, White, Beekman, getting into Cressette, and Hamburg over here in Arkansas. Still some good rotation with this one, so we're not done quite yet. We're not done quite yet. We're watching closely, but we're not done quite yet. Cell over here south of Chatham towards the Walker and Weston area. It's still very, very interesting. How's Monroe faring out? Monroe is getting a lot of strong damaging winds. There might be another storm that's moving up from Chatham all the way up towards your area, so I'd watch out for that. But other than that, give it about 10, 15 minutes and you guys should be good. I'd say so. Do I know when I might be going live tomorrow? That's a good question, honestly. Probably should look that up. Probably should. All right, let's pull it up here right now. Why did I delete Twitter? I don't know. Don't look at me. All right, let's figure out what's happening tomorrow. 18Z. What in the world? Are you serious? So, listen. What's after? What's that? The answer very well could be like 1 o'clock. Something like that. Answer very well could be like 1 o'clock. Cassidy with the 9 months says, you coming to Texas in May to chase? Depends, alright? It'll have to depend upon what I'm doing by that time, but otherwise, I don't see why I can't. I don't see why I can't. Yeah, I would say maybe one central, maybe. Give or take. Might be even a little bit earlier. Very well could be a little bit earlier. Oh, that is pretty. Ouch. All right, well, that's coolio. That sounds great to me, Chief. Yeah, I was looking at Chatham as well. It's been trying. Not a vorticity over there. It's still trying to go. It's hanging in there, I'll tell you what. That is not a debris signature. That can go away. Yeah, this is where I wish we maybe had a little bit better radar coverage, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. So that cell over near Blocker is starting to rotate more and more. So if we're in, you know, if you know anyone who lives in Quinton, Stigler, and Whitefield in Oklahoma, I'd watch. They did pull the trigger on it. They did pull the trigger on it again. So, it's another storm. This storm right here. Further south along the line, this cell that's up here in Haley, in the northern portions of Louisiana, this one originally produced a tornado just about 5 miles to the west of this storm right here. So, over here near Jonesboro and Weston, that's where the tornado originally started. There's a new tornado warning just to the east of Weston, approaching Chatham. So if you're in Chatham in Louisiana, I would go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And we've been talking about the storm for quite some time. As it passed near Winfield and Dodson, we were like, you know what? This storm is definitely going to try to be tornadic as it continues to move on through. According to the National Weather Service, it is being tornadic. So, once again, Chatham, Eros, Calhoun, Interstate 20, areas along highway, that would be 34, State Highway 34, as well as areas near State Highway 4 in Louisiana. You guys need to get into your safe space, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is not heading for Monroe, fortunately. So if you're in Monroe, I mean, I would still closely monitor this very closely. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people that live in Monroe. But the current trajectory of the storm and where the rotation is, which is all the way down here. If I actually go to the normalized rotation, this quantifies how strong the actual rotation is. you see the blue little areas, you know, all these little blue colors. This is weak rotation. But once you see greens inside the blues, that's when you start to get kind of moderate levels of rotation. And we have that. We have moderate levels of rotation just to the south of Chatham. So that's where the rotation is at. This white line with these tick marks is where the track currently is headed for. Just to the west of Monroe is where it is where it looks like it's heading, just by about 5 to 10 miles. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas just to the west of Monroe, near Calhoun, Eros, as well as even Point, Claiborne, and Highway 34, as I said, Highway 34, State Highway 4, and this would also be 146, State Highway 146. You guys need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Is it going to Omaha? No. Nebraska is not in the risk here within this event. Going off to the velocity signature, you can clearly see the rotation. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Counterclockwise spin is located right there. And on reflectivity, you can also kind of see a little bit of a hook with it too. You can see the rain kind of jutting out a little bit, kind of like that. And usually when that's the case, and when you have, you know, not a whole lot of rain right within this area. When I mean not a whole lot of rain, I mean like no oranges or reds right within there, or not a whole lot of them. That means that you got a pretty interesting inflow notch to where the storm can take in a lot of moisture. This thing can continue to form or sustain, and maybe even intensify further and further and become tornadic. And now the velocity signature is starting to go a little bit crazy here. Lately, the radars have had a lot of issues with some form of contamination called side lobe contamination. I fear this is what it is currently experiencing, and we're starting to have some difficulties in regards to actually figuring out how strong the rotation is, because a part of me thinks it isn't as strong as this actually is. But if it is, you know, I mean, I think the big thing here to take away from it is that it's telling me, it's telling you, it's telling everyone else who's looking at this right now that it's still rotating. And because that is the case, I do believe that regardless of how strong or how weak it is, if it does produce a tornado, if it does go straight to the ground, it will do damage to somebody, and it will impact someone's livelihood. So when we say that, you know, there's side lobe contamination, you know, it's not as strong as it actually is, you know, that doesn't mean that it's just clearly, you know, we're clearly dismissing it. That's not the case. Well, we're just trying to interpret the radar to figure out what exactly is going on with the storm. But by doing so, we're also realizing that regardless of what we say, the National Weather Service still has issued a tornado warning because of the fact that there is something there. The fact that we are talking about it means that there's something there, and because of that, it has the chance, it has a potential threat to life and property. So when we mention areas, you know, and I'll go back down here with Radar Omega so that way we may be able to kind of call these places out. When we talk about Chatham, Mount Moriah, Wood Junction, as well as Okaloosa, Eros, Guyton, Cadeville, Mount Pleasant, Mineral Springs, Indian Village, Forksville, Calhoun, Chenery, as well as Carlton, Trace Estates, Northwood Estates, Western Hills, the western portions of Monroe, so basically West Monroe and west of West Monroe, the west of Monroe, you know, State Highway 15, State Highway 15. That area over there, and Highway 837. All those areas over there, including Highway 34, you guys need to get into your safe space right now, because that is where this tornadic storm is heading off towards at the moment. This thing could potentially produce a tornado. I'm looking at correlation coefficient. I'm constantly trying to monitor to see if this thing is actually producing a tornado. But for right now, we definitely have a lot of strong winds aloft. Stay safe, Kaylee. Stay safe. Something is sus. You know what to do. Yeah. Still a lot of rotation with that. I'm going to veer off towards the northeast here because there is a storm over here near Wardville and Beekman. Heading off towards the white area and the U.S. Highway 425 area. This is right along the border of Louisiana and Arkansas, so northernmost border. North of Bastrop. We've got this storm, all right? You can see it's kind of arcing, just like that. This arcing right here is indicating there's a lot of strong damaging winds, but on the northern side of that arcing, there can be kind of a little bit of a whirlpooling effect. And because of that, that can also create some counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, which means there could be the potential for something tornadic up there as well. So when we look at this, even though there's a lot of these purple pixels, which indicate bad velocity data, there still is a little bit of rotation with this. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. Right in the middle, we see there's some general spin. General spin in the atmosphere. So somewhere in there still is something tornadic. Unfortunately, the radar is not being kind to us today in two different facets of the word. We've got the range folding, which is essentially bad velocity data. And then we also have some side lobe contamination, which is built off of, the actual geometry of the radar. The actual geometry of the radar is causing this contamination and making it a lot more difficult for us to be able to figure out what exactly is going on with the storm. Someone mentioned Oklahoma. That's a good point. That's a very good point. The storms, yeah, Quentin. This one very well. We were talking about Blocker and northeast of McAllister could be something to watch for. That is true. That is 100% true. There is a storm here near Quentin that looks like this could potentially try to produce a tornado. So if you're in Stigler, Whitefield, Briartown, Hoyt, Horham, and Kinta over here. This would be Haskell County in Oklahoma, and potentially even portions of extreme southern Muskogee County in Oklahoma. You guys could potentially have a tornado warning here soon. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. If you guys know anyone who lives within these areas that I've been calling out for, by the way, please be sure to spread the information with them. Copy the link to the live stream, send a text to them, put it on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. That way we may be able to just continue to get the word out. All right, at this point, there's a bunch of different showers and thunderstorms, and they're probably going to quickly intensify into what could be tornadoes. So, the best thing here for us right now is to continue to try and get as much information out as possible. And I think the cell near Quinton, as well as the other cell over near Chatham, those ones are probably the ones that could try to produce a tornado within the next 5 to 10 minutes. They probably have the best chance. So please be sure to spread that information. And also be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this information out with more and more people. Because there could be some people who live in these areas on YouTube that end up going out to the recommended feeds, trying to figure out, hey, maybe I'm getting some weather and stuff like that, trying to figure out what's going on over here. And that does help a long way. That does go a long way to helping us get the information out, because if we continue to get this channel out onto more and more recommended feeds, we're going to continue to keep spreading. So, and that is the new tornado warning. And that's not really too surprising in my honest opinion. It really isn't. Once again, Quinton. This would be Quinta, Stigler, and Whitefield. You need to get in your safe space because this one does look like it has the best chance. And you even see a little bit of a hole in here. So I call it a donut hole. Other people call it a BWER, a bounded weak echo region, BWER. When you start to have rain that wraps around just like this, the storm is wrapping rain around the rotation in itself. And because that is the case, it is essentially shrouding itself in rain, making it rain wrapped. So if you were to try and view the storm, try and figure out, what's exactly happening here, you probably wouldn't be able to, because guess what? It is covered in all sorts of rain. But yeah, this is a oh, and it just went even further. What in the world? Yeah, velocities are starting to intensify further. This one's definitely something I'd watch out for. Whitefield, Stigler, Briartown, Sims, Porham, Tamaha, Hoyt. This would be this would be the one storm that I would watch out for. This is probably the storm for Oklahoma. This is probably the storm for Oklahoma here. And we still have the other storm near Tahlequah. This one's still some strong damaging winds. I mean, yeah, this just has some pretty strong rotation with it. It's actually got higher ends of moderate rotation. Higher end moderate rotation with it. Couldn't hear it. Oh, wow. That is whack. Why isn't there a storm? I know, right, Michael? We can only wish. We can only wish. Oh, that sounds about right. That is definitely muted on that screen. Oh, well. But that is a new tornado warning. Once again, tornado warning here. This is for Haskell, Muskogee, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma. That will be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. There is definitely some pretty strong amounts of rotation with that according to normalized rotation, but we could just go on to the regular velocity scan, and it would be able to tell us the same exact thing. I want to go back to the other storm. We seem to neglect this storm over here in Chatham. Of course, as I said, bit of side lobe contamination with this, so still going to be a headache to try and deal with. But you can take a look and you can see there is still some rotation with it. If I go in the upper... Oh, that looks so much better at 0.5 tilt. It's still got some contamination, but it is definitely better. Doesn't look like a debris signature is ongoing right now. This is just kind of a reminder here real quickly, ladies and gentlemen. This is kind of the event that we have here for this evening. Still going, of course. And it's still going to go for another probably hour or two, give or take. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, you're probably going to want to pay attention to severe weather for tonight. All right. Unless if you are not in this giant red box. So you guys see these giant red boxes over here. If you're not in this giant red box, then you probably shouldn't worry too much. At least not right now. But if you're in the red box, you're in the main threat for severe weather here today. So please be sure to watch out for it. All right. Any threat of strong damaging winds, large hail, even tornadoes and stuff like that. All that is possible. And we only have 3 tornado warnings, but you can see they're pretty far away. So I got to track from one side of the area all the way back to the other. Over and over and over again, but that's fine. Weather is weather. It happens wherever it wants, I guess. But that's where we're at right now. We're talking about the furthest southeasternmost tornado warning. Actually, the furthest southernmost tornado warning, I should say. And this one's getting near the area of Monroe, heading towards the Calhoun area. So if you know anyone who lives near them, West Monroe, Claiborne, Calhoun. I'll pull up Omega as well. Royal Pines, Pine Grove, Chenery, Lenville, Mount Pleasant, Cadeville, maybe even Monroe as well. Honestly, you guys need to get in your safe space as well. If I was in Monroe, I would probably start watching now. I would probably start watching very closely. I do believe that maybe this thing could be trying to turn off towards the right a little bit. And if that's the case, then obviously that's not the greatest scenario in the world. But it does look like it's starting to veer off to the right. It does look like it is starting to veer off to the right. So Monroe would be the area I would watch out for very closely. Monroe and West Monroe. I wonder if they are going to update the tornado warning. Yeah, it's going to be very close to Monroe. And it even just veered off to the right a little bit further. So I'm actually, you know what I'm going to do, chat? I am actually going to take a storm motion from warning. I'm going to put it right here. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Monroe,
Central Ouachita Parish in north central Louisiana.
Yeah. I knew that it looked like it was starting to kind of shift over. It looks like it is heading towards Monroe. So if you are in Monroe, Louisiana, or anywhere near Monroe, Louisiana, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If this thing does produce a tornado, it will be heading off towards your area. All right? But you guys can be safe. All you guys have to do is get in the lowest innermost part of your building. All right? If you have a basement, that's perfect. But if you don't, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right? So if you have, if you have created kind of, map of your house, and you place a dot in the middle of your house, and you have a room or some form of closet or, even a laundry room that's right next to it, go in there. Hide in there for the duration until the storm passes you. All right? That is the best way for you to ride out a storm. And while you're at it, get helmets, get pillows. If you played any sports and you have gear, get that on. any way for you to protect yourself in the off chance that a tornado does hit you and flying debris flies and whatever, or if the tornado rips apart the house and stuff like that. You know, we don't want debris flying on your head. That's the main way into which people, you know, main way into which we have the most fatalities, I should say, is because of head injuries. All right, head injuries from the tornado. So be sure, okay, be sure to take that into consideration when you guys do eventually go into your safe space. And I as I said, I highly encourage it. I highly encourage it that if you live in Monroe, you get into your safe space. If you have friends in Monroe, or if you know anyone who lives in Monroe, that's fine. Call them up, send them a text message, or send them a direct message or whatever, and say, hey, listen, you got to get in your safe space now. There's a tornado warning for your area. The rotation's heading off near your general vicinity. Better safe than sorry. All right? And if they don't believe you, share the stream. All right? I highly advise sharing the stream anyways. You know, that way for the people who may want to try and figure out what's going on, you know, they'd be able to find it. You put it on Facebook, you put it on Twitter, Instagram, whatever. The information's out. They can go find it. It's on social media right there. All right? So please be sure to share it out on there. And also on YouTube. All right? YouTube gets their videos and their streams out via the YouTube algorithm. Essentially, the more someone interacts with a video, more people interact with the actual video or the live stream, the more it gets recommended out to more and more people. That's how more and more people found the stream, and that's how you guys are watching today. So in order for the algorithm to continue to increase and for this outreach to continue to expand to more and more people, please be sure, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. We're so close to 1.1K. Subscribe, even turn on notifications. I don't even care if you unsubscribe after the stream. All right? I am more concerned about the people that I currently see on my screen right now here in Monroe than the amount of subscribers I have. All right? So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. That way we may be able to continue to increase our outreach to more people who could be impacted. That's all it is. So if you're just tuning in here right now, Monroe, Louisiana. All right, Monroe, Louisiana. You have a tornado warning. Let me actually update my my title. There we go. Live tornado warning, Monroe, Louisiana, that has now been updated. Boom. This is in Louisiana, as I said. If you're in Monroe, all right, very populous area here in Monroe. I'll turn off the radar. You can see there's a lot of places over there. As a matter of fact, I'll turn back on the radar. I'll go to the internet, do everyone a favor, and search up the population of Monroe, Louisiana. And I can't spell. The population of Monroe, Louisiana is over 47,000 people. 47,000 people live in Monroe. For reference, that's more than Alexandria. Quite a lot of people live in this area. So consider the fact that we have so many people that live here and the people around Monroe. There are a lot of people that live within this portion of northern Louisiana, and that's all the more reason why, as I said, you got to go ahead and heed the warnings of the National Weather Service by getting into a safe space. If you have a basement, perfect. Go in there. If you don't, get into a sturdy building, so a mobile home will not cut it. Get into a sturdy building, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. All right? If you could, you know, imagine as if there's a zombie apocalypse, all right? And you wanted to try and stay away from the outside of your house, Think of it like that, except it's not, you know, zombie apocalypse is a lot more serious than a tornado in this instance. But both of which are pretty serious, so please do not be outside. Do not be outside. You wouldn't be outside during a zombie apocalypse. Don't be outside during a tornado warning. Does Monroe have any sky cameras? That's the real question. I know they have traffic cameras over there. I know they have traffic cameras. Because I saw earlier that they did. That's looking westbound. That's looking westbound. So on this current trajectory, this is taking it right there. Eastbound, eastbound, eastbound. Yeah, that's very nice. So it's probably a good idea. Media could not be loaded either because the server network failed or the format's not supported. That's very nice. You know, these cameras are definitely helping. Yeah, format's not supported. Of course it's not. Trying to find a decent camera here for you guys. That might be the winner. Might have actually found one here. Put that as Monroe, Louisiana. Boom. There we go. All right, kind of fixed that for right now. But yeah, that's Monroe up above. We're watching that very closely because, as I said, there is a tornado warning for Monroe, Louisiana. If you live in Monroe, Louisiana, or if you live anywhere around Monroe. All right, so this would be areas like Monroe, Claiborne, West Monroe, Swartz, Brownsville, Bauckham, Bauchamville, Richwood, Sterlington, Drew, Fairbanks, Perryville, Millhaven, Pine Grove, Luna, Guthrie, Deschard, and Lapine. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because the storm is approaching Monroe. It is still rotating. We still have some tornadic rotation with this storm. So you have to heed the National Weather Service's warning very, very closely. I also want to go over to the storm that's over near Whitefield and Briartown in Oklahoma, because this storm was rotating quite a bit. Did it actually produce a tornado? The answer is no, but it is starting to try and re-intensify, and that is a very strong ZDR arc, which tells me that this storm, we still need to watch out for it. So eastern Oklahoma, Sallisaw, Vian, Carlisle, Tomahawk, as well as areas near Sims, Stigler, and even towards Gore here in Oklahoma near Whitefield. Need to get in your safe space as well, because this storm probably will re-intensify. I do not doubt it, honestly. I do not doubt it. Looks like our camera is starting to have more and more fun. So I'm gonna try and see if I can make it easier for us. Come on. Why does this camera have to be? Oh well. That's super bright. That's not gonna help us at all. It's traveling northbound, southbound, but it's looking down at the ground, the median. The median, thanks for helping. You know, have I mentioned how much I dislike Louisiana traffic cameras? They are undermining their potential by being donuts. Don't care about the legend right now. And that's really going to travel eastbound because that's totally where the storm is. Oh, that's northbound. You know what? You know what? I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this camera. I am definitely okay with this camera. There we go. Go to the left so that way we can see. There we are. So we'll be able to see what's happening on the left-hand side. But once again, if you're in Monroe, Louisiana, watch out very, very closely. Lot of lightning. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of lightning with this storm. But if this camera is looking north, it said it was looking at the traffic moving north. Something tells me we're looking northwest, which means that if that is the case, we're at US 165 right now, which is currently located right here. Somewhere right here. This is at Winnsboro. Winnsboro is somewhere around here. More than likely. Yeah, Winnsboro Road. So it's right there at 15. So our camera is looking right here. The storm is legitimately going to move right over Monroe. We're going to have a pretty decent shot of it, especially if this thing does move, or if this camera does move over to the left. But once again, if you're in Monroe, Louisiana, need to get in your safe space right now. Balcomville, Ridgecrest, Monroe, West Monroe, Northgate, River Oaks, Northside Terrace, Pecan Bayou, all those areas over there need to get near safe space. There's the rotation right there. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. So its current trajectory takes it right over Monroe. Out of curiosity, correlation coefficient, no debris signature, which is good. Storm relative velocity is not bad. Go back to GR2. When in doubt. Yeah, no debris signature from what I can tell. I wonder if the velocity signature is going to update, though. It'll be in downtown Monroe in about 5 minutes, give or take. That's when we are expecting the storm to really move on through. Someone's saying Oklahoma's trying to go again. Yeah, Stigler is starting to rotate again. It definitely is. Still has a very strong ZDR arc too, so I would not be surprised if this thing even did try to put down a tornado. Once again, Carlisle, Vian, Atamaha, McKee, Pinhook Corner, Redbird Smith, and Salisaw and Oklahoma. We got a tornado warning over there for your area. That is possible. Or at least the storm has the possibility of trying to put down a tornado. So I would watch out for that. Matt's fine. He's heading back. Or at least I think he's fine. I talked to him earlier. Yeah, the rotation is inching oh so close to Monroe right now. And let's actually go full screen, take a look and see as this storm now starts to move on through into Monroe. A lot of lightning with this storm at the moment. Matt has a flat. Yeah, he does have a flat now. Sheesh. That is pretty whack. I might have to send him something here soon. He does have a flat. Matt is definitely having a fun day, I'll tell you what. Yeah, of course. Someone has to try and, you know, take a shower now. That's quality. Right next to this wall is shower room, which... Great! But... oh well. We'll make do. I want to see if the, I want to see if the college radar is functioning right now. So, it definitely doesn't quite look like it. Local news saying tornado on the ground near Balkanville. I wouldn't be too surprised. I would not be surprised at all. Maybe soon, Clayton. Maybe soon. Recently, I've been able to kind of find some time to do things. I'm looking very closely on the camera right in front. Don't see anything quite yet, but it would be on our left. Huh. I'll come back to this camera here in a second, because I do think it could help. This camera could help too, because this is the one that's currently getting hit rotations going over this area right now. It's hard to see. It's hard to see what's going on with this. Maybe this camera could help. This is just the Louisiana traffic cameras that they have on here. Trying to find a tornado here if you're just tuning in here. Once again, if you're in Monroe, Louisiana, you need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, there's some wind here within this this camera. It's definitely blowing this one around. I was really expecting a lot of rain here. It's not raining quite yet, but there is definitely something going on around here. Definitely is. Can't quite see anything yet. I'm gonna go back to the camera that's on 165. Whoo! Good thing I did. Did you guys just see that? So I'm seeing a little bit wall cloud-esque something over here. Yeah, look at that. There's a wall cloud. That's the wall cloud right in front of us. Doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground, but that is the wall cloud. That is the wall cloud. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Haskell County in southeastern Oklahoma, Sequoia County in east central Oklahoma, east central Muskogee County in east central Oklahoma.
East central Oklahoma. Okay. So that's the Tamaha, the Sallisaw cell. Yeah, so that's not too surprising. Once again, Monroe, Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space. A big wall cloud somewhere around here. If it illuminates the sky one more time, I might be able to point it out for you all. I think it's all the way back down here again. Wind is starting to really ramp up with this one. Or I think it might be right there. Let's watch. I'm really hoping for the lightning to illuminate the area again. Oh yeah, look at that. Did you see that right in there? How the cloud just lowered all the way down? Put that right there. Yeah, that wall, there is definitely a wall cloud right within there. So I am watching that very closely. But once again, if you're in Monroe, Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space. We also real quickly want to mention cell over in eastern Oklahoma, Tamaha. All right, if you're in Tamaha in Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space. If you're along I-40 in Oklahoma, near Carlisle, Vian, McKee, Salisaw, and areas in Sequoia County in Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space. Storm has now got a classic look of a boundary weak echo region where it's wrapping rain all the way around the rotation. And right here at this circle is where the potential tornado could be. So because that is the case, I'm not taking any risks with this storm. If this thing does produce a tornado, it's going to go right over areas near McKee, Salisaw, Pinhook Corner, Vian, Akins, Brent, all those areas over there. So you need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Going back to the cell that's moving through Monroe right now, the rotation is on the northeastern side of Monroe. So if you're on the western side of Monroe, you guys are fine. Claiborne, as well as Calhoun, stuff like that, you guys are good. All right. Richwood, you guys are good. A lot of strong damaging winds over there, but the tornado in itself is starting to move out of your way. You're starting to get some larger amounts of hail in your area. But otherwise, you guys, once again, should be good. What's this camera looking at? I guess we'll have to see. Anywhere along Highway 34 south and west of Monroe, you guys are good. Monroe, stay into your safe space right now for just a little bit longer, a little while longer. I do believe that the storm is not quite done. I do believe that there is still some more storms that are going to move on through your area, let alone the actual rotation. But just know that if you guys wait it out for another 5, maybe 10 minutes, you guys should be out of the risk for the tornadic activity. If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible by copying the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way, if people who are trying to find this information, people who live in these areas that I'm talking about, if they want to find live feeds of people who are talking about tornadoes, my feed will already be there, so they can go ahead and watch it. And to help me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below, even subscribe and turn on notifications. As I said, I don't really care about how many subscribers I have. The thing of it is that I care more about the people who are on this screen right here that I'm currently looking at. So if you want to unsubscribe afterwards, completely fine. But it's just purely to help me out with the YouTube algorithm, to help me spread this information with more and more people. Imagine being 5'4". Never me. But I'm still pretty small for my age. I'm only 5'10". I'm gonna be 21 in April. Jeez. I'm trying to see if I can find anything within this. It looks like the storm in Monroe is starting to weaken a bit, which is the good news. By the way, real quickly, all right? So, first off, I've said Monroe, Sychard, Schwartz, Fairbanks, Collinston, Oak Ridge, all that stuff. You guys need to get in your safe space, and of course there's severe thunderstorm warnings in southeastern Arkansas, so that's something they need to consider as well. There's also the tornado warning, as I mentioned, for Tamaha, McKee, Vian, Pinhook Corner, and Salisaw. All those areas they need to watch out as well. I gotta say, if you can, go congratulate Ryan Hall, y'all. He is, what, 800 subscribers away from getting 1 million subscribers. I'm gonna give him my congratulations here in a bit. Yeah, because 1 million subscribers is 1 million subscribers, so. There we go. Yeah, I wish I can get 100K, but no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll get there eventually. It'll happen. But yeah, I just sent out my my congrats to Ryan. 'Cause he's gonna get there. It's gonna happen. I'll tell you what, did not think that a weather YouTuber at all 5 years ago would get to 1 million subscribers. You know, when I was thinking about it 5 minutes ago, I was like, yeah, I did not think it would happen. But it is what it is. Looks like the cell near Tamaha is trying. Keyword trying. It's also very displaced too. This was a mistake. I did not want to go to Monroe's radar. I want to go back to Shreveport to look at Monroe. And it still looks like it's kind of mock ass. Yeah, there you go. He's got it. So congrats to Ryan there. My goodness. Big milestone. Do that. Boom. Bing, bang, boom. I'm trying to look through on Twitter to try and see if I can find anything with the storm in Monroe. It doesn't look like it, so it looks like the only thing that we really got to look at is this one over here. That's over in Oklahoma. Because the other storms that attempted to go into Missouri seems to have kind of flip-flopped, hadn't it? It definitely just straight up flopped. So that's the good news. Good news is that one didn't produce. Look at that. I told you guys it's gonna be the talk of the town. Everyone's gonna say Ryan got 1 million. Told you. Told you. But no. Did not ever think a single weather YouTuber 5 years ago did not think someone would ever get to 1 million subscribers. Didn't think. Oh God, why am I drawing a blank right now? That's who. Okay then. Yeah, a lot of rotation with this, but it's not very stacked. It's kind of just there. So yep, as I said, you know, go give the congratulations. I mean, he definitely deserves it. He got there. Did not think. Hey, you can thank the storms in Arkansas for not allowing you to get storms in Missouri. You can thank them. You can thank them. How's the Fordyce, Arkansas area? Good question. Let's actually go half and half screen, by the way. So that way, we actually have something that we can kind of look at. Fordyce, Arkansas. I'm anticipating a lot of general showers and thunderstorms near your area, but other than that, not too much. Maybe some strong damaging winds overnight is possible. Maybe some strong damaging winds. Max Olson says there was a tornado over in McKay. Max Olson said there was a tornado. And that's that Tomahawk cell. So he probably thought it was a tornado right there when it went in the Tomahawk in McKee. Yeah, it definitely was Tomahawk. It definitely was Tomahawk. It definitely was a tornado over there. So hopefully no one was really impacted in Tomahawk. I'll tell you how Harrison, Arkansas is going to look tonight. Yeah, for sure. Let me take a look. Any danger for Mississippi? Tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow. I'm next to 1 mil? I hope. I hope. I gotta start grinding really hard to get to that point. Harrison, Arkansas. Yeah, you guys should be fine. A lot of scatter showers and thunderstorms. I don't anticipate any more than that. It's pretty cool over near your area as well. Do I think you should chase tomorrow around the Huntsville area? Chasing material tomorrow? Gosh. Three Cape. First off, I gotta check that over in southeastern Louisiana. Seems a little linear. There was something over there. Yeah, it's definitely a little linear. This over here for southern. Yeah, that's definitely linear. What in the... That's not how that works. That sounding is not how that works. Yeah, as I said, I will be live tomorrow. That's not how that works. I mean, chase up? Yeah, probably not, honestly. Probably not. I wouldn't chase up there. I would probably just, you know, wait for the storms to get to me and then hope for the best. Other than that, probably not. All right, I think I am going to take a brief break. Just a brief one. All right, very briefly. Because I need someone came into my room and said, "Listen, all right, need you to do something real quickly." So if I do it very quickly, very, very quickly, then I should be good. So I will be back. I will be back. Okay, it is done. Bing, bang, boom. Magic. Alrighty. So now since we are done, we fixed it. We did all the stuff that we needed to do. That storm that's over near Marble City and Pinnock Corner still looks like there could potentially be stuff. That's site 1. Wow. Whack. What's happening in the boot heel? They should be fine. There's not... Yeah, this is scattered showers and thunderstorms. Damaging winds. Stuff like that. Why is everyone putting in ones in the... What is this? What in the actual are you guys doing? What is going on? Yes, weather is starting to slow down. That is true. What is... What are you guys doing? You know what? The answer is yes. After further review, the answer is yes. You guys are definitely... Gosh. What? The answer is yes. The answer is also, we still got a storm here near Marble City, Oklahoma. It is still rotating some more and more. Oh my gosh. You know what? 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 Alright, you guys know what to do. We're doing 1 right now. As I said, after we find out who gets the gift, GG's. I don't know what's going on. Don't look at me. There we go. GG. Don't look at me. Sly Record with the membership. Congratulations, you have been gifted 1 for free as a giveaway. Congratulations. GG. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew what you guys do sometimes. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. We do not know. Alright, well, I've been trying to scan through Twitter to try and find something. I haven't found anything that is useful. So we shall go back to weather. This is the only storm really that we got to watch out for. Yeah, listen. I don't know what you guys are doing. I'm not sure I want to know. All right, I will leave you guys over there. You guys have fun. Go over there. I don't know what you guys are doing. Oh, also, I will say this here real quickly. So, obviously, we all know weather's starting to get a little slow. This is the only storm that's really doing stuff right now, and who knows if the stuff in Louisiana is going to come back alive. All right? So, listen. If you guys want to talk to me, be sure to do it on Discord. All right? I'll put a link in the chat. Make sure you guys join the Discord server so that way you guys can talk. If you don't want to join my Discord server, that's fine too. I understand. So if you just want to straight up talk to me on Discord, that's it right there. Boom. Comunicado. How will tomorrow compare to today? Might be the same. Something like that. Same style of event. It'll be interesting to say for sure. Especially since I'll probably have to live stream earlier than I did today. But, you know. It happens. So, but I think I'm going to have to move one of my radars over to Jackson. Which, if that's the case, I'm going to move Monroe's radar, which is clearly not going to ever function correctly, over to Jackson. There is a little bit of rotation over there. Look at that. There's a little bit of rotation over there. I should probably turn my thing over. There we go. Now people can see me. What the heck was that? You know, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. There is a little bit of rotation south and east of Monroe, but it's not very strong. And we're also looking at this very, very far away from the radar. So the reliability on this is probably not very high. But still. Something to note. Yeah, classic. Of course it was that. Of course someone said to do that while I was gone. Yeah, there's just a lot of strong damaging winds, but there's just two areas. There's one here near Arkansas City, which is right on the border of Mississippi and Arkansas right here. Desha County in Arkansas heading towards the Bolivar County areas in Mississippi. And then there's also this other storm that's rotating here in Richwood. I believe this is Richland Parish. No, it is not Richland Parish. This is Wachita Parish, right along the border of Richland Parish, near Richwood. So, if you guys live over there, south and east of Monroe, I would watch that. But the main thing here is definitely this storm near Brushy in Marble City. Although it does not look like it is as strong as it once was. As a matter of fact, it looks like it is having some technical difficulties. as this thing starts to become more and more of a linear segment. At least that's what it appears like to me. Yeah, Matt's been having fun. I'll tell you what. Natural Dam, Stony Point, Brushy. These are the main areas that I would watch out for. Even Greasy and Salem, north of the tornado warning. I do believe they could potentially get some of the risk of it. But other than that, storms might start to be finally going down. Judith with the 50, thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to the channel. And then Starries with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'd have to search up that camera. Because every single time I look up Monroe Sky cameras, it doesn't work. So I'll have to look at it. But Judith with the 50, once again, really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Yeah, Matt, you've definitely had a heck of a day. But you're kind of right about how it's kind of hard for you to get a tire in Texarkana. It is way too late for that. Unless if you wanted to pay the big bucks, of course. Is the storm near Fort Smith weakening or getting stronger? It's neither. It's staying the same. It's been going through these phases of, hey, I'm going to strengthen, now I'm going to weaken. I'm going to strengthen, I'm going to weaken. It's just been maintaining that. So, yeah, once again, thank you, Judith. It really does mean a lot to me. Watching from Oxford? Well, that's tomorrow's risk, actually. Oxford, just out of, just for your information, Oxford, Mississippi will be potentially getting some severe weather tomorrow. So I would watch out for that. May not be too significant, but just, general showers and thunderstorms for the most part. I'll actually show you guys. Here is the map, the SPC map for severe weather tomorrow. Once again, 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, and 3 out of 5 in the orange. So especially if you're in the orange, you definitely need to watch out tomorrow for severe weather. Chance of a warning being issued for it? For that storm in particular, maybe so. But further along the line, there's a lot of cold air over here in northwestern Arkansas, which will gradually weaken the storm. So if this thing doesn't die now, it'll die in probably 15-20 minutes. Make sure, if you haven't already and if you're on the Discord server, go to the rules tab and then hit the check mark button down below that. Anybody know a good desktop computer weather app? Ones I've gotten so far are garbage and work for a little while. They disappear for no reason. I would either go for Radar Scope right here. Radar scope is a good application for 30 bucks. Obviously, no radar app is free, so consider that. Or if you wanted to go the cheap way, I think this works too. I'm not too sure though, so don't quote me. We're gonna figure this out together. Radar. Dual pole, next rad, Dadar, Dadar? Oh, wow, I am quality. Oh, it's only here. You can't get radar anywhere else. You can get the mosaic radar, though. There you go, College of DuPage, something like that. You can only get reflectivity, though. You cannot get velocities. So, you either get radar scope, get radar omega, which radar omega I think you needed a subscription for to get it on computer. GR2 Analyst is pretty expensive, but it is one of the best radar applications. So unless if you're like an enthusiast, I'd stray away from that. And like, you know, if you are going to be in weather for a long time, you know, I would be getting this application. But if you're not, you know, if you're just going to be like, well, I'm just here to look at it every now and then. Boom. But yeah, College of DuPage radar like this. This is one way to get it here too. But this is just, as I said, only reflectivity. You're in Wichita Parish / Monroe. Is it moving away from us? I would say so. If we take a look back at the radar once again, here's Monroe. The main batch of showers and thunderstorms are now to your east, let alone northeast. There's another band of storms that are going to be moving on through, and these could probably produce some strong damaging winds. So the main storms that you just encountered, yes, they're moving away. Relief is not coming, however, because there's another batch of storms that could potentially heighten the flood risk through your area because you are in a flash flood warning. It could also produce some strong damaging winds. Now, to be honest with you, all right, this is not exactly the best case scenario if you live near a bunch of trees, all right, because you think of it this way, all right, so there's already been so much rain that's fallen, it's saturated the ground, made it all muddy and stuff like that. If you get strong damaging winds that can, get about 55, 60 miles per hour, it'll push those trees, it'll topple them over. So the one thing I do recommend is that when these lines do move into your area, if you do get a severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows, especially if you're near a bunch of trees. And I just blinded everyone. Stay away from windows. All right, that would be the one thing I would recommend if you guys were living over there and you had a bunch of trees. But yeah, there's so many flash flood warnings across the board. No more tornado warnings, by the way. Can I put my velocity? All right, let's see. Custom color tables. Reflectivity. It's the same, is it not? It is indeed the same. All right. Reflectivity. All my color tables are going to be in radar customizations. Reflectivity. Velocity. Storm relative velocity. Boom. Done. So that's all the color tables that I use for reflectivity, base velocity, and storm relative velocity. the people who wanted to know. It's in the Discord server. Yeah, if you are going to be driving, don't drive into flooded roadways. Don't trust a single one because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. That's just kind of how light reflects off of it. Is the second batch of storms worse? I would say no. They just make things a lot more complicated with how much rain you guys have had. The only area that I would be relatively aware about would be this batch of storms right here. That'll be moving off to the north and east. And they would probably be the only ones to produce some strong damaging winds at this moment. Be aware though, could be some more showers and thunderstorms to form down to the south and move off to the north. But they would only be bringing probably a lot of rain more than anything. Maybe not anything else. There is one final thing. We're not done yet. Alright. I'm probably going to watch this storm right here. North and west of DeKalb. South of Idabel. This one right here might be something I would have to watch out for as this heads off towards the Sevier and Little River counties here in Arkansas. So, I don't think I'm going to be done quite yet on the off chance that this storm does actually do something. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I don't think this storm is done quite yet. I think we have one more. It does have a little bit of rotation on the southern side. Right about here. So I think we still got a ways away before at least I'm done. I can also tell the storms, hey, I'm done. I'm not covering you anymore. And they can just go away, hopefully. But I don't think that's how that works. I don't think this is how that works. Looks like the storm near Stony Point is really trying. It is definitely trying to be tornadic. Will it, though? Who knows? What's happening with Jackson radar? You know what? You know what? I had to itch my nose for a second, but you know what? You know what? The storm near Marouge in Morehouse Parish in Louisiana near Bastrop. This might be something to watch. Maybe something from a tornadic perspective. We're looking at pretty high, obviously, so it's hard to say. But Bastrop, Collinston, Galleon, Bonita, Jones, Wilmot, Parkdale, Portland. Right there along the border of northeastern, or at least extreme northern Louisiana and Arkansas. These two areas still have just a bit of rotation here. So I would probably watch out for that. It's unfortunate that we don't have an actual functioning radar out here. You know, if they actually put one in Monroe, probably would save so much more time and difficulty. But, you know. Costs a lot to build a radar. Costs a lot. It is a lot of money. A Bills? What? Really? Oh my gosh. Damar Hamlin. Prayers up. Oh my gosh. Holy. I'm even tearing up and I haven't even watched this. Oh my. Yeah, someone said on Twitter, how are they still gonna play? Yeah, pray for Damar Hamlin. Oh my goodness. If you guys wanted to take a look here, here's a picture at the football game. It says Joe Burrow out to console Bills players, some of whom are visibly upset after Damar Hamlin's injury. I can't remember a stretcher / ambulance coming out so quick. And then obviously this game's got to be called. It's got to be postponed. It has got to be postponed. Because that is... Oh my... I can't. Oh! Oh! He made the tackle. I can't show it here. I'm going to retweet it. It'll be on my Twitter account. And if you guys want to see it, you can yeah, I showed it on the chat. You can click the link. He made the tackle. He visibly wasn't okay, and then he just fell over. Just straight up. Prayers out. I'm not even watching the game, but prayers to Damar Hamlin. Oh, the ambulance is being rushed out very quickly. Giving him oxygen. So that means he's... Or he should be fine. I would think he should be fine at least. That's... Man, I really cannot believe... I don't know how would they would be able to continue to play. I really don't know. And I'm sorry if this is not weather related. All right. You know, there's nothing right now. I've looked over, I've made sure to try and figure out, is there any other additional storms that I may need to look at? This one's really the only one that I need to look at. There's been, different, all sorts of other storms that I've been monitoring for the most part. So that one over there north of DeKalb, that one's the only one that I'm really thinking could potentially have a chance. But I mean, just... as human beings... As human beings, I have to acknowledge when something scary as that happens. I mean, it's just... I'm gonna... Real quickly. Alright, this is... what ESPN posted here. I'm not going to show it. I'm just going to let you all listen. Due to head and neck trauma. My goodness.
Welcome back to Cincinnati, where medical personnel have been working on Bill's safety, Damar Hamlin, for the last 9 minutes. Hamlin made a hit. He got up, took a couple of steps, and then just fell to the ground. We don't know, of course, the extent of his injuries, but the entire Bills team is out on the field right now. Several players are down on their knees. Other players are holding hands, praying. You can just see the worried looks on their faces. As soon as we have more, Joe, we'll pass it on up to you guys in the booth. Welcome back to Cincinnati.
That's what they said. This is also from ESPN. Everyone's just huddled around in a circle praying. That's... yeah. I mean, someone said that they were giving him oxygen, so I would have to assume that he's in some form of stable condition right now. I would honestly. I would really just postpone the game to either tomorrow or Wednesday. I can't. Both teams are now going into the locker room. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to play. I wouldn't be able to play if I just saw my teammate go through that. You know, I know whenever I see one of my teammates, whenever I played ice hockey, I saw them go down, or I saw my friend break his arm, whatever. You know, those don't hold a candle to this style of injury. Person making a play like they're completely fine, then standing up, looking visibly shook, and then fell immediately back down. No. This is Damar Hamlin from the Buffalo Bills. The NFL had a Monday Night Football game. One of the two best teams in the NFL. The Cincinnati Bengals, the 11-4 Cincinnati Bengals, and the 12-3 Buffalo Bills. Both of which are leaders in their respective divisions. And with 5:58 left in the first quarter, every quarter is 15 minutes in football. One of the players of the Buffalo Bills made a routine tackle, got up, looked visibly shaken, and then just fell immediately right to the ground. They have sent the teams into the locker room to temporarily postpone the game. They should suspend it until tomorrow, at minimum. The Cincinnati Bengals just reported that this game has been temporarily suspended until further notification. There it is. The Cincinnati Bengals officially released that there. I mean, yeah, all you can do really is try to pray. I mean, that is just absolutely... Hmm. I Yeah, I'm gonna show it back over here. And all I see now on Twitter is completely blown up. Twitter is completely blown up. I think the only thing that's trending on Twitter, and as it should be, is stuff from the Bills game. I mean, take a look here with this. You got Hamlin administering CPR, CPR for 9, Joe Buck doing CPR, Ryan Shazier, who famously had to end his career because of spinal issues due to an NFL play. Please God, the NFL, CPR for 10. I mean, most, if not everything. Trending is Hamlin. CPR for 9 is 3. Administering CPR, everything is trending. And not for the right reason. This is a report here from Cincinnati, Fox 19 Cincinnati. Damar Hamlin is still in the parking lot. Security is working on getting his mother from the stands to ride with him. And then we also have another one here. Says, quote, I'm told Damar Hamlin has a pulse, but is not breathing on his own. He is being transported to UC. Needed an AED and CPR on the field. I mean, that is just... I mean, it's definitely neck. But I just... If it's that bad, they probably should take him to the hospital. No offense. Like, I get it. I get it. Emotional support. This person's on the verge of probably dying. I mean, he needs help. He needs help. Oh, no. Morgan, I gotta send this to you in DMs. I mean, they're kind of... It's kind of true, but not the time. Not the time. It is very messed up. Do I have that? That is a good question. Give me a second, and I will find that answer out. Right? Yes, I barely do. God, Jesus. Yeah, yeah, American football is pretty popular across the board. Wow. Sheesh. I mean, listen, people really love whatever sport they play. There's passion. You know, I have passion for ice hockey as much as everyone else has passion for their own sports, whether they watch, they play, or whatever. New severe thunderstorm warning. Stell and Winthrop over here. Starting to develop into a line. Strong damaging winds. So it looks like the main threat is down south here in the northern portions of Louisiana. What's going on in southern Arkansas right now? They're gonna get some general showers and thunderstorms with some strong damaging winds. Nothing really too much beyond that. Yeah, as I said, for those of you who don't know, I know it's not weather, but Damar Hamlin, a American football player who plays for the Buffalo Bills, has collapsed, needed CPR, and is being taken to the hospital right now. We are hoping, as human beings, that he is okay. I mean, you know, regardless if you think that sports are good or not, you enjoy sports or not, or if you think playing sports is dumb or not, I mean, you know, as a human being, you always want to hope that people always get out okay. And we usually don't see stuff like that regardless. Do I think they will be severe in Dallas Fort Worth? Not particularly. I think it'll just be Slow moving showers and thunderstorms. Not too much. I think he probably, you know, as I think about it a little bit more, he probably had some form of neck issue, more than likely, or spinal issue. Somewhere, you know, I'm not a doctor, so obviously it's probably wrong for me to even speculate. But, you know, if I had to guess, I mean, the fact that you lose your sense of standing, you fall down, and you can't, you know, continue to function. Part of me thinks that has something to do with spine. I just got a video here. This is arriving at the UC Medical Center right now with a police escort. Absolutely. Lights and Sirens is good. He's still alive. That's good. Cardiac issue. Jeez. Man. Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is they got to do everything. All right, they got to do everything to try and they got to figure out what's wrong with him first. That's the big thing. They got to figure out what's wrong with him first. They also got to make sure, assuming that he does have insurance, has that, all sorts of stuff. I mean, you know, there's so many things that I can't possibly think of because number one, I have no experience in the field, and on the other hand, you know, partial common sense. There's a lot of stuff that goes into getting someone through into the ER or into the hospital and trying to figure out how to save someone. There's a lot of things. So, I mean, it's just, you know, and the thing of it is, you know, there's been so many things that have been thought of. All right. You can think of any sort of passion in general when you talk about, you know, nursing, being a doctor, talk about geology, pathology. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Little River County in southwestern Arkansas, central Sevier County in southwestern Arkansas, northeastern Howard County in southwestern Arkansas.
I told you that this storm would probably try to sustain. Told you that this one would probably be the one to try and do something. So, knew that was the case. But I mean, it's... All right. Well, we have a tornado warning here. We mentioned that Sevier County and Little River County was probably going to be in a tornado warning eventually. Here we are. This also includes Howard County. So if you're over in Horatio, Locksburg, Winthrop, and Dierks here in Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Once again, Horatio, Winthrop, and Locksburg, as well as Provo and Dierks, if you're in those areas. Sevier County, Little River County, and Howard County here in Arkansas, you have a tornado warning until 9:30 p.m. So a good while away. Yeah, Daqueen, Locksburg, Horatio, Winthrop. Rotation is kind of minimal on this, but it is still there. As you can see, red's moving away, gray's moving towards. Definitely a lot stronger a couple scans prior. You can take a look at that right there. You can see it's a lot better. But not as prominent as it once was if we go back and go forward. Just a little teeny smidge. So once again, tornado warning here. Horatio, Locksburg, Winthrop, Dierks. I really need to I really need to get someone that I trust, or someone that, you know, is going to be loyal to the channel and stuff like that for whenever I'm on, or if they can. And of course, I'll figure this out a little bit later on, but I can make specific people able to edit the names of the streams and whatnot. And I feel like that could be very helpful with stuff that I'm talking about. So if there's like a new tornado warning that's issued, they can change the title of the stream to Tornado Warning Arkansas or something like that. If there's a city that's got a tornado warning, you know, New Orleans, whatever, stuff like that. So I need to figure that out. I need to figure out if someone is willing to do that. I know I can definitely do that, but there's some instances where I forget. So Fordyce is fine for right now. Just general showers and thunderstorms. I don't anticipate too much at the moment. But I'll say something if I need to change it. Do I think Missouri will see tornado watches or severe thunderstorm watches? I kind of doubt it, honestly. Probably not. Interesting. That is a lot. What in the world? PHIs always confuse me. Safe to go to sleep in Greenwood, Arkansas? Say for the most part, Greenwood is... Here, let me look up where Greenwood is before I say something stupid. Greenwood. Yeah, I would say you guys probably could. Looks like you guys probably could go to sleep. Should be fine. Oh, I'm always willing to have extra storm chasers. Any update on how Brandon is doing? Not at the moment. I'm not too much into contact with Brandon. You know, besides the fact that I've already, you know, I bought stuff from him and communicated with him once or twice, but I haven't done too much after that. There is a new, it's a new mesoscale discussion. I was trying to look through Twitter, try and find anything else weather related. I found a bunch of other stuff related, as you guys might assume. That's a new tornado warning, southern Arkansas.
Tornado warning for southeastern Union County in south-central Arkansas,
Yeah.
northwestern Union Parish in north-central Louisiana.
That is indeed the case. New tornado warning, Strong, Urbana, and Oakland, right along the border of Louisiana and Arkansas. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please get into your safe space. But we'll get into that in a second. I do want to read the mesoscale discussion. It says the threat for damaging winds and a couple tornadoes will continue into the late evening and potentially spread east of Weather Watch 3. A new watch may be issued to replace parts of Weather Watch 1 prior to 3Z. We'll go over to this. This is your aforementioned rotation here along the border of Louisiana, Arkansas. Green's moving towards, I should say. Red's moving away. It's right about there. That's right where the rotation is. And I say Oakland, Strong. You know, if this is the current rotation right there. So let's circle that again. And let's take storm motion. There we go. Storm motion. It'll take it along Strong, near Strong in about 15-20 minutes. It'll cross Highway 82 at about a half an hour, and then potentially towards the Hamburg and the Ashley County areas over there, north of Cressette. So if you guys live over there, I would watch out for that. Definitely something tornadic as possible within that area. Can you give me a reason why Missouri wasn't put under a tornado watch? Just kind of weather nerd question. Yeah, there was a lot of cold pooling. So a lot of the showers and thunderstorms that formed over in Arkansas moved further north. And because of that, it created a lot of cold air. And so any of the storms that moved in from Oklahoma to Missouri got impacted by that cold air from those showers and thunderstorms in Arkansas. Is Van Buren still in danger? I would say as of right now, no. You guys are probably good. You guys can go to sleep. Or should be able to. Yeah, it looks like that other storm that's over here near Horatio and Locksburg. I don't see too much with it anymore. The rotation has definitely faltered. So, I don't think there's too much with that. It's definitely going to be this other cell that's over here north of Spearsville, or actually almost right over Spearsville, heading towards Oakland and Strong. So if you're right along the border of Louisiana and Arkansas, east of Junction City, I'd stay in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, once again, pretty strong. Storms moving off into southern Arkansas. This is probably, of the 2 tornado warnings, this is probably the one that's the most, impactful. This other one over here in Sevier and Howard counties. Not too much activity going on there. Jeez. They're really gonna try and play that game. That's... Man. I just saw this. That's the only reason why I'm like, man. I sent that to you, Morgan. You'll be able to see it. Yeah, this storm over here near Locksburg, this is probably going to be... This is probably going to get canceled sooner rather than later, this tornado warning. It's, what? It remains in effect until 9:30. Sheesh. Do not know why. Same thing with this other tornado warning, but... Yeah, the rotation is not as strong with this one either. Neck hurts. Whew. There's just so much information that I'm taking in right now, and I'm just like, ooh. Seriously gonna be fine? They should be alright. A lot of strong damaging winds for the most part is what I can anticipate for you guys. But even then, may not even be super strong. If you do get a severe thunderstorm warning, though, then just stay away from windows and you should be good. Yeah, no problem, Give. Is Camden, Arkansas gonna be alright? Yeah, let me take a look. Camden, Arkansas. Camden, Arkansas is... Ooh. I think they're gonna get... They got a chance to get some extra showers and thunderstorms, but they should be fine. Report says he's been... Part of me wants to listen to this real quickly. Give me a second. I probably can't share it. but it'll take a minute. Give me a sec. Jeez. I mean, he's right. Just call the game. Do not play it. Booger McFarland. Pyro with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, both of these storms don't even look super significant anymore. There is this one storm that's over here near Oak Grove and Terry and Kilbourne. This one might be something to watch, though. Pretty strong rotation aloft over here. 7,000 feet. Someone mentioned there was a new tornado watch that was issued. It's for Shreveport, Texarkana. Time to guess. All right, we're at the stage where the guessing game is here. New tornado watch. What are the probs? What do you guys think are the probs going to be? If you're new, you haven't played the game yet. It's essentially a guessing game. So a new tornado watch has been issued, and there's two different style of probabilities that have usually get issued with tornado watches. So the first set of numbers is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes. So there'd be a number divisible by 10. So it'd be like 80, 70, 60, 50, 40. Some number between 1 and 100. And then the second number is the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So the first number is always larger than the second. And looks like we've had a plethora of people who have actually guessed. So the answer, Slippy, you always look ahead of time. Stop cheating. It's 50-30. Stop cheating. Stop cheating. But yeah, Slippy, I did. That's just, it's disgusting. The Bills-Bengals game has been officially postponed. They have suspended play for tonight. And that is the right decision. That is the correct decision. So I think after these warnings, these two go, and if this storm over here near Kilbourne doesn't do stuff, I think we will probably wrap it up. We probably will. It's getting close. Yeah, Shell, I have no words. I really don't. I'm very happy they called that game. Still that storm over near Terry and Kilbourne. That's the one that I'm going to be watching most. So the 2 tornadic cells. Honestly, if I were National Weather Service, I probably would have canceled the tornado warnings. But, you know. It happens. There's actually the wording on this. It says, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Locksburg. So why did they say Locksburg? Because there's no rotation in the upper levels with this cell either. Do I consider this a bust? Not entirely, because if you looked at the models, would have told you that this event was not going to be the greatest. It's hard to say if it's a bust if you knew it wasn't going to be good to begin with. You know what I mean? So we'll still watch. We'll still try and see what's going on here. I'm not too surprised. Hmm. Yeah, it probably should, as I said, we probably should cancel that tornado warning right there. Not we, they probably should cancel that tornado warning. Cell near Kilbourne still looks pretty interesting. Yep, no problem. There's some strong tornadoes in southern Louisiana. We wanted to cover that. If you guys are willing to listen to the statement, this will be probably the last thing I say about the game. Well, actually, I'll try not to say anything more about the game, because, yeah. Says, quote, tonight's Buffalo Bills-Cincinnati Bengals game has been postponed after Buffalo Bills' DeMar Hamlin collapsed, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell announced. Hamlin received immediate medical attention on the field by the team and independent medical staff and local paramedics. He was then transported to a local hospital where he is in critical condition. Our thoughts are with DeMar and the Buffalo Bills. We will provide more information as it becomes available. The NFL has been in constant communication with the NFL Players Association, which is in agreement with postponing the game. And that is the right call. Postponing the football game is 100% the right call. Because if you don't do it, yeah. Leaves a bad impression. It leaves a bad impression. Levee failures near Sacramento? Really? Here. As I said, we're going to watch this storm very closely near Kilburn. But I'm going to go back over here to try and see. Doesn't look like there was any flash flood warnings. Usually they would just announce that. Yeah, I mean, I know if I wasn't, watching and live streaming here today, I would definitely be watching the football game. And I mean, Eli Moore with the 2, thank you so much. Says, is Northwest Mississippi favorable for any sick tornadoes? Probably not. There is some severe weather coming in tomorrow, so I would watch out for that. But other than that, not too much. Jeez. Yeah, I do believe that tornado warning. I really do firmly believe that if they haven't already, they're going to cancel the warning. I mean, 20 minutes left. That one's probably going to get canceled. This one gets canceled in 20 minutes left as well. So essentially another 20 minutes before it actually will go over. Just trying to look forward to try and see what's going on over there. But yeah, I really do believe that these warnings probably should be canceled. Probably. No, it was a collision. Now, it could very well be a heart attack with it. We don't know, but we just know that he collapsed, needed CPR. He's on life support right now. I mean, it's a terrible situation. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Massac County in southern Illinois, southeastern Pope County in southern Illinois, southwestern Livingston County in western Kentucky, northwestern Marshall County in western Kentucky, southeastern McCracken County in western Kentucky.
Really? Tornado warning in Kentucky. Tornado warning in Kentucky. Tornado warning in Kentucky. Tornado warning in Kentucky. There's an actual storm that's rotating in Kentucky. It's going right over Interstate 24. What? Tornado warning in Kentucky. I am not going to be able to go to sleep at all tonight. I really am not. Well, yeah, it does look like there could have potentially have been a brief tornado possible, or at least a brief spin up. If you're in Woodlawn, Leadbetter, Reedland, Smithland, and Calvert City, right along the Ohio River, this would be due east of Paducah. Due east of Paducah along the Ohio River. You need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Once again, tornado warning in Kentucky. What in the world? Yeah, I did not think. Yep. Did not think. But here's the rotation. You can clearly see red's moving away and green's moving towards. The fact that we had some grays that spill in told me that it still was some decent rotation in it. Doesn't say there's a debris signature, which is the good news. There's a tornado warning in Kentucky. I don't know. I don't know. I really have no idea. Well, how long is this tornado warning expected to stay alive? Until 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, Massac, Pope, Livingston, Marshall, and McCracken counties along the border of Illinois and Kentucky. Tornado warning over there. Looks like the rotation has kind of deteriorated just for a little bit. There was definitely some rotation. Wow. And you can see it right there. That's the rotation right there. Even had some decent, a decent NROT, a decent normalized rotation. Look at that. Huh. I would not have thought. Still is some decent rotation there too, but it's kind of lacking a little bit. We might be able to see new rotation, a new rotation develop right on top of that same old area. So US Highway 60 here in Kentucky, due east of Paducah, near Calvert City, Leadbetter, Smithland. If you're in those areas, once again, get into your safe space. Also have a couple other tornado warnings. Once again, I believe that this tornado warning over here for Howard and Sevier County here in Arkansas, I do believe that one should be allowed to expire here relatively soon. And they probably will allow this one over here for Union County in Arkansas to expire as well. I don't believe that's going to be doing too much in the near future either. There is one storm that I was really interested in looking at, and this was over near Eudora. It looks like it has actually kind of died a little bit. Still a little bit of rotation within it, but it looks like the storm has kind of deteriorated, which is the good news. But other than that, I mean, we have 3 tornado warnings at the moment, and of course we also have the big tornado watch boxes that are just like that. These are your tornado watch boxes. But here are your little tornado warnings. One right there, one right there, and then one all the way up here in Kentucky. So, one thing that I do have to mention here is that all these green boxes are flash flood warnings. Listen, if you find any sort of flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown, don't drive in the flooded roadways, because they appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And if you drive into one, you're going to get stuck. And that's unfortunately how you could end up on TV in the wrong way. So, don't do it. Don't drive into flooded roadways. You really are, you know, putting yourself in the worst case scenario. But we have a lot of flash flood warnings, especially over Louisiana. A lot of rain. Where in Kentucky? Near Paducah. By like a mile or two. So there's Paducah right there. This big red box right here is the tornado warning. Yeah, Bills game is postponed. I mean, it's just... I wouldn't know how to play if I was a player on that field right now. I'd be able to play later on, but definitely not tonight. Not playing that tonight. No reason why they should play tonight. Yeah, I probably can't, Ella, but, you know. Ease what it is. Harrison, Arkansas, can you go to sleep? Let's check a look. Check a look. Wow, sleepy time is needed for Nathan Snyder. Harrison, yeah, you guys should be fine. I'm not anticipating too much for you guys anymore. You should be able to go to sleep. I'm actually contemplating sleep here relatively soon. We have been live streaming for 8.5 hours. As I said, we will be live tomorrow. Now, what time we will be live tomorrow is the real question. I'm thinking sometime around 1 Central again. I went live earlier at 1 Central. Might be a little bit earlier, to be completely honest with you. There is a good chance that we could stream earlier than that. So, basically, all I'm saying here is, if you want to be back, if you want to watch the stream again, please subscribe and turn on channel notifications. Because, you know, we were covering earlier, very early in the afternoon, good tornado, maybe a strong tornado as well, that we saw, that we had to cover. So, you know, we try to make sure we cover everything. All right. We want to make sure that no strong tornado is left uncovered. So that way no one has the excuse of, oh, we weren't warned. Because we want to be able to be that style of channel to make sure that, hey, if no one else is covering it right now, I am. So, there is definitely the chance for some strong tornadoes again tomorrow. This is for central to southern portions of Alabama, southern portions of Mississippi, and northeastern Louisiana as well. And then we also have some general tornado risks for portions of northern Mississippi and Alabama, as well as into central portions of Tennessee. So I would watch out for that. That's pretty cool, Kay. I'm not going to lie. Jonesboro should be fine. They're too far northeast to really be part of any of the main stuff. Could see some heavier amounts of precipitation in general, but really there's not too much. Not too much left over. Go back to cell. It's over in Paducah. It looks like it's trying again, but not too strong. Not too strong. Southwest of the tornado warning? Yeah, I was looking at some of these other storms down here. Oh, Viola? That thing? Maybe? Maybe Viola. Maybe. Little Gustnado. Also something near Troy. By then, we're just cherry picking every single little storm that looks like it could try. And we all know that that's, not how that works. Should be able to sleep in Memphis tonight? Yeah, you should. Is Philadelphia, Tennessee looking? Philadelphia, Tennessee. I don't think I've ever looked for that area, so let's take a look. Because I am not familiar with that geography. Philadelphia, Tennessee is located south and west of Knoxville. Now, they should be fine tonight. Tomorrow might be a little bit different, but they're towards the edge of their risks in general. So, I mean, they should be all right. I will be covering regardless tomorrow, so, if something does happen, I will be here. Lexington should be all right. Yeah, I really do believe these storms, these tornado warnings down here in Arkansas, they do need to expire. So as I said, look for me sometime around 2-ish tomorrow. Sometime around 2-ish. That way, you guys can continue to watch coverage of tornadoes and whatnot that we do on this channel. And hopefully we don't do too much tomorrow besides, just talk about rain. That'd be great. But other than that, yeah, I think everyone's pretty much good for tonight. When I mean everyone, I mean everyone. So, yeah, CP time for tonight. I will go to bed. I will talk with Morgan and Logan and stuff like that. But I will catch you guys tomorrow, sometime around 1 Central, 2 Eastern. Probably even a little bit earlier if I determine that I need to. Other than that, if you have any questions, please be sure to get in contact with me on Discord. And that being said,